Chapter 299. Yi Xiao and Shengguan Chong's expressions changed slightly. Jiang Qin really was an alchemist and this really surprised them. However, it was just a surprise and they didn't say anything. After all, being an alchemist and being able to concoct the 9-soul restoration pill were two completely different concepts. Inside a sealed room in the middle of the auction hall, Master Blissful and the man in black fixed their eyes on Jiang Qin without blinking, especially the man in black. Suddenly, a nervous expression appeared on his face. Only he knew how important the 9-soul restoration pill was to him. On the auction stage, Jiang Qin opened his mouth and spat out a stream of dazzling true dragon flame. The scorching hot flame instantly turned into a sea of fire, covering all the herbs. Sizzle. Immediately the sound of herbs melting could be heard. The raging flames rose and the temperature in the auction hall rose. What? He's trying to melt so many herbs at the same time? He's simply courting death. One of the men exclaimed. He was a respectable alchemist, and although his alchemy skills weren't that great, his understanding of alchemy was not something an ordinary alchemist could compare with. He knew very well how difficult it was to concoct a pill like the 9-soul restoration pill, and he couldn't afford to be careless during the concoction process. However, not only was Jiang Qin melting all the herbs at the same time, he was also trying to concoct 3 9-soul restoration pills at the same time. In other words, he was trying to concoct 3 pills at the same time. This was ridiculous. There's still something wrong with this kid's brain. If he succeeds in concocting pills like this, I'll go eat shit. Shengguan Chong burst into laughter. After witnessing Jiang Qin's alchemy skills, the confidence in his heart skyrocketed. He knew that he would win for sure. In his opinion, Jiang Qin's alchemy skills were the typical example of a broken pot. Master Blissful and the man in black furrowed their brows as well. Although they weren't alchemists as experts, they had some understanding of alchemy. With the way Jiang Qin was concocting, there was no way he could concoct a good pill, let alone the 9-soul restoration pill. This kind of concocting method was nothing but a waste of ingredients. This made Master Blissful and the man in black feel disappointed in Jiang Qin. They thought this young man was too reckless. On the auction stage, Jiang Qin's lips curved into a cold smile. He didn't care about those mocking gazes. He was an old ancestor in the field of alchemy. His concoction technique wasn't something that anyone could understand. Not to mention the 9-soul restoration pill, even if it was a pill that was 10 times more complicated than this, it would not be difficult at all with the help of the Great Soul Derivation technique. Huff huff. The flame danced in the air, emitting whooshing sounds. Sizzling sounds could be heard coming out from the flame. Jiang Qin was controlling the flame with an indifferent look on his face. In order to concoct a pill, it wasn't enough to just have a strong soul force and soul refining technique. It also required a strong flame. If it was before, Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to concoct the 9-soul restoration pill so easily. But now it was different. His true dragon flame was extremely powerful, it could burn anything. With the help of the true dragon flame and the great soul derivation technique, every single ingredient was being refined at an incredible speed. The process of concocting a pill was extremely boring, but no one felt that time was passing slowly. 2 hours had passed and the refinement process was still going on in an orderly manner. At this moment, no one dared to look down on Jiang Qin anymore. 2 hours was enough for them to understand Jiang Qin's technique. Some people with discerning eyes could already see that under the refinement process of Jiang Qin, the essence of those ingredients was being extracted bit by bit. Not a single bit was wasted. If it was an ordinary alchemist, his soul force might not be able to endure 2 hours in a row. Furthermore, refining hundreds of ingredients with different attributes at the same time was a great challenge to an alchemist's control and precision. It was not something an ordinary person could do. But Jiang Qin had done it. At least he didn't have any accidents so far. His face didn't look nervous at all. It was as calm as it was at the beginning. He didn't show any signs of his soul force or yuan force being insufficient. I didn't expect this Qin Jiang to be so skillful. He can actually control his strength to such an extent. Yeah, I'm afraid an ordinary alchemist wouldn't be able to do it. Let's continue watching. The refinement process isn't over yet. Furthermore, there's an even more difficult fusion ahead. Many people were shocked. They stared at Jiang Qin without blinking their eyes. They didn't even notice that time was passing by. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours had passed. At this moment, Jiang Qin had finished refining all the ingredients. The crowd could clearly see the essence of the ingredients floating in the flames. They looked like crystals without any impurities. Heavens, he only used 4 hours to refine a few hundred ingredients. If it was me, I would need at least 20 days. That's amazing. Did you guys see that? The essence of every single medicinal ingredient was perfectly extracted. Not a single bit of it was wasted and there were no impurities. If the fusion was successful, it would definitely be a 100% effectiveness pill. This Xinjiang is too terrifying. Today I've finally seen what a genius looks like. Not only is he talented and powerful, his alchemy skills are amazing as well. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Let's continue watching. He's going to fuse the ingredients into a pill soon. This is the most difficult process because each ingredient has a different attribute. It will cause the ingredients to reject each other, and once it goes out of control, it will explode and turn all the ingredients into ashes. Many people's expressions changed. Putting aside whether or not he could concoct the 9-soul restoration pill, just the fact that he was able to perfectly refine a few hundred ingredients in 4 hours was enough to shock the world. Inside a private room on the 2nd floor, Yi Xiao and Shangguan Chong's expressions suddenly turned ugly. Thinking about the ridiculous bet they made with Zhou Xian, both of them felt their hearts tremble. Senior Disciple Lin, do you think this Xinjiang will really concoct the 9-soul restoration pill? The female disciple from the Myriad Sword sect asked cautiously. Don't worry, it's impossible. The most difficult part of concocting a pill isn't refining the ingredients, but fusing them into a pill. With his divine core cultivation base, there's no way he can concoct it. Lin Enying said confidently. That's right, this guy is too arrogant. I'll let him know how to spell the word death. Yi Xiao said coldly, but it was clear that he was no longer as calm as he was at the beginning. On the other side, Master Blissful and the man in black had shocked expressions on their faces as well. Their opinions of Jiang Chen had changed once again. I never expected little Chenzi to have such a skill. Han Yen clicked his tongue in amazement. Back in the Black Sect, the strongest alchemist he had ever met was Guishan, but when he saw Jiang Chen concoct the pill, he immediately felt that Guishan was just a fart. Don't talk to me, I'm brewing. After saying that, De Huang dog farted, causing Han Yen to be dumbfounded. In the next second, blurg, Han Yen threw up. Damn it, can't I just say hello? Blurg. Sinks. Han Yan's face turned pale. He hurriedly distanced himself from De Huang dog. Only now did he realize that De Huang dog had been quiet for the past 4 hours. He was actually brewing. Sigh. Han Yen let out a long sigh. He suddenly felt sorry for Yi Xiao and Shangguan Chong. A fart from De Huang dog was so powerful. If he really pooped, the power would be enough to destroy a man's will. On the auction stage, Jiang Chen had a calm expression on his face. After all the herbs were purified, he was ready to fuse them into pills. This step was indeed the most difficult step in the pill concoction process, but it wasn't a problem for Jiang Chen. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Jiang Chen waved his palms. All the herb essences in the ocean of flames started moving towards the same direction, as if they were being summoned. The ocean of flames was divided into 3 areas, and in each area, there were over 100 herb essences. Jiang Chen was going to fuse 3 9-soul restoration pills at the same time. Sizzle. The herb essences collided with each other, producing a sizzling sound. This was the most difficult step, and it had a very strict requirement for the alchemist. He needed to have perfect control over his energy. At this moment, everyone was getting nervous. The most nervous ones were Yi Xiao, Shangguan Chong, and the man in black who was sitting together with Master Blissful. Whether Jiang Chen could successfully concoct the 9-soul restoration pills or not, the 3 of them had a direct relationship with him. The tense atmosphere lasted for another 2 hours. Looking at the medicinal essences within the flames merging in an orderly manner without any signs of being destroyed, Yi Xiao and Shangguan Chong's faces finally broke out in cold sweat. They could no longer sit still. Don't tell me this Xinjiang is really going to succeed? Looks like there's only one last step left. It's hard to imagine. Let's see if he can succeed in the last step. Everyone was getting nervous. If Jiang Chen succeeded, they would be witnessing the birth of a miracle. Another hour passed. Bang! Jiang Chen suddenly let out a light roar. The ocean of flames began to surge violently, and the temperature in the auction hall became even hotter. Following Jiang Chen's roar, 3 muffled sounds of thunder could be heard coming from the ocean of flames. After that, 3 beams of golden light shot out from the ocean of flames, flying around the auction hall. Zhoosh. At this moment everyone stood up, their mouths agape as they stared at the 3 golden pills dancing in the sky. 9 soul restoration pills. Inside the sealed room of the auction hall, the man in black suddenly stood up from his seat and cried out in surprise. These 3 pills are flying around on their own, they already have their own spirituality. These are 100% effectiveness 9 soul restoration pills. Oh heavens! What did I just see? He really concocted the 9 soul restoration pills. And he concocted 3 of them at the same time. This is unbelievable. What a monster. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Chapter 300. The entire auction hall was in an uproar. The 3 golden 9 soul restoration pills were dancing in the air, emitting a buzzing sound. Rays of golden light shone down from the pills, and a rich medicinal fragrance filled the air, making those who smelled it feel refreshed. Su Ning was the closest to the pills, so he could absorb the most of the medicinal fragrance. As soon as the medicinal fragrance entered his body, Su Ning felt as if his soul was being nourished, and his life force had become stronger. The 9 soul restoration pill was a rare pill that could heal one's soul, and it had unimaginable benefits for one's soul. It really is a 100% effectiveness 9 soul restoration pill. This Xinjiang really surprised me. Master Blissful's face was filled with surprise and shock. At the same time, Jiang Chen's position in his heart was rising rapidly. Who would dare look down on such an outstanding alchemist? On the auction stage, Jiang Chen recalled the true dragon flames into his body. After that, he waved his hand, and the 3 9 soul restoration pills turned into 3 golden beams and fell into Jiang Chen's palm, as if they were being summoned by something. How is this possible? This is impossible. Shengguan Chong's voice was trembling and his face was extremely pale. When he thought about the bet between him and Jiang Chen, he felt like killing himself. How could this guy concoct the 9 soul restoration pills? I don't believe it, this can't be real. Yi Zhao's performance wasn't any better than Shengguan Chong's. He had lost the bet that he was so confident about. Young Master Xinjiang, please come in. Master Blissful's voice sounded out once again. This time his tone was filled with respect for Jiang Chen. Not yet, the bet between me and those 2 isn't over yet. Jiang Chen sneered. There was no way he would let Yi Zhao and Shengguan Chong go so easily, it wasn't his style. Oh. His words immediately caused the atmosphere to become even livelier. Everyone looked at the private room where the Myriad Sword Sect and the Shengguan clan were seated. Baka. At this moment, an extremely discordant voice suddenly rang out in the air above the auction hall. Everyone saw an extremely adorable puppy flying out from private room 3. The dog flew around in circles in the air, laughing maniacally. Haha, this lord dog has already prepared for a few hours. The amount is definitely enough. I wonder what flavor the 2 of you prefer? This lord dog can give you special treatment. De Huang dog's words made many people feel dizzy. Yi Zhao and Shengguan Chong almost fainted. They had made a bet that they would eat dog poop, but there really was a shameless dog here. Fuck, where the hell did this amazing dog come from? Could it be that the poop it excretes can be adjusted to taste? Just thinking about it makes me feel disgusted. This is too disgusting. This bet is too cruel. Yi Zhao and Shengguan Chong are probably thinking about killing themselves now. I can't take it anymore. I can't bear to watch the scene of me eating dog poop. Bastard. Yi Zhao let out a loud shout. A powerful energy wave broke the window of the private room on the 2nd floor. Yi Zhao's robe was fluttering in the wind as he walked out from the private room. He glared at De Huang dog and he wished he could eat this dog alive. When I was ruling the world, you little bastard weren't even born yet. How dare you humiliate me here? You're courting death. Shengguan Chong rushed out from the private room as well. He was standing on the edge of the window on the 2nd floor. Behind him were a few disciples from the Shengguan clan, and all of them had ugly expressions on their faces. You 2 old farts, since you've made the bet, you must accept your loss. Don't tell me you superpowers can't even afford a bet? This is too shameful. De Huang dog stood up on his hind legs and pointed his hoof at the 2 men while cursing. There are so many people here as witnesses, a loss is a loss. If I lose, I'll give my head to you without any hesitation. You're the elders of a superpower, how disappointing. But a bet is a bet, you can't refuse it even if you want to. Xianxia let out a cold harumph. De Huang, let's give them an appetizer first. Han Yen shouted at De Huang, then he quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Xianxia happened to see this action, but Xianxia was startled for a moment. He didn't understand what Han Yen was trying to do. Kaka, alright, this master dog has been preparing for a long time. After saying that, De Huang dog started flying around in the sky once again. After that, a scene that no one would ever forget for the rest of their lives happened. Countless people wanted to skin this dog alive. Dong dong dong, De Huang dogs but kept rising up. Every time he did that, he would let out a heaven-shaking fart. The sound of his fart was deafening like the sound of a war drum. More importantly, this dog's fart had color to it. At this moment, the entire auction hall was filled with green airflow. The blurg, what the fuck blurg? What? I'm going to die from the smell, oh blurg. Pooey. Just kill me, hurry up and kill this damn dog, blurg, blurg. At this moment, everyone started vomiting and the once clean and tidy auction hall became a mess. While vomiting, some people used their yuan energy to block the green airflow. Blurg. Suning vomited and so did Xianxia. Only now did Xianxia understand why Han Yen covered his mouth with his hand. This dog was too cruel, it was simply killing him. Dong dong dong. De Huang dog was laughing out loud in the sky while farting. Furthermore, De Huang dog had purposely made most of the green airflow flow toward the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan. Hurry up and chase this dog out. Damn it, it stinks. How can there be such a stinky fart in this world? No, that's not a fart, it's a weapon. Young Master Qinjiang, I beg you, hurry up and make that dog stop. I can't live anymore, blurg. None of them could stand it. This was no different from murder. In this world, perhaps only Big Yellow could make so many powerful cultivators vomit to this extent. Within private room number 3, Han Yen had shut the window tightly. He was lying on a rattan chair and laughing so hard that his body almost collapsed. Yi Shao and Shangguan Chong were combat soul warriors, so they reacted quickly. They had used their yuan energy to block the green airflow from entering their bodies. However, their expressions were uglier than anyone else's. Just a few farts from this dog could produce such an incredible amount of power, and if he really poop, damn it, the power would be unimaginable. De Huang, hurry up and put it away. Xianxia slapped De Huang dog's head. He never knew this dog had such an ability. He didn't even know about it, and today he was the one who had been tricked by it. De Huang dog let out an evil laugh and retracted his energy. However, the entire auction hall was in a complete mess and no one dared to look at it directly. Wow, this dog is too ferocious, too despicable, cough cough. Inside the sealed room, the man in black saw everything that happened in the auction hall through the crystal ball. He was laughing so hard that he was rocking back and forth. What do you think, buddy? Is my power strong enough? De Huang dog stood on Xianxia's shoulder, and his body was swaying back and forth, scaring Xianxia so much that his face turned pale. Damn dog, don't you poop on my shoulder. Xianxia gritted his teeth and reminded De Huang dog. Others might not know, but he knew this dog very well. This damn dog was capable of doing anything. After that, Xianxia waved his hand and unleashed a flame, expelling all the green airflow. Together with the help of yuan energy from the other warriors, they finally managed to eliminate all the green airflow. However, the faces of the people in the auction hall were still extremely ugly. Everyone was looking at De Huang dog with hatred and fear. This dog was just bullshit. Yi Shao, Shangguan Chong, since you've lost the bet, come up here and receive your poop. Xianxia shouted at Yi Shao and Shangguan Chong with a domineering aura. At this moment, everyone had a sympathetic look on their faces as they looked at Yi Shao and Shangguan Chong. The dog's fart was already so scary. If they really ate the dog's poop, would they still be able to live in the future? With Yi Shao and Shangguan Chong's status, this was even worse than killing them. Bastard, how dare you insult our elder? You're courting death. A young disciple from the Shangguan clan was furious. He immediately leapt forward and thrust his palm toward Xianxia. What a clown. Xianxia coldly harumphed, then he forcefully thrust his palm forward. A powerful shockwave slammed onto the young disciple's body, causing him to let out a miserable shriek and explode into a blood mist on the spot. Killing a disciple from the Shangguan clan with his bare hands, perhaps only Jiangchen could do such a thing. However, many people thought there was something wrong with this disciple from the Shangguan clan. With his mid-divine core cultivation base, he dared to attack Jiangchen. Wasn't that just courting death? With the current relationship between Jiangchen and the Shangguan clan, how could he expect Jiangchen to show mercy to him because of his status? Little bastard, how dare you kill a disciple from the Shangguan clan? Shangguan Chong was furious. He unleashed his combat soul aura in an instant, then he grabbed toward Jiangchen. In the face of such an attack, Jiangchen didn't even move an inch, because he knew that he didn't need to move at all. Someone else would make a move. Stop. Sure enough, a loud shout sounded out. Master Blissful appeared above the auction hall. He waved his hand and unleashed a bright beam, destroying Shangguan Chong's attack. You want to fight here? Are you looking down on me? Master Blissful was obviously angry. This was his territory. Master Blissful, I'm sure you know what's going on. Besides, it was the Shangguan clan who attacked first. Jiangchen said. Master Blissful, I've broken the rules of the Blissful Island, but this guy has humiliated me. I can't let this go. Shangguan Chong was furious. That's right, we have to kill this little bastard. Yishao was also filled with killing intent. Master Blissful furrowed his brows. Although he was one of the strongest people in the ocean, he didn't want to offend superpowers like the Myriad Sword Sect and Shangguan clan. Qin, can you give me some face and forget about this bet? Master Blissful turned to Jiangchen and said. Fine, since Master Blissful has said so, I'll give you some face. I don't have to eat shit, but I have to take it. De Huang, give it to them. Chapter 301. Alrighty. De Huang dog wagged his tail and pointed his butt at Yi Shao and Shangguan Chong. This was an action that no one could look straight at. Yi Shao and Shangguan Chong's expressions changed dramatically, and their bodies started trembling with anger. Even though it was only De Huang dog doing this, it was still the biggest humiliation to the Myriad Sword Sect and Shangguan clan. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, De Huang dog's butt suddenly grew bigger. After that, with a loud bang, a huge pile of poop emitting a green light shot towards Yishao. At the same time, another loud bang was heard. De Huang dog spat out a second huge pile of poop. It was as big as a human head and it was flying towards Shangguan Chong. Roar Yishao and Shangguan Chong were like two primordial beasts that had been provoked. Both of them were enraged on the spot. Both of them let out a loud roar, then they waved their hands and unleashed a beam of Yuan energy. The beam of Yuan energy contained a scorching hot aura, and it was strong enough to melt De Huang dog's poop. Just like what the crowd had expected, De Huang dog's poop was much more powerful than his fart. After the two huge piles of poop were shot out, the smell they emitted was enough to kill them. Many people were trying their best to hold back the urge to vomit. This was the first time in their lives that they had paid so much attention to these two piles of poop. It was impossible to make Yi Shao and Shangguan Chong eat dog poop according to their bet. Both of them were famous warriors and they would rather die than be humiliated like this. However, De Huang dog's action was a huge humiliation to both of them. What happened today would definitely be a stain on their reputation, and they would become the topic of ridicule no matter where they went. Therefore, Yi Shao and Shangguan Chong attacked with hatred in their hearts. Two powerful Yuan energies struck the two piles of dung, and in the next moment, everyone heard a loud explosion. However, what happened next was something that no one had expected. Everyone was so shocked that their souls almost left their bodies. The poop that was supposed to disappear was actually shattered by the Yuan energies of two mighty warriors. It turned into tiny dots of light, but it didn't disappear. Furthermore, those tiny dots of light were flying towards the two of them at lightning speed. Some people immediately closed their eyes because the following scene was truly unbearable to watch. Yi Shao and Shangguan Chong's faces were filled with shock for the first time, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. They quickly unleashed their Yuan energy once more. Too bad there were just too many of them that were smashed into pieces. Furthermore, the De Huang dog's poop was like a tarsal bone, and it carried a certain degree of offensive power. In addition to that, the stench emanating from the poop had temporarily affected Yi Shao and Shangguan Chong's mind. Therefore, even with their strength, they were unable to destroy all of the poop in an instant. Therefore, a scene that would make anyone want to throw up blood happened. The two combat soul senior warriors' bodies were splashed with a foul smell, and what made them even crazier was that their faces were also splashed with 2 splashes. Although it was just 2 splashes, it was still unbearable for them. What was even more unbearable was that one of them landed right beside Yi Zhao's mouth, and the uncontrollable smell drilled into his nose. Blurg, blurg. Therefore the combat soul warriors threw up as well. Ah, damn dog, I'm going to tear you apart. Yi Zhao and Shengguanchong had gone mad. Both of them unleashed their yuan energy violently, and the robes they were wearing were ripped apart. The violent yuan energy swept across the entire auction hall. This was a huge humiliation, and it was even worse than killing them right now. From today onward, both of them would never be able to raise their heads again. Therefore both of them had to kill this dog and tear him into a million pieces, as well as burn that damn Qinzhang's bones into ashes. Both of them were on the verge of collapsing. They had completely gone mad, and they attacked a Huang dog at the same time. Enough. Master Blissful let out a loud shout. He stretched out both his hands and unleashed 2 gigantic cages toward Yi Zhao and Shengguanchong. The 2 men who had gone mad were instantly restrained by the cages. Both of them were only early combat soul warriors, and Master Blissful was a mid-combat soul warrior. The gap between them was huge. Master Blissful, are you sure you want to become enemies with the Myriad Sword sect? Let me go. If not, the Shengguan clan will raze your blissful island to the ground. Yi Zhao and Shengguanchong both roared out. Both of them were really angry, and they had never been so angry before. Even if it meant they had to go against the blissful island, they had to kill Jiangchen and this dog. If not, both of them would lose all their face. How dare you threaten me? Don't forget where you are right now. I've set the rules here and no one dares break them. The trade fair hasn't ended yet, so no one is allowed to fight here. If it wasn't for the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan, I would have killed both of you right now. Master Blissful coldly harumphed. As a demon lord from the ocean, although he was afraid of superpowers like the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan, he wasn't afraid of them. After being shocked by Master Blissful's aura, the 2 men finally calmed down a little. Only now did they realize that they weren't in the eastern continent but the ocean. If they really fought here, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of this. Master Blissful, we're already at war with that kid. Are you sure you want to stand on that kid's side and become the enemy of our 2 superpowers? Yi Zhao said. I'll say it again, this is the auction hall and you have to follow the rules of the Blissful Island. Once you leave the Blissful Island, you'll have to settle your grudges by yourselves. Master Blissful said. He had given the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan enough face. Although he admired Jiangchen, he didn't want to offend these 2 superpowers because of this. Jiangchen had a calm expression on his face. Master Blissful stepping out to stop them was already a great help. Besides, the grudges between Jiangchen, the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan weren't something that Master Blissful could solve. After all, if they were to compare strength and resources, the Blissful Island was no match for these 2 superpowers. Fine, if that's the case, we'll wait until the trade fair is over. Shengguanchong said with a loud voice. Since Master Blissful had taken a step back, they couldn't go too far. After all, the superpowers behind them were powerful, but it didn't mean that they were powerful themselves. A demon lord like Master Blissful had a ferocious nature, and he had a brutal side to him. If they provoked him and killed him, they wouldn't even have a chance to complain. The trade fair is now over. My friends, you can rest in the manor for now and we'll leave the Blissful Island tomorrow. Master Blissful said to the crowd. The people from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect were the first to leave the auction hall and return to their courtyards. They had lost a lot of face during the auction, and Yi Zhao and Shengguanchong couldn't face anyone anymore. With their current situation, they should leave the Blissful Island as soon as possible, but before killing Jiangchen they wouldn't leave. The auction had come to an end. Under the lead of the Master Blissful staff, the crowd left the auction hall in an orderly manner. Everyone was whispering to each other. Qinjiang and that dog had become famous, and the 2 piles of dung had become the most memorable things in the crowd. The 2 superpowers, the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan, had become a laughing stock. The auction would come to an end tomorrow. In the past, most of the cultivators would have left by this time, but this time not a single one of them left. Everyone stayed waiting for the good show tomorrow. The Myriad Sword Sect, Shangguan Clan, Qingyi Sect, all of them wanted to kill Jiang Qin. After the trade fair came to an end tomorrow, there would definitely be a good show waiting for them. Everyone knew this. After everyone left, only Master Blissful, Su Ning, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog were left in the auction hall. Jiang Brother Qin, here are 3 drops of 9 solar holy water, please have a look. Master Blissful took the 9 solar holy water from Su Ning's hand and handed it over to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. He took the jade bottle from Master Blissful and put it into his storage ring. He didn't even need to look at it. Jiang Qin could easily tell that it was 9 solar holy water just from its aura. Here are 3 9 soul restoration pills, Master Blissful, and here are the human elixir and earth elixir from the auctioneer. Jiang Qin handed the 3 9 soul restoration pills to Master Blissful. At the same time he took out a storage bag. There was a huge amount of human elixir and earth elixir in it. These were the money he had to pay Master Blissful for the auctioneer's treasures. Jiang Brother Qin, you can keep these pills. As for the treasures, I'm giving them to you as a gift to make friends with you. Initially, I wanted to ask you to stay here for a few days, but since the Myriad Sword Sect and Shangguan Clan are in a mess, I've decided to ask you to leave tonight. Master Blissful said, although I'm not afraid of these 2 superpowers, I don't want to become their enemy either. After all, the Blissful Island has been here for so long. If we become enemies with these 2 superpowers, everything here will be destroyed. Thank you for your kindness, Master Blissful. I understand. Jiang Qin had a good impression of Master Blissful, and he knew that this man was sincere in helping him. If that's the case, Jiang Brother Qin, you can leave the Blissful Island tonight. Since the Myriad Sword Sect and Shangguan Clan aren't paying attention to you, you can come back to the island when you have time. Master Blissful said. Right after Master Blissful's words left his mouth, the entire Blissful Island started shaking violently. After that, a strong wind started blowing across the ocean, and the sound of crashing waves could be heard. What's going on? I've never seen such a huge disturbance in the ocean. Master Blissful's expression changed slightly. Along with the strong wind blowing across the ocean with Jiang Qin and the other senses, they could clearly sense the change in the temperature of the ocean. The temperature of the Blissful Island was dropping rapidly. The temperature is dropping rapidly, this has never happened before. Could it be that something big is going to happen? Su Ning's expression changed slightly. Rumble. The waves were getting stronger and stronger. De Huang Dog's ears pricked up. He immediately sent a message to Jiang Qin. Little Qinzi, something big is going to happen in the ocean, we can't leave now. Jiang Qin's expression changed slightly. Even without De Huang Dog's reminder, he could already sense that something was wrong. Chapter 302. Rumble. The sound of the ocean waves was getting louder and louder as if something big was about to happen. Along with the rolling of the ocean waves, the temperature of the ocean kept dropping as well. The temperature of the ocean was constantly changing. For example, the temperature of the morning, noon, evening, and night were all different, but the fluctuation wasn't huge. There had never been a sudden drop in temperature, and it didn't seem like it was going to stop anytime soon. Master, it's evening now and the temperature is much lower than usual. It looks like it's going to drop even further. This has never happened in the ocean before. Su Ning's face was filled with shock. I've never seen anything like this either. Jiang Brother Qin, something big is happening in the ocean, I need to go deeper and find out what's going on. You can take advantage of the chaos and run away. Master Blissful said to Jiang Qin. After that he disappeared from the auction hall. Su Ning cupped his fist toward Jiang Qin, then he too disappeared from the auction hall. Jiang Qin and Han Yan looked at each other. They could both see the shock in each other's eyes. Little Qinzi, what should we do now? Are we really going to leave? Han Yan looked at Jiang Qin. We can't leave, something big is going to happen here and it might be a rare opportunity. De Huang Dog said. But we've offended so many people, I'm afraid we'll be in big trouble if we stay here. Han Yan said. Don't worry, with De Huang and my current strength we can protect ourselves. It's impossible for Yi Xiao and Shengguan Chong to kill us. Let's go, let's see what's happening in the ocean. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. With his and Big Yellow's current strength, they were no longer afraid of any early combat soul warriors. Since there was a sudden change in the ocean, something big might happen. Therefore they couldn't leave right now. Within a sealed room in the center of the auction hall, Master Blissful appeared in a ghostly manner. The man in black was still sitting on a rattan chair with a smile on his face, as if he hadn't recovered from the hilarious scene of De Huang Dog's 2 piles of poop. Young Master Nangong, here are 3 9-soul restoration pills. According to the rules, you'll have to pay me 3 drops of 9-solar holy water. Master Blissful handed the 9-soul restoration pill to the black-clothed man. Don't worry, I Nangong Wentian am a man of my words. I will not go back on my word. With a wave of his hand, Nangong Wentian took out a golden jade bottle. The bottle contained the same 3 drops of 9-solar holy water. Master Blissful's eyes lit up and he hurriedly took the 9-solar holy water. If it was him who obtained it, he would never auction it. However, all he did was set up an auction venue for Nangong Wentian, and exchanged 3 sets of ingredients for the 9-soul restoration pill for 3 drops of 9-solar holy water. What a great deal. Young Master Nangong, there has been a change in the ocean. Where would you like to go next? Master Blissful asked. I was injured by the soul-devouring barbaric beast. The barbaric poison has accumulated in my body and is constantly devouring my soul. I need to hurry up and recover my soul and think of a way to extract the barbaric poison. The changes in the sea have nothing to do with me for now. I need to stay here and refine the 9-soul restoration pill. Nangong Wentian said. When he mentioned the soul-devouring barbaric beast, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger. That's good too. This is the forbidden area of the manor. Besides me, no one will disturb you. You can just stay here and focus on your cultivation. Master Blissful knew about Nangong Wentian's situation, so he wasn't surprised by Nangong Wentian's decision. This was also the reason why Nangong Wentian was willing to exchange 6 drops of 9-solar holy water for the 9-soul restoration pill. If he couldn't find a soul-healing pill like the 9-soul restoration pill, the injury to his soul wouldn't be able to heal and it would be a fatal blow to him. After Master Blissful left, Nangong Wentian took off his bamboo hat, revealing an incomparably handsome face. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like a tiger's. His face looked like it had been carved by a knife. Together with his tall and muscular body, he gave off a strong masculine aura. He looked to be in his mid-20s, but the aura he unleashed wasn't weak at all. Although he hadn't broken through to the combat soul realm, he was at least a peak divine core warrior. Damn it, that damn soul-devouring barbaric beast. Daddy is going to die. Nangong Wentian cursed. His words had instantly ruined his perfect image. Right at this moment, everyone on the blissful island were standing in a place with an open field of view. They were staring at the gigantic waves on the ocean, and all of them had frightened expressions on their faces. In the far distance, even at the edge of the coastline, gigantic waves could be seen crashing into the sky. They looked like gigantic dragons, and when the waves collided with each other, deafening booms could be heard. The entire scene looked like it was the end of the world. The blissful island was floating above the ocean, and it was constantly shaking. It looked like it was going to be destroyed at any moment. Heavens, is the end of the ocean coming? What's going on? Why did such a huge wave suddenly appear? Could it be that something big is about to happen? This wave is a little too big. I've never seen something like this before. I'm sure something big is going to happen. If not, there wouldn't be such a drastic change. I wonder if there will be any danger. Everyone were shocked. None of them had experienced such a drastic change before. Feeling the blissful island shaking under their feet, many warriors suddenly lost their sense of security. Soon the surrounding wind was filled with violent storms, and the path they took to get here had been sealed off. The waves became even more violent. Gigantic waves that looked like dragons turned into tornadoes, and the destructive force of these waves was incredible. In just an instant, those pitiful demon beasts were dragged out from the ocean, and they were instantly crushed into powder. It was a frightening scene. We're doomed. The path we took to get here has been sealed off. With such huge waves, even a divine core warrior would be in great danger if he were to enter it. There's no way we can leave this place. Only combat soul warriors can cross these huge waves, and even late divine core warriors will lose their way, even if they don't get killed by the waves. What's going to happen? The temperature is getting lower and lower and it's still dropping. Everyone's expressions changed. The huge waves were too violent and they were surrounded by strong winds. The path they took to get here had been sealed off and there was no way out. There must be a reason behind this anomaly. With such a huge disturbance in the ocean, I'm sure something big is going to happen, something extraordinary is going to appear in this world. Xianxia said with a solemn expression. Perhaps there will be some peerless treasures. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. When the word treasure was mentioned, he immediately became spirited. Rumble. The sky was spinning and the entire sky was filled with huge waves. The endless waves were crashing down toward the blissful island like huge mountains. Some of the people with better eyesight had already seen an island not far away from the blissful island being destroyed by the huge waves. Right now, the endless waves were crashing down, and it looked like they were going to destroy the blissful island. Not good, the waves are too powerful. If they come crashing down at the same time, the entire blissful island will be destroyed. Someone cried out in shock. Ha! Right at this moment, Master Blissful let out a loud shout. His body flew up into the sky and hovered in the air. Everyone could see that Master Blissful had transformed into a huge golden fish. This fish's body was fully covered with golden scales, and it was more than 30 meters long. It looked like a golden mountain and there was a pair of mighty wings on its back. This was the golden glory fish's true form, and it was extremely frightening. Under everyone's shocked gazes, beams of golden lights shot out from Master Blissful's body. These golden lights quickly turned into a huge golden net that covered the entire blissful island. At the same time, the huge waves were crashing down from all directions, causing the golden net to violently shake. However, it couldn't break it. What a formidable strength! Master Blissful is able to withstand so many huge waves all by himself. That's the golden glory fish's true form. It's the true overlord of the ocean. It's extremely frightening. Master Blissful's cultivation has reached the mid-combat soul realm. He's not someone ordinary warriors can compare with. With his strength alone, he can withstand these huge waves and ensure the safety of the blissful island. Master Blissful unleashed his might, causing everyone's hearts to tremble with fear. The reputation of this mighty overlord of the ocean was not just for show. Friends who have come from afar, there's a sudden change in the ocean, and I have no idea what's going to happen next. The blissful island will be your temporary shelter. I'm going to head deeper into the ocean and find out what's going on. I hope all of you can pour your yuan energy into this golden net to block the waves. The temperature of the ocean is getting lower and lower, and I'm sure the waves won't last for too long. Once the temperature drops to a certain level, the ocean will be frozen. Master Blissful's voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that resounded in everyone's ears. After saying that, Master Blissful's body moved, and his gigantic body pierced through the golden net and disappeared into the gigantic wolf. As a golden glory fish, the water was his domain, and with his mid-combat soul cultivation base, he wouldn't be harmed by the gigantic wolf while swimming through it. What impressed everyone the most was Master Blissful's courage. No one knew what was causing the sudden change in the ocean, and it wasn't hard to imagine how dangerous it would be for him to enter the ocean to investigate. There were many combat soul warriors on the scene, but perhaps Master Blissful was the only one with such courage. Everyone, let's work together and block the huge waves. The golden lion let out a loud shout and was the first to pour his yuan energy into the net. After that, all the other combat soul warriors joined in as well. All sorts of rogue warriors, extraordinary warriors from the ocean, and mighty warriors from the superpowers of the eastern continent were gathered here. There were more than 30 combat soul warriors here, and with their combined strength, they could easily protect the entire blissful island. Let's do our part as well. A divine core warrior let out a loud shout and injected his yuan energy into the golden net as well. Right now, the blissful island was related to everyone's safety, so no one dared be careless. Once the golden net was broken, the entire blissful island would be destroyed, and at that point of time, everyone would be dragged into the waves and many would die. No one wanted to see this happen, so everyone was working hard. Chapter 303. The gigantic waves were getting more and more violent. They were extremely ferocious, destroying everything in the ocean. Many of the weaker sea demons were killed by the waves. For all the creatures living on the ocean, this was a disaster. The atmosphere on the blissful island was extremely tense. Everyone was trying their best to unleash their yuan energy into the golden net, trying to defend against the gigantic waves. Superpowers like the Myriad Sword Sect and Shangguan clan had joined the fight as well. Facing such a situation, they didn't even try to kill Jiang Qin. Of course, that didn't mean they had forgotten about their grudges. Yi Shao and Shangguan Chong had seen Jiang Qin, and they had even locked onto his aura. However, this wasn't the right time to kill Jiang Qin. Everyone was working together to defend against the gigantic waves. If they attacked now, it would definitely disrupt the order of the island, and it would arouse everyone's hatred. Although the Myriad Sword Sect and Shangguan clan were superpowers, they didn't want to be the target of everyone's hatred. It wouldn't bring them any benefits as this concerned everyone's fate. Little Qinzi, it looks like those two old fools aren't going to let us go. Han Yan could clearly sense the hostile gazes from Yi Shao and Shangguan Chong. Apart from them, there was another hateful gaze coming from Qingyi sect's Mao Sheng. Don't worry, they don't have the guts to attack us now. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't care at all. Jejia, I'll let them eat something fresh later. De Huang Dog let out a loud laugh. Recalling De Huang Dog's powerful poop, Jiang Qin and Han Yan's expressions changed. What happened during the auction had made Jiang Qin and Han Yan realize that they had been underestimating De Huang Dog all this time. De Huang, how did you master your fart? It's so smelly and loud, it's invincible. Han Yan gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. This master dog has a lot of abilities, you'll slowly learn them in the future. De Huang Dog said with an arrogant tone, as if farting was the most glorious thing in the world. De Huang, we don't really want to know about such abilities in the future. Jiang Qin hastily said. De Huang Dog's ability made him speechless. Rumble, gigantic waves surged, bombarding the blissful island continuously. All the cultivators standing on the blissful island felt like they had fallen into an endless curtain of water, unable to see the outside world at all. However, he could feel that the sky had already turned completely dark. The sea breeze was very cold and the temperature of the sea was still dropping. 3 hours later, the power of the gigantic waves had reached its peak. Master Blissful had been gone for 3 hours and had yet to return. The sky was completely dark, but with the reflection of the gigantic waves, the blissful island was still quite bright. Papa, as time passed, the waves began to crackle and some hard ice began to appear in the water. Look, there's ice in the waves. The temperature of the sea has dropped to a certain level and is starting to freeze. If the temperature continues to drop, the entire sea will be frozen. At that time, the waves will probably calm down. Someone said loudly. The ocean has never frozen before and the temperature has never fluctuated so much. This time, the waves lasted the longest, as if they will never stop. I wonder what's going to happen next. Everyone's faces turned ugly. The unknown was always the scariest and it could make people feel uneasy. As time passed, it was already midnight and the gigantic waves had started to dissipate. A thick layer of ice had already formed on the surface of the sea outside the blissful island, and the temperature was still dropping. Some cultivators with weaker bodies would feel a bone-piercing cold if they didn't use their yuan force to protect their bodies. The sea breeze was whistling, and when it blew on their faces, it felt like they were being sliced by a knife. The next morning, the ocean had finally calmed down. The gigantic waves had completely calmed down, but the entire ocean was covered in a layer of white, as if the entire ocean had been frozen. Heavens, the entire ocean has been frozen and the temperature has dropped to such a low level. This is too cold. This has never happened before. Let me see how thick the ice here is. Someone flew out and threw a punch at the surface of the ocean. Now that the gigantic waves had disappeared, everyone's mood instantly improved and the golden net was removed. Bam! It was an early divine core warrior who threw the punch. The punch landed on the surface of the ice and created a huge hole. What shocked everyone was that when the punch landed, they couldn't see any water underneath, it was still ice. What a thick layer of ice. Don't tell me the entire ocean is frozen? The man was shocked. What exactly caused this? Master Blissful still hasn't returned, I wonder if he's alright? Someone said. Thinking about the gigantic waves last night, he couldn't help but worry about Master Blissful. Master Blissful has a strong cultivation base, and his true form is a powerful golden glory fish. I'm sure he'll be fine. What should we do now? Now that the waves have disappeared, we can leave the blissful island and return to the continent. I'm not leaving, there must be something wrong with this abnormal situation. I want to stay and see what's going to happen next. That's right, although the ocean has calmed down, the entire ocean is still frozen. This is the biggest abnormality. I'm sure something big is going to happen. Perhaps some treasures will appear. It would be a waste if we just leave like this. The crowds were discussing amongst themselves. The storm last night had disappeared, which also meant that the danger was gone. Under normal circumstances, these people should have left the island and returned to where they came from. However, none of them had the intention to leave. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to tell that something extraordinary was happening on the ocean. Something big was going to happen, and if some amazing treasures appeared, it would be a huge loss for them to leave. Little bastard Xianxia, die now. Right at this moment, a thunderous shout suddenly resounded throughout the entire blissful island. Everyone could see Shangguanchong leaping toward Jiangchen like a mad tiger. He's finished. Shangguanchong and Yishao are going to attack. Xinjiang is finished. Now that Master Blissful is gone, no one can protect him now. The show is finally about to begin. I really want to know if that Xinjiang has the ability to fight against a combat soul warrior. Following Shangguanchong's attack, everyone's attention was drawn to him. The most exciting event in this trade fair was the conflict between Jiangchen and the Myriad Sword Sect, Shangguan Clan and Qingyi Sect. Especially Yi Shao and Shangguanchong, they had received the most disgusting humiliation in history. When thinking about what had happened in the auction hall, the crowds felt like vomiting. It wasn't difficult to imagine what Shangguanchong and Yi Shao were feeling right now. Shangguan Wei attacked with hatred in his heart. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Jiangchen. In an instant, a huge illusory hand that looked like a fan slapped toward Jiangchen. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have what it takes. Jiangchen coldly harumphed. Without showing any fear, he immediately unleashed the true dragon palm toward the huge illusory hand. If it was when he first arrived at the blissful island, Jiangchen would definitely be no match for Shangguanchong. But when he was in the blissful manner, he had absorbed all the demon souls he had and formed 600 dragon marks. Now he had a total of 2,200 dragon marks, which was more than enough for him to fight an ordinary early combat soul warrior. Although it was still difficult for him to kill a combat soul warrior, he would have no problem defending himself. With Shangguan Wei's abilities, it was impossible for him to kill Jiangchen. Rumble, violent and destructive energies swept across the place, causing a huge amount of sparks to appear in the center of the collision. Jiangchen's body swayed a little, but he was still standing in the same spot. What? Shangguanchong cried out in shock as if he had just seen a ghost. Although he didn't use any powerful combat skills just now, the power of a combat soul warrior was still immeasurable. It wasn't something an ordinary mid-divine core junior could withstand. However, this young man in front of him had blocked it as if nothing had happened. Amazing! What is this Xinjiang's background? He's only a mid-divine core warrior, but he can actually fight a combat soul warrior? If I hadn't seen this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Did you guys notice? This Xinjiang's strength has become much stronger than when the trade fair first started. When Mao Xing from the Qingyi sect attacked Xinjiang, Xinjiang wasn't a match for him at all, and he had to rely on old man Lingshan to save him. But now only a few days have passed and he's already able to fight Shangguanchong. He really is a monster from the younger generation. Looks like it won't be easy for Shangguanchong to kill Xinjiang. It's very dangerous. Shangguanchong isn't the only one who wants to kill Xinjiang. Yi Shao and Mao Xing are also here. If the three of them work together, Xinjiang won't be a match for them and he will be beaten to a pulp. Everyone were shocked by Jiangchen's mighty strength. With just a mid-divine core cultivation base, he was able to fight a combat soul warrior. This had broken everyone's common sense. In their minds, the difference between a divine core warrior and a combat soul warrior was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. There was no comparison at all. There was a huge gap between the two realms and there was no way to cross it. But not only had this abnormal young man in front of them managed to cross it, he did it with just a mid-divine core cultivation base. This made people wonder if this young man was a late divine core warrior. He might be able to kill a combat soul warrior. Old fool, you want to kill me with just this little ability? Are you dreaming? Jiangchen said with a loud voice. Arrogant and ignorant junior. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have some talent. Today I'll let you know the difference between a divine core warrior and a combat soul warrior. I'll let you know how frightening I am. Cheng no longer underestimated Jiang Qin. He completely unleashed his combat soul aura. His life doesn't belong to you alone, it belongs to me as well. Chapter 304. 3 combat soul warriors, and all of them were sect elders from big sects in the eastern continent. Attacking a mid-divine core junior at the same time was no doubt a shameful act. But the 3 of them didn't think so at all. Their hatred toward Jiang Qin had reached a point where they didn't care about their own faces anymore. In Yi Xiao and Shangguan Chong's minds, losing face was nothing because they had already lost all of it. On the contrary, if they wanted to save some face, they would have to kill Jiang Qin and tear that dog into pieces. Damn it, these old fools really don't care about their faces anymore. 3 of them are attacking at the same time. De Huang dog cursed. Brother Yen, step back, De Huang and I will deal with them. Jiang Qin said to Han Yen. Han Yen was so angry that his nose almost became crooked, but he still stepped aside. He was only a peak mid-divine core warrior, and had yet to break through to the late divine core realm. Although he had Gu Tianma's bloodline, he wasn't as abnormal as Jiang Qin. If he was a late divine core warrior, he might be able to fight a combat soul warrior, but right now he was no match for them at all. But De Huang dog was different. After devouring the flaming stallion's demon soul, his cultivation had broken through to the late divine core realm. With his powerful dragon horse bloodline, he could now fight any ordinary combat soul warrior. 3 combat soul warriors attacked at the same time, unleashing 3 powerful attacks from different directions. Judging from the looks of it, they were planning to kill Jiang Qin and De Huang dog in an instant. Shameless. On the other side, old man Ling Shan couldn't help but curse. Even the golden lion couldn't stand it anymore. However, old man Ling Shan didn't attack right away. After all, no one in the eastern continent was willing to offend superpowers like the Myriad Sword Sect and Shangguan clan. Old man Ling Shan was just a rogue cultivator. Boom, Jiang Qin and De Huang dog's aura were connected, so they attacked at the same time. 1 man and 1 dog unleashed their most powerful aura. Jiang Qin struck out with the 9 murdering flood dragons, unleashing 3 lifelike flood dragons towards Mao Sheng. At the same time, Jiang Qin struck out with the true dragon palm, grabbing towards Yi Xiao. De Huang dog also unleashed an unstoppable attack. A golden beam of light shot out from the top of his head towards Shangguan Chong. This is my grandson's battle skill. Little bastard, I will definitely tear you to pieces. Mao Sheng's eyes were bloodshot. He had long since recognized that the battle skill Jiang Qin was using was the battle skill of his grandson, Mao Feng. This situation caused him to vomit blood in anger. Only by killing Jiang Qin would he be able to vent his anger. Rumble. 3 combat soul warriors were attacking 2 divine core warriors at the same time. Even the abnormal Jiang Qin and De Huang dog couldn't defend against such a joint attack. Their attacks were instantly destroyed, and Jiang Qin and De Huang dog were knocked back dozens of meters before they could stabilize their bodies. Under such a ferocious attack, both Jiang Qin and De Huang dog were shaken to a certain extent. They felt their qi and blood were tumbling within their bodies, and they felt an indescribable pain. Damn it, these 3 old fools are really despicable. How could they team up? De Huang dog said while gnashing his teeth in anger. If it's a one-on-one fight, we have nothing to fear. But there are 3 of them and it won't be easy to deal with them. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. Jiang Qin and De Huang dog felt gloomy. However, they didn't know that the 3 combat soul warriors were feeling extremely shocked, especially Mao Sheng. He had just fought Jiang Qin a few days ago, and at that time, Jiang Qin was no match for him. However, Jiang Qin had improved so quickly today. Damn it, I never expected that shameless puppy to be so frightening. I wonder what kind of dog he is, but he actually has the ability to fight combat soul warriors. I've really underestimated him. This is insane. This man and dog are fighting 3 combat soul warriors at the same time, and not only are they still alive, it looks like they still have the strength to fight again. I can't believe this is real. We've all witnessed how monstrous Xinjiang is, but I never expected this dog to be so frightening as well. But why do I feel like I've heard of this man and dog duo before? Many people were shocked. This man and dog duo was really powerful. They couldn't even kill 3 combat soul warriors at the same time. Such an abnormal combination was really rare. Some people felt that this combination looked familiar, but they just couldn't remember where they had seen or heard of it before. This guy and that dog are not easy to deal with. Don't show them any mercy, let's attack together and kill them. Yi Xiao said Lung Lung. Alright. Mao Xing shouted out loudly, then he became the first one to dash toward Jiang Chen. Yi Xiao and Shangguan Chong both unleashed their energy and followed closely behind. The trio's attacks were even more ferocious than before, causing Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's expressions to turn even uglier. Right at this moment, an extremely bright light suddenly shot out from the blissful manor. It was the light emitted by a combat weapon and it looked like a huge ruler. Right after the ruler light appeared, a man dashed forward. Everyone could see a young man in black clothes, and he was holding a 3-meter-long azure ruler in his hand as he flew toward the blissful manor. Without saying anything, the young man raised the huge ruler in his hand and swung it toward Mao Xing, who was the first to dash forward. Swoosh swoosh. Wherever the huge ruler passed, the air would produce a buzzing sound. Mao Xing dared not hesitate and he immediately blocked the attack. Boom. The attack was incredibly powerful, and it actually knocked Mao Xing dozens of steps back before he could stabilize himself. After forcing Mao Xing back with a single strike, the man in black arrived next to Jiang Chen and stood still. Right at this moment, everyone's gazes fell onto the man in black. His black hair and robe were fluttering in the wind and he was 8 feet tall. His face was like a jade crown and his eyes were bright and piercing. He looked really handsome. Where did this young man come from? He's so domineering. What a powerful aura he's unleashing. He's only a peak divine core warrior, but he's able to knock back an early combat soul warrior. A genius like this is really rare. What's going on today? Why are there so many geniuses here all of a sudden? It looks like this guy is here to help Qinjiang. He's really daring. How dare he go against the 3 big sects? The sudden appearance of the young man in black immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Everyone threw their glances at the young man, and they were all impressed by his domineering aura. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog also threw their glances at the young man in black. They were sure that they didn't know this young man, but since he had come out to help them, he had left a good impression in Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's minds. However, this young man in black looked like a righteous man, and he had a resolute expression on his face. He looked like a genius from a righteous sect. The young man in black threw a glance at the group, then he said with a loud voice, "Fuck you. 3 old bastards bullying one guy, I can't stand it anymore." Damn it. Everyone instantly felt like they were going to faint. If this young man in black didn't speak, he would give everyone the impression that he was a domineering genius, a true gentleman. But when he opened his mouth, the image he had built up was completely destroyed. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. This guy's words and his image were completely different. The fuck, so he's a kindred spirit as well. De Huang Dog staggered and nearly fell down from the sky. Who are you? I advise you to stay out of the myriad sword sect's business. Yi Xiao looked at the young man in black and said. He could tell that this young man was extraordinary. Even in the entire Eastern continent, there weren't many geniuses who could knock back a combat soul warrior with just a divine core cultivation base. Daddy's name is Nangong Wentian. I don't know anyone from the myriad sword sect, but Qinjiang is my friend. If you want to kill him, I'll be the first one to object. Nangong Wentian carried an imposing aura. The huge ruler in his hand was glowing brightly like stars, and he looked like a man who could hold back 10,000 enemies by himself. After saying that, Nangong Wentian turned around and cupped his fist toward Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen, thank you for the 9 soul restoration pill. You've saved my life and from now on you're my friend. Nangong Wentian said with a loud and clear voice. After witnessing Jiang Chen's performance during the auction through the crystal ball, he had decided to befriend Jiang Chen. Not only because Jiang Chen had concocted the 9 soul restoration pill and saved his life, but also because he liked Jiang Chen's way of doing things. His words immediately enlightened the crowd. This young man was the one who auctioned off the 3 drops of 9 solar holy water, the ultimate beneficiary of the 9 soul restoration pill. Where did this Nangong Wentian come from? Why haven't I seen him before? I've never heard of someone like him in the Eastern continent. A genius like him should be quite famous. There are very few people with the surname Nangong in the Eastern continent, and I've never heard of such a person. However, this guy is quite strong. Nangong Wentian's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. This also meant that Jiang Qin had gained a new helper. With this, it would not be easy for Yi Shao and the other two to kill Jiang Qin. Since he doesn't know what's good for him, I'll kill him as well. Shengguan Chong harumphed coldly. Killing intent filled his body. Today, even if the Heavenly King himself was here, he wouldn't be able to stop him from killing Jiang Qin. Besides, Nangong Wenyin was the owner of the 9 solar holy water, and he might have more drops of 9 solar holy water with him. If Shengguan Chong could kill him as well, not only would he be able to get the 3 drops of 9 solar holy water from Jiang Qin, he might even be able to get more 9 solar holy water from Nangong Wenyin. Kill them all. Yi Shao let out a loud shout. He waved both his palms and attacked Jiang Qin. At the same time, Shengguan Chong and Mao Xing attacked as well. Da Huang, don't hide anymore, fight them. Jiang Qin had been beaten to a pulp, and with Nangong Wentian's help he could fight them one-on-one. Roar. Big Yellow threw his head back and let out a loud roar. His tiny body suddenly became extremely muscular, and he turned into a huge golden dog like a majestic yak, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. Without any hesitation he rammed his head toward Shengguan Chong. The transformation of Da Huang dog had startled many people. However, in the next moment some of them thought of something, and finally, they connected the man and dog in front of them with the legendary combination of man and dog. Chapter 305. Many people found this dog to be very familiar. Even if they hadn't seen it before, they would at least have heard about it somewhere. After all, there weren't many dogs under the heavens that looked so majestic. You idiot. Daddy told you not to hide, I didn't tell you to show your true identity. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. He really wanted to give this dog a big slap. This dog was really a troublemaker. Not only were there 3 combat soul warriors, but Big Yellow had also revealed his true form, which would definitely attract more enemies. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. What a majestic Da Huang dog. Why does it look so familiar? Don't tell me it's the same dog from Inferno Hell? Not long ago some people who came out from Inferno Hell spread the news. A young man named Jiang Qin has been killing everyone in there, and he has killed countless divine core warriors. Even the genius from the Myriad Sword sect Yang Shuo, and the Shengguan clan sect elder Shengguan Wei were killed. Also that mighty Da Huang dog is following Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin I know. So this Jiang is Jiang Qin. A young man and a Da Huang dog, this is a unique combination. That's right. I heard that Jiang Qin is about 17 years old and he looks exactly the same as Jiang. Furthermore, there aren't many people who possess such formidable combat strength at such a young age, let alone the fact that he has a Da Huang dog with a symbol on it. Many people cried out in shock. During this period of time, Jiang Qin's name had spread across the entire eastern continent, and there was no one who didn't know his name. However, most of them had never seen Jiang Qin in person. As for those who came out from Inferno Hell, most of them were severely injured and some of them were traumatized. Basically, the first thing they did after coming out from Inferno Hell was cultivate in secluded cultivation, and they didn't participate in the trade fair. This was also the reason why no one had recognized Jiang Qin until now. But now that Da Huang dog had revealed his true identity, and Jiang Qin had simply reversed his name, it was easy for people to guess his identity. Heavens, so he's the young devil king Jiang Qin who stirred up chaos in purgatory. No wonder he has such tyrannical strength. No wonder he dares to make the Myriad Sword sect and Shengguan clan his enemy. He killed the Myriad Sword sect's genius Yang Shuo, and the Shengguan clan's elder Shengguan Wei back in Inferno Hell. Both superpowers have announced that they will kill Jiang Qin, and the enmity between them is irreconcilable. Of course, Jiang Qin won't be polite to them. This young man is truly a legend of his generation. To be able to do so well in a place like purgatory, this man is truly audacious. He dares to kill just about anyone. Seems like it won't end well today. After Jiang Qin's identity was exposed, everyone was shocked. Everyone's gaze fell on Jiang Qin. They wanted to see if this lawless young man had 3 heads and 6 arms. You're not Jiang, you're Jiang Qin. Shengguan Chong, who was about to attack, finally reacted. He stopped what he was doing and shouted at Jiang Qin, the great saint. That's right, I'm Jiang Qin and I killed Shengguan Wei. Jiang Qin said in an imposing manner. Since he had been recognized, there was no point in hiding anymore. Good. It doesn't matter if you're Jiang Qin or Jiang, you're going to die today. Those who go against the Shangguan clan will never have a good ending. Shangguan Chong gnashed his teeth in anger. Shangguan Wei's death had made the Shangguan clan decide to kill Jiang Qin. He didn't expect to meet Jiang Qin here, and he was even humiliated by Jiang Qin. He had to settle this score, and if he couldn't kill Jiang Qin today, he would lose all his face. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to walk around the world, he wouldn't even be able to raise his head in the Shangguan clan. Bastard Yang Shuo was the genius with the most potential in our myriad sword sect, and he was killed by you while training in Inferno Hell. Looks like you're going to die today. Yi Zhao's killing intent had completely locked onto Jiang Qin. After knowing Jiang Chen's real identity, he had no reason to let him go. The myriad sword sect's face was just like the Shangguan clan's, no one could offend it. Jiang Qin, you killed my brother. Today I'm going to avenge him. I'm going to tear you into 1,000 pieces. An old man in his 50s roared out. Although he was only a late divine core warrior, it looked like he was going to attack as well. After learning that his brother was killed, he swore to avenge him. Although his brother had committed heinous crimes and was banished to Inferno Hell, he was still his own brother. This old man had planned to head to the Black Sect to kill Jiang Qin, but when he heard that Jiang Qin had killed the 6 weirdos of Mount Mang, he didn't dare attack. Today Jiang Qin was trapped like a turtle in a jar, and this was a great opportunity for him. Jiang Qin, my junior disciple, was killed by you as well. Today I'm going to make you pay with your blood. Jiang Qin, you killed my sworn brother, I'm going to avenge him today. At this moment the crowd became extremely agitated. Many warriors had drawn out their combat weapons, and their killing intent soared into the sky. All of them were gnashing their teeth in anger, and it looked like they were going to skin Jiang Qin alive. In just the blink of an eye, more than 100 divine core warriors had stood out and wanted to kill Jiang Qin. The situation had instantly gone out of control. So you're Jiang Qin. I've been watching from the sidelines and I didn't want to get involved in the fight between you two, but 3 disciples of the Yellow Arcane Sect were killed by you in Inferno Hell. I'm going to avenge them no matter what. Right at this moment, a combat soul warrior stood out as well. He was a supreme elder of the Yellow Arcane Sect. The Yellow Arcane Sect was a big sect in the eastern continent's Liang province, and it was ranked 10th in the entire eastern continent. Jiang Qin, Daddy once had a disciple. Although that disciple had done all sorts of evil deeds and was exiled to Inferno Hell, we are still master and disciple. Since I've bumped into him today, Daddy is going to avenge my disciple. Kiddo Jiang Qin, you've killed countless innocent people in Inferno Hell. Even our sect elders were killed by you. I'm going to chop your head off today. Jiang Qin, just give up and die. Kiddo Jiang Qin, it looks like it's time for me to avenge him as well. The situation had completely gone out of control. In just the blink of an eye, more than 10 combat soul warriors had jumped out from the crowd. Each of them was emanating a tremendous killing intent, and they surrounded Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Only at this moment did De Huang Dog realize how much trouble he had caused by transforming back into his original form. This was a trouble that even he didn't expect. Damn it, why are there so many people trying to kill us? De Huang Dog nearly fainted. Now that he was surrounded by so many mighty warriors, it was impossible for him to escape. Have you forgotten how many people died in Inferno Hell? You idiot! Jiang Qin glared at De Huang Dog and angrily scolded. De Huang Dog hadn't expected this, but Jiang Qin had. This was also the reason why he asked De Huang Dog to disguise himself as a puppy. If he didn't disguise himself, they wouldn't have been able to make it to the blissful island. However, the one who felt the most depressed wasn't Jiang Qin, nor was it De Huang Dog, it was Nangong Wentin. Right now Nangong Wentin was struck dumb. His domineering aura had instantly withered away. With a bitter expression he looked at Jiang Qin and asked, "Brother, what's going on? What atrocious things have you done that so many people want to kill you?" Nangong Wentin had completely recovered his strength after absorbing the 3 9-soul restoration pills, and he was a proud man. Initially he wanted to fight side by side with Jiang Qin and fight these 3 combat soul warriors. But now, before the fight even started, so many enemies had appeared in the blink of an eye. How was he supposed to fight them? He could ignore those divine core warriors, but with so many combat soul warriors, there was no way he could fight them. "Brother Nangong, this has nothing to do with you, please back off. Jiang Qin appreciates your kindness." Jiang Qin cupped his fist toward Nangong Wentin. He was very grateful to Nangong Wentian for helping them today, but with the current situation, if he forced Nangong Wentian to get involved, it would be the same as harming him. Even though he was surrounded by dozens of combat soul warriors, Jiang Chen's expression remained the same. He had been through much more dangerous situations in his past life and he still survived. With his and a Huang dog's agility and speed, even if they couldn't defeat these enemies, it wouldn't be a big problem for them to escape. Fuck. Do you think Daddy is made of sugar? I'm not that weak. You've already shown yourself and now you're going to back off? That's just too embarrassing. Oh right, so your name isn't Qin Jiang but Jiang Qin. I don't care what your name is, Daddy is going to be your brother. Nangong Wentian slapped his chest and said. Although he looked like a carefree person, he was a very loyal man. Furthermore, if Jiang Qin wasn't here, he might not even be able to keep his life. He's finished, Jiang Qin is dead for sure. In a situation like this, even if he grows a pair of wings, I don't think he'll be able to escape. That's right, he has killed too many people in Inferno Hell. There are people everywhere who want to kill him. That Nangong Wentian is really an idiot. He knows he's going to die but he still wants to get involved in this. There must be something wrong with his brain. Many people were discussing the situation. Today's sudden change was a dead end for Jiang Qin. Unless a god descended from the heavens, no one would be able to save Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, prepare to die. Jiang Qin, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to us, apologize to us, then kill yourself. Those men said while gnashing their teeth in anger. Huh, Jiang Qin suddenly let out a loud laugh. You think you can kill me? How naive. Let me tell you, if you haven't been to Inferno Hell, you won't understand the rules of survival. I killed your people because they wanted to kill me, so of course I'll kill them. It's only right and proper. Just like now you all want to kill me, but who knows, maybe you'll be killed by me. Jiang Chen's aura was unparalleled, there was no sign of fear on his face. Putting everything else aside, just this aura alone was not something an ordinary person could compare with. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably piss their pants in fear upon seeing such a scene. Good spirit, I like it. So what if you have more people? I'll still kill them all. Chapter 306. Over 100 men had surrounded Jiang Qin, Nangong Wentian, and a Huang dog. Han Yen stood on the outside, scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously, but there was nothing he could do. Jiang Qin and a Huang dog's energy had reached its peak. Nangong Wentian's black robe was fluttering in the wind, and he looked extremely arrogant. He couldn't hide his domineering aura, and the 100 men were unleashing their killing intent. They were determined to kill Jiang Qin and a Huang dog. The extremely cold temperature had become extremely hot because of the yuan energy unleashed by these warriors. Even the water on the island was showing signs of melting. Everyone became nervous. This was a deadly situation and there was no way they could escape from it. Being surrounded by dozens of combat soul warriors, it was hard to imagine how Jiang Qin and a Huang dog were going to escape. Perhaps escaping was just an extravagant hope. Little bastard, die now. Yishao was the first one to let out a loud shout, then he dashed toward Jiang Qin. Rumble. Right at this moment, a loud explosion could be heard from the blissful island. The entire island started shaking violently. Following that, the blissful island started shaking even more violently. Some of the mountains on the island directly collapsed, and cracks started appearing on the ice outside the blissful island. It was as if something terrifying was about to emerge from the ice. What's going on? Is something big going to happen? Look, it looks like something is floating up from the bottom of the ocean. Everyone exclaimed. Many of them looked far away. This sudden change had changed the tense atmosphere on the island. Those who were about to attack Jiang Qin stopped their chi and looked far away. Ha, 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 ha. Even Yi Shao, Shangguanchong and Mao Xing, who hated Jiang Qin to the bone, temporarily stopped what they were doing. In their minds, Jiang Qin was going to die today. However, they had no choice but to pay attention to what was happening in the ocean. Yesterday, when the ocean waves reached the sky, it had already proved that something extraordinary was going to happen on the ocean. Now, the entire blissful island was shaking, and the ice on the surface of the ocean started to crack as if it was crumbling bit by bit. In the distance, an unknown object appeared, attracting everyone's attention. Jiang Qin and a Huang dog also looked over. In the distance they saw a gigantic object continuously rising from the bottom of the sea. The gigantic object had broken through the solid ice and a part of it was already exposed. That place was at least 200 miles away from the blissful island. However, due to the appearance of that gigantic creature, the entire blissful island, which was 200 miles away, was shaking violently. Look, what's that? So dazzling. Looks like a glacier. No, it's an island of ice. Heavens, an island of ice that floated up from the bottom of the sea. This is too magical. Looks like the storm last night was caused by this island of ice. Now that the island of ice has appeared, I wonder what it is. Soon half of the huge object floated out. Many people could already tell that it was an island covered with glaciers. Island of ice, it's the island of ice. The island of ice has reappeared. Yi Shao from the Myriad Sword sect suddenly cried out. When he saw the island of ice, he completely lost his composure. As a combat soul warrior, he couldn't control his emotions at all. What? The island of ice has reappeared? How is this possible? The island of ice from 100 years ago has reappeared. Ah, what great fortune. This is a great opportunity for us. Heavens, the island of ice has reappeared. It's been 100 years and it has reappeared. How can we miss such a great opportunity? Everyone were shocked. The island of ice had completely emerged from the ocean. The gigantic island was floating above the ocean and it looked like a mirage. Under the bright sunlight, it looked extremely dazzling. Sure enough, a treasure has appeared. De Huang Dog's ears pricked up and his eyes lit up. With his eyesight, he could easily tell that this island of ice was a peerless treasure. It seems like this island of ice appeared once 100 years ago. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He was extremely sensitive when it came to the events that happened 100 years ago. Perhaps everything that happened 100 years ago had something to do with him. Haha, the island of ice has reappeared. This is a great opportunity. Sheng Guanchong burst into laughter. He was the first one to dash towards the island of ice. At the same time, all the people on the blissful island turned into beams of light and flew towards the island of ice at top speed. Those who hated Jiang Chen to the bone had completely forgotten about Jiang Chen. They threw him aside and flew towards the island of ice. Little Chinzi, this island of ice is so attractive that they didn't even have the time to kill you. Han Yan arrived next to Jiang Chen, his face filled with surprise. Ha, I never thought I'd find a treasure this time. Nangong Wentian burst into laughter. He came next to Jiang Chen and said, Brother Jiang, thank you so much for your 9-soul restoration pill. It saved my life. Brother Nangong, you're too polite. Jiang Chen is extremely grateful for your help today. Allow me to introduce you. These two are my brothers Han Yan and De Huang. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Alright, we're all brothers from now on. Since it feels weird to call me Brother Nangong, just call me Brother Nan. Nangong Wentian was a straightforward man. He had a good impression of both Jiang Chen and Han Yan and he was willing to befriend them. Alright, Brother Nan, let's go check out the island of ice as well. After saying that, Jiang Chen turned into a beam of light and dashed toward the island of ice. The speed of a combat soul warrior was incredibly fast, and they covered the distance of 200 miles in the blink of an eye. Ah, the island of ice has reappeared. I, Shengguan Chong, am going to have a great opportunity. I'll be able to break through to the Combat King realm in the future. Shengguan Chong was the first one to arrive at the island of ice. He burst into laughter, then he dashed toward the island of ice. At the same time, all the other combat soul warriors were flying toward the island of ice as well. There was a legend about the island of ice in the eastern continent, and it was something that happened over 100 years ago. Now that it had reappeared, it caused a huge uproar. Bam, bam, bam. But too bad, when all the combat soul warriors were about to get close to the island of ice, they were repelled by a silver-white barrier that suddenly appeared outside of the island of ice. Some of them were too brave and they were repelled by the huge backlash, causing them to let out miserable cries. What's going on? Why can't we go in? Shengguan Chong felt his arm go numb from the backlash and he was shocked. The island of ice hasn't truly opened yet, so we can't go in now. The Golden Lion said. Looks like we'll have to wait a little longer. Someone shook his head helplessly, but there was nothing he could do. Those divine core warriors who were shouting excitedly stopped when they saw all the combat soul warriors were repelled. At this moment, the island of ice was surrounded by people who were floating in the air. All of them were staring at the island of ice with passionate gazes, as if they were looking at a peerless beauty. What exactly is this island of ice? Why is it able to attract so many people's attention? Xianxia furrowed his brows. I've heard about this island of ice. I think it appeared 100 years ago and it caused a huge commotion. However, I grew up in the Black Sect, so aside from the Qi province I don't know much about the eastern continent. Han Yan said. I didn't expect Brother Xianxia to have no idea about the legend of the island of ice. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out. A figure appeared right next to Xianxia like a ghost. Xianxia turned around and saw a skinny old man. It was Old Man Lingshan. Please enlighten me. Xianxia cupped his fist toward Old Man Lingshan. He had a good impression of this old man as he had even helped him before. 800 years ago, an island of ice suddenly appeared in the ocean, and it caused a huge commotion. At that time, many warriors from the eastern continent and the ocean entered the island of ice. According to the rumors, as long as those who entered the island of ice are lucky, they will be able to obtain great benefits. The current emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty was one of the men who entered the island of ice 100 years ago. He was still a young man at that time, but after he came out from the island of ice, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and now he has reached the unimaginable Combat King realm. Old Man Lingshan said. What? The Martial Saint dynasty's emperor only broke through to the Combat King realm after entering the island of ice 100 years ago. No wonder the island of ice can stir up so much excitement. I wonder what exactly is inside this island of ice, and did Senior enter the island of ice before? Han Yan asked. I'm only 80 years old this year and I wasn't even born 100 years ago. That's why I've never entered the island of ice. I never thought I'd see the island of ice appear again in my lifetime. Old Man Lingshan said with a teasing smile. However, the news of the island of ice will soon spread across the entire eastern continent. I believe it won't be long before all the superpowers of the eastern continent will send their men here, including the Martial Palace and Martial Saint dynasty. Could it have something to do with me when it appeared out of nowhere? Why does this island of ice give me such a familiar feeling? I feel like there's something in there that's calling me. Xianxia furrowed his brows. He didn't know why, but this island of ice had an indescribable attraction for him, and he had no choice but to enter it. Looks like it's a great treasure. I have to go in and have a look. I'm a man with a great destiny, and if I can enter it, I will definitely obtain unimaginable benefits. Nangong Wentian said with a narcissistic smile on his face. Master Blissful went into the ocean yesterday and I still don't know where he went. I wonder if he's in any danger? Xianxia said. Don't worry, Master Blissful's true form is a golden glory fish. Besides, with his cultivation level, nothing bad will happen to him in the ocean. Old Man Lingshan said. He was very confident in Master Blissful. Bang. Right at this moment, a deep and muffled sound suddenly sounded out from the island of ice. In an instant, a beam shot out from the island of ice with incredible speed. A divine core warrior reacted quickly and grabbed the beam. When he saw what was in his hand, he immediately cried out in excitement, "Oh heavens, it's earthly elixir! A perfect quality earthly elixir!" The cry immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. The island of ice was actually shooting out earthly elixir. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Bang bang bang. Chapter 307. Zhoush. Everyone crazily dashed toward those beams of light. Those were genuine earthly elixir. Elixir was the foundation of a warrior's cultivation, and elixir was the lifeblood of all divine core and combat soul warriors. Each of them grabbed an earthly elixir in their hands. Then they burst into laughter and said, "Ah, it's really earthly elixir. This is like a meat pie falling from the sky." Bam bam bam. Beams of light kept shooting out from the island of ice, and they filled the sky, dazzling everyone's eyes. Everyone became restless. This was a scene that only happened once in 100 years, and no one could suppress the excitement in their hearts. I got an earthly elixir as well. This isn't earthly elixir, it's a mid-ranked combat weapon. Oh heavens, the island of ice is shooting out a combat weapon. Another combat weapon. Treasures. The island of ice is really a huge treasure. Grab it. A peerless treasure is going to appear soon. The island of ice is shooting out treasures. This is a rare opportunity. Daddy is going to be rich. Everyone were excited. The island of ice kept shaking and shooting out beams of light. At first it was just elixir, but soon combat weapons were shot out, and many golden scrolls that were either filled with cultivation skills or combat skills. A scene like this was beyond anyone's imagination. Many people were yelling and grabbing the treasures crazily. This kind of competition was the easiest way to cause conflicts, and soon people started fighting each other, causing energy ripples to spread across the place. The fuck, this is too intense. I'll feel sorry for these treasures if I don't grab them. Nangong Wentian was the first one to dash out and grab those beams of light. Old man Ling Shan also dashed out. Facing so many treasures, no one would be able to escape. Everyone was greedy. Little Chenzi, why are you still hesitating? Han Yen couldn't hold back any longer. If he didn't act now, all the treasures would be taken away. De Huang Dog moved his body and dashed toward those beams of light as well. Get lost. This treasure is mine. It's young Master Nangong. Come, come, come. A divine core warrior tried to snatch it away from Nangong Wentian with a pair of red eyes, but when he realized the person he was trying to snatch was Nangong Wentian, he immediately shivered and dared not do anything reckless. Fuck, this is heaven elixir. Damn it, I actually got a heaven elixir. Damn it. The golden lion grabbed a heavenly elixir. Even with his combat soul cultivation base, he couldn't help but let out an excited cry. What? There's actually heavenly elixir. This is crazy. Even heaven's elixir has appeared. How can we live? Hurry up and snatch it. If we can get a heavenly elixir, we'll be rich. Everyone's eyes turned red. Even heaven's elixir had appeared. It was like a dream to them. As warriors, no one didn't know the value of heaven elixir. An earth elixir was equal to 10,000 human elixir, and a heaven elixir was equal to 10,000 earth elixir. In other words, a heaven elixir was equal to the elixir of 100 million human elixir. This was an incredible amount of wealth. Furthermore, ordinary divine core and combat soul warriors would usually cultivate with earth elixir. Even peak combat soul warriors would rarely consume heaven elixir. Only combat king warriors were qualified to absorb heaven elixir, and even those mighty combat emperors would only consume heaven elixir. In the eastern continent, heaven elixir was an extremely precious treasure, but now the island of ice was shooting out heaven elixir. This was crazy. Swoosh. A trail of light flew right toward Jiang Qin, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Qin reacted quickly and he immediately grabbed it. To his surprise, he found out it was a heaven elixir. My luck is so heaven-defying. Jiang Qin grinned, then he stored the heaven elixir into his body without any qualms. Cultivating the dragon transformation skill required heaven elixir the most, and he knew the value of a heaven elixir. That elixir is mine. Someone shouted out loudly. A few warriors caught up to Jiang Qin, and their eyes turned red as if they were suffering from a disease of jealousy. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. 2 cold beams shot out from his eyes, and the few warriors who were about to lose their minds immediately regained their senses. Only now did they realize who this young man in front of them was. So it's young Master Jiang Qin. I don't want that elixir anymore, I'm going to steal some other treasures. That's right, I don't want it either. Young Master Jiang Qin, please. The speed at which these warriors ran was even faster than the speed at which they arrived. They knew very well what kind of tricks Jiang Qin had up his sleeves. He was the #1 robber in Inferno Hell, and they had dared to steal something from Jiang Qin. This was no different than courting death. So many treasures. Human elixir, earth elixir, skills, combat weapons, this island of ice is so powerful. Someone was yelling. As more and more beams of light kept shooting out from the island of ice, the people's emotions were constantly being stimulated. Many of them had already lost their minds and were desperately trying to steal the treasures. Every single beam of light that shot out from the island of ice was a treasure. Jiang Qin wasn't interested in those skills and combat weapons, because none of them were of high grade. Jiang Qin's main target was the earth elixir. Of course, if he could get more heaven elixir, Jiang Qin would be even happier. However, the heaven elixir that shot out from the island of ice was only a small amount, and it would take a lot of luck to get it. All the heaven elixir belongs to the Myriad Sword Sect. No one is allowed to steal it. Yi Zhao's voice was like a thunderclap that resounded in every warrior's ears. Fuck you. Since when did the things that shot out from the island of ice belong to your myriad sword sect? You're shameless. It belongs to whoever gets it first. So many treasures, can your myriad sword sect take them all? Look, another good thing shot out from the island of ice. Let's go. Right at this moment, it seemed like the myriad sword sect's name was no longer useful. It was a spectacular scene, tens of thousands of people were fighting for the treasures, and none of these treasures belonged to anyone. However, the myriad sword sect was trying to take all of them for themselves. This was bullshit. Everyone's eyes were filled with greed and they couldn't care less about anything else. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. 3 beams of light flew out from the same direction at the same time. Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon these 3 beams of light. With his eyesight he could immediately tell that these were 3 heaven yuan pills. Without any hesitation he grabbed towards the 3 beams of light. 2 divine core warriors flew toward Jiang Chen from both sides. They were trying to steal the heaven elixir. Get lost. Jiang Chen shouted out in a cold manner. A powerful energy burst out from his body and knocked the 2 divine core warriors away. After that he stretched out his hand and grabbed the 3 heaven elixir. Jiang Chen, little bastard, hand over the heaven elixir, I'll send you to hell. A cold voice sounded out from behind. Jiang Chen immediately turned around and saw a combat soul warrior attacking him. Jiang Chen recognized this man. He was from the Arcane Yellow sect and he was one of the men who attacked him just now. It's hard to say who will be the one going to hell, Jiang Chen said with an indifferent expression. He waved his hand and unleashed the 9 murdering flood dragons. 3 frightening flood dragons roared and attacked the combat soul warrior, stopping him in his tracks. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. He didn't pay any more attention to this man. He turned around and flew in another direction. Wherever he went, a huge amount of treasures would be collected by him, and it immediately aroused the anger of everyone. The island of ice was a peerless treasure trove. The continuous shooting of treasures lasted for half an hour. After that, the number of beams shooting out from the island of ice had decreased, but the competition was getting more and more intense. It was a miserable scene. Many people had been beaten to death in the previous battles. Their bodies fell onto the ice surface of the ocean, causing blood to flow everywhere. Buzz. Right at this moment, an even brighter beam suddenly shot out from the island of ice. The beam produced a loud noise and it attracted everyone's attention. Look, it's a spear. It's a perfect ranked combat weapon. Oh heavens, even a perfect ranked combat weapon is being shot out. Hurry up and grab it. The appearance of the perfect ranked combat weapon immediately caused many people to go crazy. Let's see who dares grab it. Shengguanchong let out a furious roar. With a sway of his body he grabbed toward the perfect ranked combat weapon. All the other combat soul warriors didn't hesitate either. They all dashed toward the perfect ranked combat weapon at the same time. All of them knew the value of a perfect ranked combat weapon, and even ordinary combat soul warriors wouldn't have one. Swoosh. They were fast, but someone was even faster. Everyone saw a young man in white clothes with a pair of blood-red wings on his back appear next to the spear. He grabbed the spear with his hand. Jiang Chen, little bastard, put down the combat weapon. Shengguanchong was furious. He hated Jiang Chen to begin with, and the combat weapon in front of him was about to be his. But Jiang Chen suddenly appeared out of nowhere and snatched it away. How could he not be angry? Shengguanchong waved his hand and unleashed a golden beam toward Jiang Chen with immense killing intent. Old fool, if you want to kill me you'll have to consider your own abilities first. Jiang Chen showed no fear. With the perfect ranked combat spear in his hand, he unleashed his yuan energy, causing the spear to produce a buzzing sound. The sharp spearhead pierced toward Shengguanchong. Bang! Under the attack of the perfect ranked combat weapon, Shengguanchong's attack was instantly destroyed. A huge impact struck Shengguanchong's body, causing him to be knocked back 3 steps. What? Shengguanchong cried out in shock. He stared at Jiang Chen with a look of disbelief. He was a combat soul warrior, but he was knocked back by a mid-divine core young man with just a single strike. This was simply unbelievable. I told you you're not strong enough to kill me. Take another spear strike from me. Jiang Chen was peerless and it was as if the yuan energy in his body was endless. He raised the spear high up into the air, aimed it at Shengguanchong and then smashed it down. Swoosh. Wherever the spear passed, the air would violently tremble. The spear created a lot of sparks when it hit the air, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Shangguancheng. Shangguancheng knew how terrifying and abnormal Zhou Xian was, so he dared not underestimate his opponent. With a wave of his arm, a sharp long sword appeared in his hand. Shangguancheng raised the long sword and blocked Zhou Xian's spear. Clang! Chapter 308. Two perfect-ranked combat weapons collided with each other, and the shockwaves were so powerful that it could frighten anyone. Some warriors who were standing closer to the center of the fight were injured, and someone even let out a miserable shriek as one of his arms was shattered. Zhou Xian was a mighty warrior. With the perfect-ranked combat spear in his hand, he was fighting Shangguancheng, a combat soul warrior, and he didn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position. It was really hard for anyone to imagine how a mid-divine core warrior could possess such formidable combat strength. This guy is very strong, kill him. Yishao roared out. At this moment, 4 combat soul warriors attacked at the same time toward Zhou Xian. All these combat soul warriors were elders from various superpowers in the Eastern continent, and they were all men with great judgment. That was the reason why they were so shocked. They had seen countless geniuses in their lives, but none of them had ever seen someone like Zhou Xian. It wasn't hard to imagine that if this young man continued growing, sooner or later, he would become someone that even their entire sect couldn't deal with. The best way to limit the growth of a genius was to kill him before he could grow. Zhou Qian's performance had made these men feel fear for the future. Therefore they were determined to kill Zhou Qian at all costs. Rumble, 4 combat soul warriors attacked at the same time, causing the sky and earth to tremble. The shockwaves caused ice shards to fly all over the place, and there were even treasures flying out from the island of ice from time to time. Therefore, the group that attacked Zhou Qian hadn't gathered together yet. But these 4 combat soul warriors were more than enough to shock everyone. The energy was extremely powerful, and many people threw their gazes over. They wanted to see how Zhou Qian was going to escape from the joint attack of 4 combat soul warriors. Humph! Zhou Qian coldly harumphed. He didn't show any signs of nervousness on his face, instead he was filled with a strong desire to fight. The 2,200 dragon marks had given him a huge amount of confidence. Even though he was facing the joint attack of 4 combat soul warriors, Zhou Qian still wanted to face them head-on. He wanted to see how strong his current combat strength was. Buzz buzz. The spear in Zhou Qian's hand produced a buzzing sound that made people's hearts tremble. The violently shaking spear was being controlled by Zhou Qian like a snake. Massive amounts of yuan energy were being instilled into the spear by Zhou Qian, and there were even numerous blood-red dragon marks floating on the surface of the spear, making the entire spear look extremely mystical. Boom! The spear produced a loud explosive sound. Under Zhou Qian's control, the spear shot forward. The area in front of them was filled with energy storms. This was the combined attack of 4 combat soul warriors, and any ordinary man who got caught in this storm would be instantly killed. Rumble. The spear emitted a dazzling radiance like a huge heavenly pillar fiercely colliding with the energy light wave. The violent destructive energy began to tumble. With just one collision, it directly evolved into a scene of great destruction. A bottomless hole appeared in the solid ice on the surface of the sea. Seawater seeped out of the hole and was then frozen again. Due to the existence of the ice island, the temperature of the entire sea dropped to a freezing point. Even if the seawater was pushed out, it would freeze again immediately. Dong dong dong. Under the impact of the collision, Zhou Qian was forced to take dozens of steps back before he could stabilize his body. He flew back up into the sky, and every step he took would produce a deep and muffled sound that sounded like the beating of a war drum. The spear in Zhou Qian's hand produced some cracking sounds. His face looked a bit pale, but he quickly recovered. With Zhou Qian's current combat strength, he couldn't fight 4 enemies at the same time. However, his body was extremely strong and he could withstand the powerful counterforce. Therefore, even the combined attack of 4 enemies didn't injure him at all. How is this possible? Is this guy made of iron? His body is really strong, he didn't even suffer any damage from the counterforce. Everyone, take out your combat weapons and attack together. We have to kill this guy today, we have to make him suffer eternal damnation. That's right, he will only be a scourge if we let him live. Those combat soul warriors who wanted to kill Jiang Chen were gnashing their teeth in anger. The stronger Jiang Chen's performance was, the more they wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's potential was really frightening. With just a mid-divine core cultivation base, he was able to fight all of them. If he broke through to the late divine core realm, wouldn't he be able to kill all of them in an instant? In the blink of an eye, a few more combat soul warriors arrived and surrounded Jiang Chen once again. All of them had powerful combat weapons in their hands, and most of them were perfect ranked combat weapons. Some rogue cultivators were lacking in resources, so they were only using high-ranked combat weapons. However, they were still top-ranked high-ranked combat weapons and they were extremely powerful. Oh my god, I'm afraid Jiang Chen is finished this time. There are so many combat soul warriors and they have even used their combat weapons. How is he going to fight them all? Jiang Chen should have run away just now, but he was too greedy for those treasures. Now he has to pay with his life. This is really not worth it. So many mighty warriors are trying to kill him and Master Blissful isn't here either. No one can save him now. He was already in a deadly situation before this, but the sudden appearance of the Island of Ice has distracted everyone's attention. Now almost all the treasures in the Island of Ice have been ejected, and all these mighty warriors are going to do is kill Jiang Chen. Many people felt pity for Jiang Chen because in their minds Jiang Chen was still a good man. No matter if it was in Inferno Hell or the Blissful Island, all the things he had done were world-shaking. Just his courage alone was enough to make people admire him. If Jiang Chen didn't die, he would definitely become a mighty man in the future and become a great man. So many of you are ganging up on a single man? Do you guys have no sense of shame? Nangong Wentian was furious. With the huge ruler in his hand, he flew toward Jiang Chen, but he was blocked by a combat soul warrior. The two of them instantly engaged in a fierce battle. On the other side, De Huang Dog was blocked by a combat soul warrior as well. Luckily, these combat soul warriors still wanted to save face when dealing with a dog. Therefore, not many people surrounded De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen, you're dead meat. Mao Xing let out a loud shout. Boom. Right after Mao Xing's words left his mouth, something unexpected happened once again. Another muffled explosion sounded out from the Island of Ice, and in the next second, an object covered in flames shot out from the Island of Ice. Everyone knew about the legend of the Island of Ice from 100 years ago. Therefore, anything that came out from the Island of Ice would attract everyone's attention. Right when the object shot out from the Island of Ice, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. De Huang Dog was the first one to see the object. His eyes immediately lit up and he immediately shouted toward Jiang Chen, "Little Chenzi, get that thing." Right after De Huang Dog's words left his mouth, Jiang Chen's expression immediately changed. With a swoosh, he immediately flew toward the object. Anything that could attract De Huang Dog's attention must be something extraordinary. Jiang Chen firmly believed this. That thing is mine. Shengguan Chong's speed was extremely fast as well. While slashing his sword toward Jiang Chen, he also leaped toward the object. All the other combat soul warriors didn't waste any time either. They all rushed toward Jiang Chen. Get lost. Jiang Chen let out a loud roar and thrust his spear toward Shengguan Chong. At the same time, a pair of blood-red wings emerged from his back. His feet trembled as he unleashed the dimensional shift skill. At the same time, he also unleashed the 9 phantom wolves. In the blink of an eye, 9 identical Jiang Chens appeared at the same time, disrupting everyone's plan. But for Jiang Chen, this small delay was more than enough. Jiang Chen's movement was incredibly fast. When all the phantoms disappeared, the treasure that came out from the Island of Ice was already in Jiang Chen's hand. The treasure was boiling hot, like a piece of steel that had just been burned. Ordinary warriors wouldn't even be able to touch it. Only someone like Jiang Chen who had a body as tough as steel could control it. Jiang Chen looked at the treasure in his hand and found out that it was a kettle. That's right, it looked exactly like a kettle. There was a handle at the back that could be used to hold the kettle, but there was a hole at the front that was about the size of a fist. The hole was blocked by a lid and the high temperature was coming from the kettle. Jiang Chen had a feeling that the kettle wasn't filled with water, because there was no way water could emit such a high temperature. At this temperature, all water would have evaporated by now. However, even with Jiang Chen's eyesight, he still couldn't tell what kind of treasure this kettle was. The surface of the kettle was full of bumps and hollows, and numerous runes were carved onto it. These are ancient runes. Don't tell me it's an item from the ancient era? Xianxia was shocked. Xianxia, hand over the treasure. Right at this moment, two combat soul warriors dashed toward Xianxia from another direction. At the same time, the kettle in Xianxia's hand was violently trembling, as if it was going to explode at any time. Xianxia didn't have time to think. He stretched out his hand and pulled off the lid of the kettle. Right when the lid was pulled off, an extremely dangerous aura immediately burst out from the kettle. It was as if there was an extremely powerful destructive force hidden within. Buzz. The kettle that had its lid pulled off immediately became restless. Its entire body turned a fiery red color, and red smoke kept shooting out from its mouth. Roars could be heard coming from within as if countless ancient beasts were howling. Xianxia could clearly sense that something extremely powerful was about to burst out from the kettle. Without any time to think, he immediately pointed the kettle toward the two combat soul warriors. Rumble. A shocking scene occurred. A fiery dragon formed entirely from magma shot out from the kettle. The extreme temperature caused the air around it to burn. But compared to the high temperature, what was even more frightening was the destructive force that was unleashed from the magma. Not good. The two combat soul warriors felt their hearts tremble. They could sense an extremely dangerous aura coming from the magma dragon, and the danger was more than enough to threaten their lives. Without hesitation, they immediately tried fleeing in two different directions. But too bad, the magma dragon was too fast. In just the blink of an eye, it had engulfed the two combat soul warriors. Arg. Chapter 309. Roared. The magma dragon that pierced through the bodies of the two combat soul warriors let out a thunderous roar. It flew for more than 1,000 miles before its energy was completely depleted. After that, it fell back onto the surface of the ocean, instantly melting all the ice on the surface of the ocean. A massive explosion occurred at the spot where it landed, causing ice shards to fly in all directions and smoke to billow in all directions. The frightening energy ripples caused everyone's souls to tremble. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless people gasped upon seeing this. All of them stared at the broken pot in Xianxia's hand as if they were looking at the most frightening thing in the world. Two combat soul warriors had been turned into ashes in an instant. This was extremely frightening. Oh heavens, what is that thing? So powerful. Two combat soul warriors were destroyed in an instant. This is too frightening. Those are two combat soul warriors. With a treasure like this in Xianxia's hand, who would be able to kill him now? Everyone were shocked and no one was able to control their emotions. What happened just now was too frightening. A broken pot had actually destroyed two combat soul warriors. If they didn't witness this with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Bang. The fuck, it's so powerful. Han Yan's eyeballs nearly popped out from his eye sockets. Damn it, what the hell is that thing? So powerful. Nangong Wentian was shocked as well. Not only him, even Xianxia was struck dumb. He lowered his head and stared at the broken pot in his hand, his eyes glowing brightly. What a great treasure. Xianxia sighed. With his eyesight, he could easily tell that it was only a magma pillar that shot out from the broken pot. Furthermore, the magma that shot out from the pot could only be considered ordinary magma. Although its temperature was extremely high, it wasn't strong enough to directly destroy a combat soul warrior. It was the power of the broken pot itself that allowed the magma pillar to possess such destructive power. Shengguan Chong and the others were scared out of their wits. Those combat soul warriors who were gnashing their teeth and wanted to kill Xianxia now had frightened expressions on their faces. They kept backing away, afraid that Xianxia would point the pot at them. The scene just now had left a lingering fear in their hearts. Yishao and the others were shocked and angry at the same time. At the same time, they were filled with regret and hatred. They regretted that they had acted too slowly. If not, this treasure would have fallen into their hands and Xianxia would have been the one killed by the magma pillars. Haha, come on. Xianxia burst into laughter. He kept waving the broken pot in front of the crowd, scaring all the combat soul warriors so much that their faces turned pale, and they quickly backed away. After witnessing the frightening power of the broken pot, no one dared touch Xianxia again. Come on, weren't you very arrogant just now? Xianxia was facing more than a dozen combat soul warriors all by himself. He was emitting a domineering aura and he was showing off his domineering aura. Jiangchen, don't be so arrogant. I don't believe that broken pot can still attack you. Yi Shao shouted out loudly. His words immediately caused the frightened crowd's eyes to brighten up. That's right, it seemed like the lava pillar just shot out from the broken pot on its own. It wasn't controlled by Jiangchen at all. Now that the broken pot had stopped moving, didn't that mean it couldn't attack a second time? The smile on Jiangchen's face became brighter. Although he pretended to be calm on the outside, he was actually cursing in his mind. Right now, apart from the fact that the broken pot weighed a few hundred kilograms, it was completely empty. Furthermore, after the lava pillar shot out from the pot, the temperature of the broken pot kept dropping. Perhaps it was because of the island of ice, but the pot in his hand had become cold. Haha, I guessed it right. That broken pot can only be used once. Guys, don't be afraid of him. Yi Shao burst into laughter. That's right. If it could be used many times with this guy's abilities, he would have attacked us just now. Zhengguan Chong said. After Yi Xiao's reminder, they also noticed the change in the broken pot in Jiang Chen's hand. The broken pot looked ordinary and its surface was full of bumps and hollows, just like a piece of junk that was thrown on the street. It didn't look like it had just been shot out from the island of ice at all. This could only mean one thing: Jiang Chen was just putting on an act. What the hell is this? Jiang Chen was speechless. He threw the broken pot away. Since he had been seen through, there was no point in putting on an act anymore. Swoosh. Right when Jiang Chen threw the broken pot away, a figure suddenly appeared below and caught the broken pot. It was De Huang Dog. Damn you, what a wastrel. This thing is a treasure. The big yellow dog hugged the broken pot tightly and kept it away like it was a rare treasure. Jiang Chen had lost his trump card. Just when everyone thought Jiang Chen was going to die, something unexpected happened again. Beams of blinding light shot out from the island of ice in all directions. Immediately after that, a huge hole appeared on one side of the island of ice. Although the hole looked illusory, it was actually a door. Look, the door to the island of ice is open. Ah, the island of ice is open. Let's go in quickly. I'm sure there are more treasures inside. Let's go. Let's go into the island of ice and look for opportunities. The craze started once again. The island of ice's legend was too tempting. Before the island of ice was opened, so many treasures had already appeared. It wasn't hard to imagine how many treasures there were inside the island of ice. Little Chenzi, let's go into the island of ice. Nangong went in, shouted at Jiang Chen, then he took the lead and rushed into the island of ice. Han Yen and De Huang Dog didn't waste any time either. They followed the crowd and rushed into the island of ice's door. Swoosh. Of course, Jiang Chen wouldn't waste any time. There were too many enemies outside, and only by entering the island of ice would he have a chance of escaping from these combat soul warriors. Furthermore, after the island of ice's door was opened, Jiang Chen could feel the summoning force from the door even more clearly. Jiang Chen flapped the blood wings on his back. With the help of the dimensional shift, Jiang Chen's speed increased to the maximum. Since he was closer to the door than Yi Shao and the others, it was too late for them to stop him from entering the island of ice. Jiang Chen, don't run. Hurry up and enter the island of ice. We need to kill Jiang Chen. Yi Shao and Shengguan Chong both shouted out loudly. Dozens of combat soul warriors also rushed toward the door. For them, killing Jiang Chen was just as important as entering the island of ice. At the same time, a completely different scene was taking place on the island of ice. Plop plop. Aya ayat. All the warriors who passed through the door and entered the island of ice fell from the sky and landed on the ground. They were caught off guard and all of them felt dizzy. With a mighty aura, Jiang Chen entered the island of ice with a sway of his body. However, right at this moment, a tremendous pressure suddenly pressed down from above. Jiang Chen couldn't control his body at all, and just like the others, he fell onto the ground and created a huge crater. Bam! None of the warriors who entered the island of ice were able to escape. All of them fell onto the ground, unable to fly normally. What's going on? I can't fly anymore. Something's wrong, my cultivation has been suppressed. Heavens, I'm only an early mortal core warrior now, what's going on? Me too. I'm only an early mortal core warrior now, I can't fly in the sky and I can't even use my combat skills. It's like I've returned to the past, the yuan energy in my body has been suppressed. Why is this happening? Didn't they say that there are huge treasures on the island of ice? Why is my cultivation suppressed? Many people panicked because to their horror they found out that there was an unknown force that was suppressing them. Their cultivation levels had been completely suppressed. No matter what their cultivation levels were before, they were now only at the early mortal core realm. Many people's faces turned pale. For a powerful divine core warrior, the feeling of being a mortal core warrior had become unfamiliar to them. Now that they had returned to the past, they immediately felt that they were so tiny. Many people looked around and realized that they were in the middle of a desert. There wasn't even a single blade of grass growing on the ground, and it was a desolate place. Perhaps it was because of that mysterious force suppressing them, but there wasn't even a single breeze in this place. Everything was quiet and dead silent. Plop plop. What's going on? Why did I fall down? I'm a combat soul warrior. I can fly in the sky or burrow into the ground. Why can't I fly here? My cultivation what? Mortal core realm? Are you kidding me? My yuan energy is being suppressed and I'm only at the early mortal core realm now. What is this place? Where are the treasures? Where are the treasures? Why is this a desert? Everyone were shocked. The treasures they expected to find didn't appear and instead they had entered a desert. Everyone's cultivation levels were being suppressed, and no matter what their cultivation levels were before, they were now only at the early mortal core realm, including those combat soul warriors. De Huang Dog walked up to Jiang Qin. Nangong Wentian and Han Yen walked up to him as well. Their faces were filled with shock as well. Little Qinzi, do you know why our cultivation levels are being suppressed? Han Yen asked. The inside of the island of ice has its own dimension, and the scenery inside is completely different from the outside. This is a totally different dimension, a whole other world. There is an unknown force here, an ancient force that can suppress our cultivation level, and it can suppress our yuan energy to the mortal core realm. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Jiang Qin said, we can't see the end of this desert. Where are we going to find the treasures? Nangong Wentian was speechless. Brother Nan, the island of ice appeared once 100 years ago. Although the scenery is different from the one 100 years ago, I'm sure there are treasures on this island of ice. I can sense that the ancient force only works on this desert. As long as we can leave this desert, we'll no longer be suppressed by that force, and we'll be able to recover our cultivation bases. Jiang Qin said. If that's the case, let's leave this desert as soon as possible. Nangong Wentian said. What's the rush? The show is about to begin. Don't you want to see a bunch of combat soul warriors being beaten up so badly that they have to beg for their grandpa? Jiang Chen's lips curved upwards into a bright smile. He threw his glance toward Shengguan Chong Yishao and the other combat soul warriors. Chapter 310. Soon all the warriors outside the island of ice had entered the desert. There were more than 10,000 of them and it was a grand scene. Right now all of them had gloomy expressions on their faces. They stared at the vast desert around them and felt their cultivation bases being suppressed. They didn't feel safe at all. Usually only when one was strong enough would one feel safe. When a man turned from a majestic elephant into a tiny mouse, the difference in their hearts was unimaginable. Let's go deeper into the desert. I think this is just a small area, and once we leave this desert, we'll be able to recover our cultivation bases. Yishao said with a loud voice. As an elder of the myriad sword sect, his knowledge and experience were not something ordinary men could compare with. He could sense that the mysterious force only existed in this desert, and as long as they could leave this desert, they would no longer be suppressed by the mysterious force. The real treasure must be inside the island of ice. That's right, this desert is just a small area outside the island of ice. Mao Xing nodded his head. After saying that, the group of combat soul warriors started walking deeper into the desert. However, right at this moment 4 figures suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their way. These 4 figures were none other than Jiang Qin, Han Yen and the others. Right at this moment, Jiang Qin had his arms crossed in front of his chest, and a bright smile could be seen on his face. He was shrugging his shoulders as he stared at Yishao and the others with evil intentions. Guys, didn't you want to kill me just now? I think it's better if you kill me first before searching for the treasure inside the island of ice. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. Jiang Qin, Don't tell me you're so naive to think that we can't kill you just because our cultivation bases have been weakened? Let me tell you, even though we're only at the early mortal core realm right now, our resources are still stronger than yours. Killing you is as easy as flipping our palms. Shengguancheng coldly harumphed. Why don't you give it a try then? Jiang Qin shrugged with an indifferent expression on his face. Han Yen and De Huang Dog, who were standing at the side, smiled even more brilliantly. Others might not understand Jiang Qin, but they knew him all too well. In a battle between opponents of the same level, Jiang Qin was an invincible existence. Right now, everyone's cultivation level had been suppressed to the early mortal core realm, and their yuan energy was almost the same. Once they started fighting, it would be a competition of physical strength and strength. In this aspect, it didn't matter if it was Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog, or Han Yen, all of them had an overwhelming advantage. As Jiang Qin was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, his skin was as tough as steel. These combat soul warriors were just like ants in front of him, and he could easily crush them to death. Shengguancheng furrowed his brows. He really wanted to kill Jiang Qin right now, but since they were at the same level right now and Jiang Qin's previous strength, he didn't have the confidence to kill him. This was also the reason why he didn't immediately kill Jiang Qin. Yi Shao, Mao Xing, and the other combat soul warriors had ugly expressions on their faces as well. After losing their combat soul strength, their confidence had been greatly reduced. What? No one is going to attack? Where's all that arrogance from before? Alright, since you guys don't dare to be arrogant anymore, then let me, Jiang Qin, be arrogant for once. Today, without my permission, none of you will be able to leave this desert. You old farts who have been trying to kill me, if you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times now, I might be merciful and spare your lives. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Jiang Qin said. He was very arrogant right now and also very excited. The ancient force in this desert was really amazing. In an environment like this, Jiang Qin was the absolute king. Even a combat king warrior would have to kneel down before him. Jiang Qin's expression changed drastically. What? You want us to kneel down? Presumptuous. Little bastard, how dare you talk to us like that? You're courting death. This little bastard is too arrogant. Does he really think we can't do anything to him just because we've suppressed our cultivation bases? He has no idea how strong a combat soul warrior is. Our abilities are not something he can imagine. That's right. This guy is too arrogant. Let me teach him a lesson. Although my cultivation base has been suppressed, I've spent my entire life tempering my body, and I've long obtained a body as tough as steel. The strength of my body is more than enough to tear him apart. Jiang Qin died out. Everyone were furious. They were all mighty combat soul warriors, sect elders from big sects. No matter where they went, they would be respected by everyone and no one would dare disobey their words. But now there was a young man who wanted them to kneel down. This was ridiculous. One of the more muscular combat soul warriors among them dashed toward Jiang Qin like a ferocious tiger. The commotion immediately attracted everyone's attention. Those warriors who were about to head deeper into the desert immediately halted their steps. The show between the combat soul warriors and Jiang Qin was about to begin once again. From the blissful island to the island of ice and now to the desert inside the island of ice, the fight had never stopped. Pop. The man's fist struck toward Jiang Qin's face. But too bad his fist was grabbed by Jiang Qin. The man let out a loud shout and circulated his energy trying to destroy Jiang Qin. However, he was shocked to find out that Jiang Qin's palm was like an iron clamp. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't break free. How dare you say you have a body as tough as steel with such little strength? Jiang Qin said with a mocking expression. He exerted more force into his palm, causing a cracking sound to be heard, followed by a miserable shriek. In the next second, the combat soul warrior's wrist was broken, and a white bone pierced through his skin. It was an eerie and frightening scene. Pop. Jiang Qin slapped the combat soul warrior's face, causing all his teeth to be knocked away. The man couldn't withstand Jiang Qin's attack and he fell to the ground. Without showing any mercy, Jiang Qin stomped his foot onto the man's face. After that, he exerted all his strength and pushed the combat soul warrior's head into the ground. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, and the warrior's body started trembling violently. In just a few breaths of time he had completely stopped moving. Gasp. The scene caused everyone to gasp. Yishao, Shangguanchong and all the other combat soul warriors stared at Jiang Chen with fear. Right at this moment, they had lost all their previous arrogance, and their previous arrogance had been replaced by fear. Oh heavens, he's so strong. Those combat soul warriors are no match for Jiang Chen after their cultivation bases are suppressed. That's right, he's so brutal. Killing those combat soul warriors is as easy as stepping on an ant. Jiang Chen's body is too strong, he can't find anyone who can match him at the same level as him. Those combat soul warriors are done for. Tou Wei. No matter how brave Jiang Chen is, he wouldn't dare kill all those combat soul warriors. Many of them are sect elders from big powers, and Yishao and Shangguanchong are from the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan. Everyone were shocked. The situation between Jiang Chen and those combat soul warriors had taken a sudden turn. Just now Jiang Chen was the one being beaten, but now it was Jiang Chen's turn to do whatever he wanted to them. The Huang dog let out a loud laughter. He dashed forward and arrived next to the dead combat soul warrior, then he took the storage ring from the warrior's hand. This man and dog were very familiar with killing people for money. Jiang Chen looked at the Huang dog with an appreciative gaze. A combat soul warrior's storage ring must contain a lot of wealth. Since he had killed the man, it would be a waste not to take all the wealth. Clap, clap. After killing one man, Jiang Chen walked forward step by step. He was all alone and he looked calm and composed. However, those combat soul warriors kept retreating. The fear of Jiang Chen was becoming bigger and bigger in their minds. Jiang Chen, you better know what you're doing right now. Shangguanchong pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and shouted out loudly. Swoosh. With incredible speed, Jiang Chen grabbed onto Shangguanchong's finger. Then he forcefully squeezed his palm, and in an instant Shangguanchong's finger exploded into a blood mist. Jiang Chen, you bastard! Shangguanchong shouted out loudly. Old bastard, how dare you yell at a time like this? Do you really think Daddy doesn't dare touch you? I'll kill you first. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen kicked Shangguanchong's lower abdomen. Although Shangguanchong had blocked the kick with his yuan energy, there was no way he was Jiang Chen's match. The kick instantly shattered the yuan energy barrier, and Shangguanchong was sent flying dozens of meters away. He fell onto the ground and started throwing up blood. Before Shangguanchong could stand up from the ground, Jiang Chen had arrived in front of him. He raised his fist and punched toward Shangguanchong's head. No! Shangguanchong's angry and unwilling voice stopped abruptly. Jiang Chen's punch could even shatter the hardest rock, let alone Shangguanchong's head. Shangguanchong's head was smashed by Jiang Chen's punch and he died on the spot. After killing Shangguanchong, Jiang Chen didn't even look at his dead body. He just turned around and continued walking toward the rest of the combat soul warriors. The Huang dog walked over to Shangguanchong's side to clean up the mess. Many people hated this dog, but none of them dared say a word. Swoosh! The entire scene exploded. Shangguanchong's head was smashed by Jiang Chen's punch. Who would dare kill someone from the Shangguan clan? Not to mention that he was a highly respected elder of the Shangguan clan, and Jiang Chen killed him without even blinking his eyes. Jiang Chen's courage was undeniable. Jiang Chen slowly walked toward Yishao. Right now, Yishao no longer had the same demeanor he had before. His body was trembling and he couldn't help but step back. Terrifying. This was too frightening. He wasn't a human. As a combat soul warrior, even with his yuan energy suppressed, he was still much stronger than an ordinary mortal core warrior. But in front of Jiang Chen, his strength was just a joke. They felt like they were babies facing a strong man in front of Jiang Chen. He could kill them with just a single slap. Jiang Chen, don't make a mistake. You should know that you won't have a good ending if you offend the Myriad Sword sect. Yishao threatened Jiang Chen, but he didn't have the confidence to do so. As a combat soul warrior, even his voice was trembling. Yishao, why are you still spouting nonsense at a time like this? I've already killed Shangguanchong, why would I care about you? If you kneeled down and kowtowed to me just now, you might have been able to keep your life. But now it's too late. Chapter 311. Slap. Without giving Yishao any time to react, Jiang Chen forcefully slapped Yishao's face. The mighty combat soul sect elder from the Myriad Sword sect didn't even have the chance to fight back. He was slapped to the ground by Zhou Xian and all his teeth were knocked out. Or it wasn't that Yi Xiao didn't fight back, he had tried his best to resist. But Zhou Qian's strength was just too strong. His resistance was like the strength of an ant. It was completely useless. With the ancient force suppressing him, Zhou Xian was the absolute ruler of this desert. All living beings had to submit to him. No matter how strong one was in the outside world, in here even a dragon had to coil up and a tiger had to lie down. Stop. Don't kill sect Elder Yi. The genius from the myriad sword sect, Lin Enying, suddenly shouted out. He attacked with lightning speed and a sharp sword appeared in his hand. The sword was like a poisonous snake and it pierced toward Zhou Qian with lightning speed. Lin Enying's speed was incredible, but in Zhou Qian's eyes, it was as if he was moving in slow motion. Zhou Qian casually attacked and no one could see his movement clearly. However, the long sword in Lin Enying's hand had mysteriously landed in Zhou Qian's hand. Zhou Qian didn't even look at it, he simply swung his sword backward. Lin Enying's head flew high up into the sky, and a stream of blood sprayed out from the severed head, leaving behind a dazzling trail. Senior disciple Lin. The female disciple from the myriad sword sect cried out in fear. She covered her mouth with her hand when she saw Lin Enying's head being chopped off. She was so shocked that her eyes nearly popped out. From the moment you tried to kill me, you should have known this would happen to you. Don't always put on that superior attitude on your face. Don't think that just because you're from the myriad sword sect, you can do whatever you want. Only you can kill others but others can't kill you. This is bullshit. As long as I'm here, the myriad sword sect is nothing. Zhou Qian's tone was incomparably cold. His gaze was like a knife as it swept across the Wanjian house's disciples. These disciples were scared witless. Even though they secretly hated Zhou Qian to the core, they didn't dare to say a word. Up until now, how could they not realize that this young man in front of them was a lawless man, a real lunatic? He would kill anyone who offended him regardless of their identity. Some people even had no doubt that in this desert, even if the current emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty was here, as long as he offended Zhou Qian, he would still be killed. The Wanjian house was nothing. In this world, perhaps only Zhou Qian would dare to say such big words. However, at this moment no one found it funny at all. At the very least, Zhou Qian was very arrogant now. No one dared to say a word. Those cultivators who had threatened to kill Zhou Qian were now trembling in fear. In this desert, everyone's strength was suppressed. None of them were a match for Zhou Qian. As long as Zhou Qian wanted to, he could kill all of them. Zhou Qian. Wakaka. A discordant laughter broke the silence. De Huang Dog was jumping up and down excitedly. What was the meaning of a vile man intoxicated by success? This was vividly displayed by De Huang Dog. One had to admit that right now De Huang Dog, Han Yan and Nangong Wentian were feeling extremely satisfied. They had finally vented out their frustrations. Zhou Qian, you will pay a heavy price for what you've done today. Yi Xiao, who was lying under Zhou Qian's feet, said while gnashing his teeth. That's not something you should worry about. Without any hesitation, Zhou Qian thrust his long sword forward and pierced Yi Xiao's neck, killing him with a single strike. The pungent smell of blood started filling the air. 3 combat soul warriors had been killed by Zhou Qian, and one of them was a genius from the myriad sword sect. Perhaps only the ruthless Zhou Qian could do something like this. Too ruthless. He didn't even put the myriad sword sect and Shangguan clan in his eyes. I don't think Zhou Qian went too far. Don't forget how these people treated Zhou Qian outside. If not for Zhou Qian's incredible strength, he would have been killed by these mighty warriors. If not for the suppression in this desert, I'm sure they wouldn't have let Zhou Qian go. This is fate. That's right, there is no way out between them. Yi Xiao and the others can only blame their bad luck for stumbling into this desert. However, if Zhou Qian really kills all those combat soul warriors, it will be a huge mess. At that point of time, I'm afraid the entire eastern continent will be shaken. The crowds were sighing with mixed emotions. No one had expected the situation to change so quickly. This was a game of cat and mouse, but now the roles had changed. Zhou Qian had turned from an old mouse into a powerful cat, and he was going to kill all those combat soul warriors. After killing Yi Xiao, Zhou Qian threw his glance at Mao Xing and said, "If you want to avenge Mao Fong, I'll give you a chance to strike now." Jiang Chen's words immediately caused Mao Xing's heart to sink to the bottom. He really wished he could eat Jiang Chen alive, but the current situation was clear. He was no match for Jiang Chen. If he struck now, his ending would be no better than Yi Shao and Shengguan Chong's. Jiang Chen, I won't avenge Mao Fong and the Qingyi sect anymore. I, Mao Xing, swear with my life that from now on, the Qingyi sect will never make things difficult for you. What do you say? Mao Xing said. He was actually begging for mercy. He had no choice but to do so because if he struck now he would die and it would be a meaningless death. Swear. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? I know you're scared, but it's useless to be scared. I won't give you a chance to leave this desert. 3 of them are dead and you're the 4th. Jiang Chen raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it toward Mao Xing. Jiang Chen, don't push it too far. Mao Xing shouted out loudly. Ah, who's the one pushing it too far? You're a mighty combat soul warrior and you attacked me, a divine core warrior, back on the blissful island. Isn't that pushing it too far? More than a dozen combat soul warriors joined hands to kill me, isn't that pushing it too far? So what if I push it too far? Jiang Chen laughed out loudly. He stomped his feet and dashed forward like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye he arrived in front of Mao Xing. The long sword pierced through Mao Xing's chest like a poisonous snake. Bang! An extremely sharp sword energy exploded out from Mao Xing's body, causing a huge hole to appear on his chest. You the Qingyi sect, I won't let you go. Mao Xing's body slowly fell to the ground. The 4th combat soul warrior had fallen. Hua! The remaining combat soul warriors all had pale faces, and they were clenching their fists tightly. They couldn't help but feel depressed. They were mighty combat soul warriors, but now their lives were in the hands of a young man, and they didn't even have the ability to do anything about it. When they thought back to what happened outside the island of ice, they couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. I'm sure these guys are feeling regretful right now. Old man Ling Shan stood far away from them with his arms crossed in front of his chest. I'm sure they're regretting becoming enemies with Jiang Chen. The golden lion nodded his head. Wrong, they regret that they didn't try their best to kill Jiang Chen when they were out there. If it wasn't for them being greedy for the treasures in the island of ice, Jiang Chen would have been dead by now and none of this would have happened. Old man Ling Shan said with a smile. He had a gloating expression on his face and at the same time he felt lucky that he didn't become enemies with Jiang Chen. After killing Mao Xing, Jiang Chen didn't stop. He continued walking toward the rest of the combat soul warriors. All of them were his enemies and all of them were extremely strong. They posed a huge threat to him and staying here would only bring him more trouble. You don't have the chance to kneel down and beg for mercy. Your fate has been decided, you'll be the same as the rest of them. Jiang Chen said while walking forward. He was like a judge from hell and with just a single sentence he could decide the life and death of these men. Swoosh. Just at this moment a person flew up into the sky with a schwa sound. Behind his back, there was actually a pair of golden wings of light. Those wings of light were completely condensed from Yuan power. They flapped continuously, clearly an incomparably mystical movement technique. Ah, Jiang Chen, I bet you didn't expect this. Even though I'm only a mortal core warrior, Daddy can still fly. Once I leave this desert my cultivation will recover and that will be the day you die. The man burst into laughter. With a flap of his wings, he turned into a trail of light and flew toward the depths of the desert. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't even look at the man who flew away because he knew that flying was useless and that man was dead for sure. Trying to fly in front of me, this master dog? You're overestimating yourself. De Huang dog let out a loud laugh. With a swoosh, the wings on his back spread out, and his majestic body turned into a trail of light. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the man who had flown far away and blocked his path. Do you really think you can run away with that speed? De Huang dog said in an impolite manner. The man's expression changed. He didn't expect that there would be someone who could fly besides him and it was a dog. However, his fear of De Huang dog was obviously not as great as his fear of Jiang Chen. Damn dog, get the hell away from me. The man raised the huge blade in his hand and swung it toward De Huang dog. Swoosh. The blade slashed De Huang dog's body in half. However, before the man could feel happy about it, he realized that he had just killed De Huang dog's afterimage, and De Huang dog's real body had appeared right in front of his face. Kaka, die now. Big Yellow's head smashed into the man's chest. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the combat soul warrior let out a miserable shriek. He was knocked back to where he stood, and after a few moments of struggling he lost all signs of life. Big Yellow's head smashed into the man's chest, and he was knocked back to where he stood. After a few moments he lost all signs of life. Many people gasped in shock. A huge part of the combat soul warrior's chest was dented, and all his internal organs were shattered. This made the crowd even more terrified of De Huang Dog. The fuck, how can this dog's head be so powerful? Nangong Wentian widened his eyes in shock. This was the first time he had ever seen such a frightening dog head. Chapter 3:12. There was a fierce tiger in front of them and there was no way out for them. This was a deadly situation, and these combat soul warriors had no chance of escaping from Jiang Chen's evil hands. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. When they were outside the island of ice, Jiang Chen had fallen into a deadly situation several times, but he always managed to escape. But after entering the island of ice, the situation had completely turned around. With Jiang Chen's personality, he would never let these combat soul warriors go. Everyone had witnessed Jiang Chen's methods with their own eyes, and they knew how brutal he was. Furthermore, back in Inferno Hell, Jiang Chen had killed many divine core warriors. Even those from the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan had been killed, let alone these men. In front of Jiang Chen there was no way they could fight back. Let's attack him together. We're all at the mortal core realm. No matter how strong he is, he can't defy the natural order. That's right, let's attack together. Since we're all at the same level, I don't believe we can't kill him with so many of us. Two combat soul warriors shouted out with bloodshot eyes. Their words caused all the divine core warriors to become restless, especially those core disciples from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. All of them joined the fight, and the same went for the rest of the men. In just the blink of an eye, more than 40 men had joined the fight. All of them were emitting killing intent as they stood opposite of Jiang Chen. They finally realized that at this moment, they had to work together in order to fight for a chance of survival. All of them were at the early mortal core realm, and no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't be able to deal with all of them. Of course, the core disciples from the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan hated Jiang Chen to the core. Besides, they knew that once all these combat soul warriors were killed with Jiang Chen's abilities, they would be next. Even those divine core warriors who participated in the fight had the same thought. They had tried to kill Jiang Chen before, and the hatred between them had been formed. Right now there was no way out. Only by working together and killing Jiang Chen would they have a chance to survive. Jiang Chen, if you're smart, you still have time to run away. A combat soul warrior shouted toward Jiang Chen. It seems that you've lived for so long in vain. You can't see the real situation at all. At this time you're still putting on a high and mighty face. Do you really think that you can kill me, Jiang Chen, with so many people joining forces? Jiang Chen's expression was cold. He glanced around and looked at the others standing in the desert. Is there anyone else who wants to kill me? I'll give you a chance. Step forward now. Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy to anyone who wanted to kill him. These people in front of him had their fates sealed the moment they tried to kill him. Jiang Chen had always been cruel and merciless to his enemies, and he would never leave any unnecessary troubles for himself. The crowd became restless, but no one dared step forward. Some of the men who wanted to kill Jiang Chen just now were hiding in the crowd, not daring to say a word. There were many smart men among them, and they could tell how frightening Jiang Chen was. Choosing to fight Jiang Chen in this desert was definitely not a wise choice. Instead of risking their lives, they might as well choose to protect themselves. Is that all? Jiang Chen threw his glance back at the men in front of him. A cold light flashed in his eyes like a sharp blade. He slowly raised the long sword in his hand, causing it to shine with a cold light. Kill him. The leading combat soul warrior let out a loud shout, then he turned into a trail of light and dashed toward Jiang Chen. All of you have to die. Jiang Chen's mouth curved upward into an indifferent sneer. With a sway of his body, 9 Jiang Chens appeared at the same time, causing everyone to be dazzled. In the next moment, arg! Miserable screams sounded out from the group of dozens of men. Blood splattered everywhere and broken limbs flew all over the place. Jiang Chen's figure could be seen everywhere in the group of dozens of men. He moved like a ghost and his speed was incredibly fast. These men didn't even have the chance to react. Or they couldn't even see how Jiang Chen appeared before them and they were all killed. Puchi, arg. Jiang Chen's sword was like a deadly poisonous snake. Every time he attacked it would kill. Including those combat soul warriors, no one could withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. Blood and flesh splattered all over the place. All the spectators were scared witless and the scene made their faces turn pale. Half a minute later the scene returned to normal. At this moment the scene was completely silent. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard from the tens of thousands of people. The deathly silence was terrifying. Everyone's gaze was on the Azura battlefield. In just half a minute over 40 men had been killed and not a single one of them was left alive. The battlefield had turned into a pool of blood, and a pungent smell of blood filled the air, causing those who smelled it to feel like vomiting. 8 combat soul warriors, the core geniuses from the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan, and all the divine core warriors were dead. Blood was still dripping from the sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Each drop of blood that landed on the ground felt like an iron hammer smashing onto the hearts of the onlookers. Right at this moment the way everyone looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. This seemingly harmless young man was actually a cruel devil king, and he didn't even blink his eyes when killing people. Ruthless, too ruthless. So many mighty warriors, but he didn't even blink his eyes. We need to stay away from him in the future. I swear I'll never offend this devil king again. Everyone were telling themselves to stay away from Jiang Chen in the future. No matter what, they couldn't afford to become this devil king's enemy. The scene in front of them was just too brutal. Especially those who had participated in the encirclement against Jiang Chen but didn't stand out now. Each and every one of them was sweating in cold sweat. If they didn't stand out just now, they would have the same ending as those lying on the ground. There wouldn't be any accidents. There were more than a dozen combat soul warriors in the desert, including Old Man Lingshan and the Golden Lion. Right now, all of them had shocked expressions on their faces. They stared at Jiang Chen and their hearts were trembling. They felt lucky that there were no grudges between them and Jiang Chen. If not, they wouldn't have a good ending. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation was weaker than theirs, it was a different story in this desert. He was an invincible existence amongst his peers. De Huang. Jiang Chen slowly put away the long sword in his hand, then he shouted at De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog immediately understood what Jiang Chen meant. He immediately ran over to the corpses and took away all their storage rings. He didn't even let go of those combat weapons. This scene made many of them itch. The combined wealth of these people was an astronomical figure. Furthermore, most of the treasures that were auctioned off in the previous auction had already been bought by these people. Now all of them were in Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen's face was filled with disdain. For Jiang Chen there was no such thing as morality when dealing with his enemies. Those men were just jealous of him, and if he didn't take all of his wealth, the others would definitely do the same to him. This was the reality of life. Little Chenzi, we've gained a lot this time, much more than what we got in Inferno Hell. De Huang Dog's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. Let's go, let's enter the island of ice. Jiang Chen replied with a smile on his face. Without paying any attention to the others, he started walking into the desert. He had concealed his identity when he came to the blissful island, and he didn't want to fight any of these superpowers. But unfortunately things had turned out this way. However, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. As the once greatest saint beneath the heavens, his path would always be filled with powerful enemies and tremendous pressure. After Jiang Chen left, everyone couldn't help but let out sighs of relief. Standing together with a devil like this was a huge pressure, especially for those who wanted to kill Jiang Chen. They really wanted to put their palms together and say, Amit Ba, as if they had just gotten their lives back. So many people have died, things are going to get out of hand this time. Someone said. That's right, most of those combat soul warriors have some background, especially those from the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan. I'm sure they won't let this go easily. Jiang Chen has killed so many people today, and the impact he has caused is much bigger than what happened in Inferno Hell. The island of ice has opened, and I'm sure all the superpowers in the eastern continent have found out about this. Perhaps they are sending their men here right now. and even the Martial Palace and Martial Saint Dynasty will come here to look for treasures. When they see what happened here, the Myriad Sword Sect and Xianxia clan will definitely go berserk. Not only that, some superpowers from other provinces won't let Jiangchen get away with it. I'm afraid this trip to the Island of Ice is going to be very exciting. That's right, Jiangchen is going to face a situation where the entire world is his enemy. I wonder if he can withstand the anger from those superpowers. Everyone were sighing with mixed emotions. In just 1 or 2 days, all the superpowers would arrive here. According to the situation 100 years ago, the entrance to the Island of Ice would only close after 7 days, and those who came here would have to find a new exit by themselves. In the following days, more and more mighty warriors would arrive at the Island of Ice, and at that point of time, the Island of Ice would truly be in chaos. In other words, the battle between Jiangchen and all the superpowers had just begun. Let's go, let's enter the Island of Ice and leave this desert as soon as possible. I don't feel safe here. That's right, our cultivations have been suppressed, we don't feel safe at all. Once we leave this desert, our cultivations will return to normal. That's right, we can't touch the dead bodies here, let's just leave them here. When the mighty warriors from the superpowers arrive, something big will happen. Chapter 313. Eastern Continent, the Jian Province. On top of a rolling mountain range, a white mist could be seen drifting in the air, causing the entire mountain range to look like a fairyland. On top of the mountain range, palaces and houses could be seen everywhere. The natural yuan energy here was extremely rich, and if any ordinary warrior could cultivate here, his or her cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. This was an important place in the Jian Province, a place that countless warriors yearned to visit. Because this was the base of a sect, the Myriad Sword Sect. Right at this moment, outside of the Myriad Sword Sect, dozens of warriors with long swords on their backs could be seen. The Island of Ice has reappeared 100 years ago. This is a great fortune. This time I'll bring all of you to the Island of Ice, and how much you can get from it will depend on yourselves. An old man with white beard said to the people in front of him. This old man had a formidable cultivation base, and he was no weaker than Master Blissful. Aside from the 2 combat soul sect elders from the Tianjian Gate, the rest were all genius disciples from the Tianjian Gate. The man in the lead had a handsome face, and he was holding a folding fan in his hand. He looked to be in his 30s, but he was emitting a powerful aura, and he was a combat soul warrior. Geniuses like him were extremely rare in the entire Eastern Continent. After that, the old man took out a huge sword. The sword instantly grew bigger, and all dozens of people stepped onto the huge sword and flew away. They were heading toward the ocean. With the help of these mid-combat soul warriors, it would only take them 2 to 3 days to reach the ocean from the Jian province. At the same time, the same thing was happening to the Xianxia clan in the Jian province. After discovering the Island of Ice had reappeared, the Xianxia clan immediately sent their elders and geniuses over. Even the Martial Palace and Martial Saint Dynasty were sent over. The Island of Ice's reappearance had brought a huge shock to the continent, and none of the powers in the Eastern Continent were willing to let go of this opportunity. All the powers and rogue cultivators from the other provinces in the Eastern Continent were heading there as well. For a moment, the entire sea was bustling with activity. Tyrannical figures quickly flew towards the center of the sea. Many cultivators who were closer to the sea had already arrived at the sea. The Island of Ice attracted the attention of countless cultivators, especially the geniuses of the younger generation. All of them were proud and arrogant, and each of them had a certain amount of luck. They wanted to rely on their luck to enter the Island of Ice and obtain more luck and benefits. Perhaps they could become famous in an instant. Many people still remembered that 100 years ago, the current Martial Saint Dynasty's emperor had left the Island of Ice. Because of that, his path of cultivation was unstoppable, and he eventually became a combat king warrior. Meanwhile, on the Island of Ice, the desert was huge. Jiang Chen's group was the fastest, so they were walking at the front. Wow, I'm so happy today. Not only did I eliminate those old fools, I even obtained a huge fortune. De Huang Dog cackled. He was in an extremely good mood. Little Chenzi, I didn't expect you to be so ferocious. It seems that I've underestimated you. I didn't expect such a dazzling genius to exist in the Eastern continent. Nangong Wentian said with a sigh. Little Qinzi has always been ferocious to his enemies. You know, those are all enemies, and if we were to fall into their hands, I'm afraid we wouldn't end up any better than them. Han Yen shrugged his shoulders with a carefree expression. This was how the world of cultivation worked. The strong preyed on the weak. Furthermore, if someone wanted to kill you and you still wanted to be merciful, that would be no different from committing suicide. Brother Nan just said that there's such a dazzling genius in the Eastern continent. Don't tell me you're not from the Eastern continent? Jiang Qin was startled, then he looked at Nangong Wentian. That's right, little Qinzi, Brother Yen, although we've just met, we're kindred spirits. Furthermore, little Qinzi has saved my life before, so I won't hide it from you. I'm from the Southern continent and I was supposed to go out to train, but I didn't expect that I'd wander too far and ended up in the Eastern continent. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. I was ambushed by a soul-devouring barbaric beast the moment I arrived in the Eastern continent. Although I managed to tear the beast into pieces, I was poisoned by the barbaric poison, and my soul was being devoured every second. In the end, I had no choice but to come to the blissful manor to look for some pills that could heal my soul. Ordinary soul pills are useless as they won't be able to cure the barbaric poison. Little Qinzi, you're the best. You concocted 3 9-soul restoration pills for me and now I've fully recovered. Nangong Wentian said. Jiang Qin and Han Yen couldn't help but sigh. They didn't expect this guy to be from the Southern continent. After hearing Nangong Wentian's words, Jiang Qin and Han Yen finally understood why Nangong Wentian was willing to exchange something as precious as the 9-solar holy water for the 9-soul restoration pills. The soul-devouring barbaric beast was an extremely terrifying demonic beast. It lived in extremely dark places and was an expert in stealth and sneak attacks. This kind of demonic beast was extremely rare, but its attacks were extremely powerful. Furthermore, it could directly attack a person's soul, and relied on devouring souls to strengthen itself. If an ordinary cultivator was attacked by a soul-devouring barbaric beast, the consequences would be unimaginable. To put it bluntly, it was Nangong Wentian's good fortune to have met Jiang Qin. Damn it, the Southern continent is so far away from the Eastern continent. With your speed, I'm afraid it would take you quite some time to get here, right? De Huang Dog looked at Nangong Wentian and said. I'm a man who loves challenges and excitement. I spent more than a year to get here from the Southern continent, but it wasn't a peaceful journey and I went through a lot. When I have time I'll tell you all about it. Let me tell you this, when I first came out from the Southern continent, I was only an early Divine Core warrior. But now I'm at the peak Divine Core realm, and I'll break through to the Combat Soul realm very soon. Hehe. Nangong Wentian said in a narcissistic manner. The fuck? Han Yen gazed at Nangong Wentian speechlessly. With Brother Nan's talent, this is normal. Jiang Qin nodded his head and said. The journey from the Southern continent to the Eastern continent was a huge distance, and one could imagine how dangerous it was. Only by constantly experiencing danger could a man grow faster. Furthermore, Nangong Wentian's talent was no weaker than anyone else's, and it was normal for him to have such a huge improvement after spending more than a year in the Southern continent. Brother Nan, where did you get so much 9-solar holy water? Han Yen asked. Not much, Daddy only has 8 drops of 9-solar holy water on me. I used 1 drop myself, exchanged 3 drops for a 9-soul restoration pill, and gave 3 drops to Master Blissful as a reward. Now I only have 1 drop left. Nangong Wentian said in a gloomy manner. Nangong Wentian didn't tell them where he got the 9-solar holy water, and neither did Jiang Qin or Han Yen ask. The two of them didn't ask about Nangong Wentian's identity in the Southern continent either. In their eyes, having a brother and friend like him was more than enough. If Nangong Wentian was willing to tell them, he would tell them himself. If he didn't want to tell them, they would just be forcing him. The group continued walking forward. Even with their speed, it took them 2 hours to walk out of the desert. There was no night or day on the island of ice, neither was there a sun or a moon. Everything looked very calm, and it wasn't as dangerous or brutal as Inferno Hell. The weather was calm, the light was calm, everything seemed very calm. Wow, my cultivation has recovered. As expected, as long as we walk out of the desert, that mysterious force will disappear on its own. My cultivation has recovered as well. Feels so good to have my cultivation back. I couldn't even breathe when I was suppressed by that force. We've finally entered the island of ice. What awaits us is an endless amount of treasures. After walking out of the desert, everyone began to shout out in excitement. It was just as they had expected. The ancient and mysterious power only existed in the desert. As long as they walked out of the desert, the mysterious power would disappear and everyone's cultivation base would be completely restored. After walking out of the desert, there was a plain in front of them. The plain was very flat, no different from an ordinary plain. There weren't any treasures here either. Fly towards the end of the plain, we'll definitely find some treasures, someone said. Right at this moment, many people threw their glances at Zhou Xian. Before they came to the island of ice, Zhou Xian was surrounded by enemies and he could die at any moment. But after experiencing the desert, Zhou Xian had killed all his enemies with his own hands. Now that they had walked out of the desert, he didn't have to worry about his safety. The remaining combat soul warriors didn't have any grudges against Zhou Xian. If they did, they would have attacked him long ago. As for those divine core warriors who had grudges against Zhou Xian, none of them dared attack Zhou Xian. They had indeed recovered their cultivation, but so had Zhou Xian. The group of over 10,000 men were scattered in different directions, and they were all flying towards the end of the plain at the same time. This time they were flying, no longer walking. A few minutes later they reached the end of the plain. In front of them a white fog suddenly appeared. When they got closer they realized that there were actually 9 paths in front of them. In other words, there were 9 paths in front of them. Each path seemed to have appeared out of thin air. It was full of an illusory feeling and it seemed a little unreal. Why are there so many paths? How are we going to choose? We have to be careful. Although this island of ice is a treasure, there are many dangerous places in it as well. I'm sure some of these 9 paths will lead to the place where the treasure is and some will lead to dangerous places. That's right, let's wait and see. Don't act too rashly. If we end up in a dangerous place, we'll just be throwing our lives away. The group who were flying in a panic immediately stopped and stared at the 9 paths in front of them. For a moment they didn't know what to choose. The mysterious force that was suppressing them in the desert had proven that this island of ice was an extraordinary place. As the saying goes, danger and opportunity coexist. Where there was a great opportunity, there would be a great danger. No one would joke around with their lives and they had to be careful when choosing the path. Chapter 3:14. Little Chenzi, there are 9 paths here, how should we choose? Han Yan looked at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's image of being able to do anything had been deeply rooted in Han Yan's mind. Normally, Han Yan would ask Zhang Chen for help when he encountered an unexplainable situation. The unknown is always full of uncertainties and every path here has its own uncertainties. Let's just wait and see, Zhang Chen said. He threw his glance at the 9 paths and observed them carefully, but he still couldn't figure anything out. Why are you panicking? I'm sure there are people who are more anxious than us. Let's let those who are anxious go in first. Nangong Wentian crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a calm expression. Time passed by slowly. The group of over 10,000 men stood outside of the 9 paths and no one dared enter. But the situation had started becoming restless. Just like what Nangong Wentian had said, some of the more anxious men were getting impatient. I don't think there's any difference between the 9 paths. Since you cowards don't dare enter, let me go first. I'll choose the path in the middle. Right at this moment, a young man who looked to be in his 20s stood out. He was a genius disciple from one of the Eastern Continent sects, and he had broken through to the early divine core realm at such a young age. His face was filled with pride. As the saying goes, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. All young men like to take risks. Therefore this young man was the first one to step forward. He strode toward the path in the middle. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the young man entered the path in the middle. His body swayed a little as if he was hit by some kind of dimensional force, but he soon regained his balance. He turned around and laughed at the crowd. Did you see that? Nothing happened to me, Daddy will go first. The young man turned around and quickly walked into the path. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Nothing happened to me, I'll choose the path in the middle as well. Seeing that someone was fine after entering the island of ice, The rest of the men didn't hesitate any longer. Everyone knew that the first one to enter the island of ice would be the first one to obtain the treasures and opportunities. At this moment, a total of 8 men dashed toward the path at the same time. With incredible speed they arrived in the middle of the path in the blink of an eye. But right at this moment something unexpected happened. All. A few shrill screams rang out, and under everyone's horrified gazes, the bodies of 6 people instantly exploded like balloons, turning into a mist of blood and then completely disappeared. What? Many people exclaimed. Those who were about to enter immediately stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with shock. The scene just now was too terrifying. The road was still very normal, and from the outside there was not the slightest ripple, but the people who entered just like that died for no reason. What was even more puzzling was that out of the 8 people who had entered, 6 had died, while the other 2 young men were completely unscathed as if nothing had happened. But at this moment, the 2 young men's faces were undoubtedly very unsightly. Their bodies were also splashed with the blood of other people. The people who entered died just like that while they were completely fine. This kind of scene was really too strange, and it made them tremble with fear. Why is this happening? Why did the others die when they entered but nothing happened to these 2? What's going on? This is too scary. Nobody could stay calm anymore. This kind of scene was too scary. The 2 young men finally recovered from the shock. Then they looked at each other and burst out laughing. Ha, I know, the island of ice's treasure is prepared for those who are lucky enough to enter, those who are not lucky enough to be able to enter. Since we entered and didn't die, it means we are lucky enough to be able to enter, haha. The 2 young men were extremely excited. They turned around and walked into the deeper part of the path, disappearing in the blink of an eye. That's strange, I don't believe it, it must be this path's problem. Let me try another path, I'll choose the first path. An old man in his 50s walked toward the first path. He stopped when he reached the front of the path. Judging from the sweat on his face, he was extremely nervous. After all, he had done something bad before, so he would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. Damn it, let's do it. The old man clenched his teeth. It took him so much effort to enter, he couldn't just leave empty-handed. The old man took a step forward and entered the path. Ah, see. I told you it's the path's problem, nothing happened to it, arg. The old man's excitement had just started, but he immediately let out a miserable shriek just like before. In the next moment his body exploded and turned into a blood mist. In the next moment he disappeared just like before. Swoosh. This time, everyone was scared out of their wits. One by one they looked at the 9 paths in front of them as if they were looking at the path of death. The deaths of those who entered were too strange. They died for no reason at all. There was no reason at all. Damn it, this is too scary. What's going on? That's right, this is too scary. There's something wrong with all 9 paths, someone is going to die. Everyone were shocked and no one could stay calm anymore. Their mindset of searching for treasures had completely changed. No matter how precious the treasures were, they were not as important as their lives. The dozens of combat soul warriors in front of them were frowning as well, and their hearts were racing. One of them finally couldn't resist the temptation and walked toward one of the paths. If you're dead, it means your cultivation level is too low. After saying that, the man took a step into the path. Right when he stepped into the path, everyone could see a frightened expression on his face. He was trying his best to escape from the path, but in the end he was killed. Bang! A deep explosion sounded out. The combat soul warrior's body exploded, turning into a blood mist that drifted away in the air. Even a combat soul warrior is dead, who else dares go in? We're finished, this is the path of death, there's no way to enter it. Could it be that what that guy said earlier is true? They are all men with great fortunes? Fear appeared in everyone's hearts. They couldn't help but panic when faced with a situation like this. The golden lion furrowed his brows even tighter. As if he had just thought of something, he threw his glance at a young man who was not far away from him. The young man was only a peak heavenly core warrior, and he looked like a yes man with a pale face. Clearly he was frightened by what had just happened. Flap. The golden lion grabbed the young man's shoulder and said, "You go in. Senior, please spare my life, I don't want to die." The young man was so scared that he almost peed his pants. In his mind he was cursing the golden lion's uncle. So many people had died, and asking him to go in was no different than asking him to die. He didn't think he was some man with great fortunes. Go, you might not die. The golden lion exerted his strength and threw the young man into the hole like a kite. The young man was so scared that he immediately started screaming, and his face turned extremely pale. However, the strength of a combat soul warrior was too strong and he had no other choice. Plop. The young man sat down at the entrance of the path. He was so nervous that his body was trembling. His eyes were tightly closed and his pants were wet. He had really peed his pants. 1 minute passed, but the young man was still alive. He slowly opened his eyes and found that he was indeed in the path, but he was still alive. He immediately jumped up from the ground and stood up. "Pa, Daddy is still alive. Daddy is also a man with great fortunes." The young man was extremely excited. He was still alive. He immediately bowed toward the golden lion, then he turned around and walked into the path. What happened? Why did some people die but some didn't? This was the biggest mystery in everyone's mind. This was unbelievable. "Little Chinzi, what's going on?" Han Yen asked. "Don't you understand? All these paths are the same, but they are selective. Did you guys notice that those who entered the path, those who are young are still alive, but those who are old are all dead? That means only the young can enter the path safely, and those who are too old will immediately die." Jiangqin didn't lower his voice, so everyone heard what he said. Brother Jiangqin is right. If my guess is correct, all the young men below the age of 30 can enter, but those who are above the age of 30 can't enter. The golden lion said in a gloomy manner. All the combat soul warriors felt gloomy as well. Obviously, all of them were above the age of 30. "Ah, I understand now, this path is prepared for the young. You guys are all old and you don't have much potential left. The island of ice won't give you the fortune." A young man burst into laughter, then he flew toward one of the paths. Soon after, he disappeared into the path and nothing happened to him. "I don't think it's just 30, I'm 31 this year, I might be able to enter as well. Why don't you give it a try?" "Sure, I'll give it a try." The 31-year-old man walked forward with an imposing manner. He was extremely confident, thinking that he was still very young. But too bad, when he walked into the path he realized his mistake. After the 31-year-old man turned into a cloud of blood mist, the crowd finally understood what had happened. Many people started feeling dejected, but those young men were extremely excited. It turned out that the island of ice wasn't open to everyone, it was only open to the young men. In this way, the pressure and the competition between the young men had instantly decreased by quite a bit. Looking at all the young men who were below the age of 30 walking into different paths, Han Yen and Nangong went in, both pursed their lips. "Hehe, it's more interesting to fight with the younger generation. Little Chinzi, let's go," Nangong Wentian said. But right at this moment Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. According to his age he was only 16 years old, not even 17 years old. However, his soul was that of an old monster who had lived for more than 1,000 years. If this was counted as his age, wouldn't that mean he was finished? Chapter 315. Motherfucker, I've come here for nothing. Old man Ling Shan said in a gloomy manner. Rogue cultivators like us don't even have a talented junior. If not, we might be able to bring our juniors here to look for opportunities. Another combat soul warrior said. Daddy will only accept a genius disciple when I get back. This is so depressing. The golden lion was even more gloomy. The island of ice had finally appeared, but all he could do was stare at it. Those mighty warriors from the superpowers weren't able to enter the island of ice, but the young warriors they brought with them could enter. This was a good thing for the superpowers. Right at this moment, a figure flew toward them and stood in front of the crowd. It was none other than Master Blissful. What happened? Why aren't you guys going in? Also, who killed those corpses outside? Master Blissful looked at the golden lion and the others. I killed them all, Jiang Chen said. Only now did Master Blissful notice Jiang Chen and the others. When he recalled the horrifying scene in the desert, his expression changed. I understand. Master Blissful sighed and nodded his head. Thinking about the grudge between Jiang Chen and those men, and the fact that his cultivation was suppressed in the desert, it wasn't hard for him to guess that Jiang Chen had something to do with this. Even so, Master Blissful still admired Jiang Chen's courage. Even he didn't dare offend the myriad sword sect and Shangguan clan. Why did Master Blissful only show up now? Jiangchen asked curiously. We encountered some trouble at the bottom of the ocean, and now the island of ice has appeared. Why aren't you guys going in? Master Blissful looked at the paths and asked. Master Blissful, we can't go in, not even you. These paths are evil, only those below 30 years old can enter. Those above 30 years old will be killed. Old man Ling Shan said with a smile on his face. What? Master Blissful's expression changed. Master, old man Ling Shan is right, that's the truth. Nangong Wentian said. Hearing this, Master Blissful was struck dumb. Sure enough, he saw that those people walking towards the 9 paths were all young men. He couldn't help but widen his eyes as he blurted out, what the fuck? To anyone, this kind of situation would make them speechless. The treasure was right in front of them, but they had no fate with it. This kind of feeling was incomprehensible to ordinary people. This is fate. 100 years ago, when the current emperor entered the island of ice, he was only 20 years old. Unfortunately, the island of ice only appears once every 100 years. We can only blame ourselves for being born at the wrong time. Now we can only find another way out. If we're lucky, we might be able to find some treasures. The Golden Lion Great Demon said. Although the cultivators above the age of 30 were extremely depressed, this was the truth. There was no other way. They couldn't just barge in and die, right? Little Chinzi, let's not waste any more time. Let's hurry inside. Nangong Wentian could not wait any longer. Jiangchen frowned. For the first time in his life he felt uncertain. Little Chinzi, what's wrong? Han Yen noticed that Jiangchen didn't look too good. Nothing. Jiangchen smiled. If there's nothing else, let's hurry inside. De Huang dog could not wait any longer. I say, De Huang, you old dog, how old are you? Don't go in there and get yourself killed. Nangong Wentian looked at De Huang dog and said. Get lost. You're the old dog. Damn it, I'm a wise and strong man, how could I be 30 years old? De Huang dog bared his teeth and stared at Nangong Wentian angrily. Jiang Chen's heart was beating like a drum, but he could not let go of the opportunity in front of him. Besides, he could feel that there was something in this island of ice that was calling out to him. Let's go. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. He had no choice but to fight. Which path should we take? Han Yen asked. Whatever. No matter which path we take, it won't be ordinary. Jiang Chen's gaze fell onto the 4th path. He took a deep breath and strode forward. Master Blissful, we're going in. If we find something good, we'll share it with you. Nangong Wentian laughed out and was the first one to enter the path. He was about the same age as Han Yen, around 20 years old. Entering the island of ice shouldn't be a problem for him. In the blink of an eye, Han Yen, De Huang dog and Nangong Wentian had all entered the path. Jiang Chen took another deep breath and stepped into the path. Instantly he felt that his soul was shaken. This made Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat. Luckily, the shaking only lasted for a second and Jiang Chen's condition stabilized. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh of relief as the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Damn it, luckily that force is only related to my age and not my soul. Otherwise this old man who has lived for more than 1,000 years, would have died instantly. Jiang Chen felt lucky in his mind. Little Chinzi, why do I feel like something's not right with your emotions? Han Yen asked curiously. He had been with Jiang Chen for a long time and Jiang Chen had always been calm and collected. No matter how difficult or dangerous the situation was, he would always face it calmly. He had never had such a huge change in his emotions before. Nothing, I was just thinking about something. Let's go, I don't think this path will be easy, let's be careful. Jiang Chen reminded them. Cultivating the great soul derivation skill had made him extremely sensitive, allowing him to accurately sense that this island of ice wasn't an ordinary place. There was a saying that opportunities and dangers coexisted, and if they wanted to find something good, they had to be prepared for danger. All right. Both Han Yen and Nangong Wentian nodded their heads. In an environment like this, even with their strength, they didn't dare show any carelessness. Everything on this island of ice was extremely bizarre, and even a combat soul warrior had been killed at the entrance. It wasn't difficult to imagine what would happen if that mysterious destructive force hit them. They wouldn't be able to escape either. Tap tap. The path was extremely quiet, so quiet that it was frightening. Only the sound of footsteps could be heard. 3 men and a dog were walking on the path with serious expressions on their faces. They had to be extremely careful. I feel like this path is going to be very long. Nangong Wentian said. This path is filled with cracks and it's filled with an ancient aura. I wonder how many years this path has existed for. It's really eerie. Han Yen furrowed his brows. Everything here is extraordinary. We can't be careless. This path won't be peaceful. Jiang Chen's instinct told him that this path wasn't as dangerous as it looked. 3 men and a dog kept walking at the same speed. After walking for an hour, they suddenly heard a miserable scream coming from not far away from them. The scream was extremely frightening, as if it didn't come from a human. Jiang Chen and the other 3 couldn't help but increase their speed. Soon after, they saw a man lying on the ground a few hundred meters away from them, and his body was covered with blood. What was even more frightening was that the man's head had exploded, leaving behind a headless corpse. Blood was flowing out from the severed head. It was a terrifying scene. It's the man who came here before us. He was walking in front of us, but we didn't expect him to be killed. Han Yen said. This man is an early divine core warrior, and judging from his injuries, I think his head was exploded by a single punch, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Nangong Wentian said. Be careful, there might be some unknown creatures here. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. How can we be sure? Nangong Wentian looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Because not many people have come here before us, and none of them have a particularly strong cultivation base. At least, no one has the ability to explode an early divine core warrior's head with a single punch. Besides, there are no treasures here, so there's no need to fight for them. I don't think anyone will kill each other before we reach the end of the path. Jiang Chen concluded. What little Chenzi said is right. Since it's not a human, then there must be some other monsters hiding here. Han Yan's expression changed. Be careful. Jiang Chen suddenly shouted out. With incredible speed, he punched toward Han Yan's back. Bang! Following a deep explosive sound, Jiang Chen's fist collided with something. Han Yan immediately turned around, and what he saw was a boulder that was taller than him. That's right, it was a boulder. Its entire body was yellow, and it had existed for a long time. The boulder had a pair of legs, and it looked exactly like a human. The only difference was that it didn't have any facial features on its head. It was a moving boulder, and it gave off an eerie feeling. Crack crack. After being severely injured by Jiang Chen's punch, cracks started appearing on the boulder's body. After that, it shattered into pieces and fell onto the ground. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Where did it come from? How come I didn't even sense it? Han Yen couldn't help but curse. Just thinking about it made him feel scared. If not for Jiang Chen's timely attack, he would have been killed by the boulder. Be careful, it seems like this boulder exists in the air. It can't be seen or touched, and it can attack at any time. I think this man was killed by the boulder's sudden attack. Jiang Chen said. Although the boulder is strong, it's definitely not a match for me. But it's hard to guard against them when they hide in the air. Han Yen frowned. He was powerful and had sharp senses, but the boulder was like a ghost. If he was careless, he wouldn't be able to sense it. There's definitely more than one boulder. Jiang Chen squatted down and picked up a random stone chip. After a careful examination, he said, the boulder doesn't have any elemental energy waves. It relies on its own strength, which is why it's hard to sense its existence. Besides, these boulders don't have any signs of life, and they only know how to attack. It's hard to guard against them. The good thing is that once they are shattered, they will die instantly. Chapter 316. Jiang Chen looked around. There was nothing around them except for the white fog. Even when they used their divine sense to probe the surrounding space, they still couldn't find anything. Let's keep moving. Try to get as close as possible. It's better to be safe than sorry. Jiang Chen said. Damn it. This stone golem doesn't even have a demon spirit in its body. This is so depressing. De Huang Dog mumbled. He thought that since this stone golem could survive in such a strange space, it must have some extraordinary treasures in its body, just like the 9-life crystal beast in purgatory. Unfortunately, after the stone golem was killed, There was nothing but a pile of broken stones, not even a strand of hair. This stone golem doesn't even have elemental energy, so how could it have a demon spirit? However, fighting these elusive stone golems in this space can train your senses. Jiang Qin patted Nangong Wentian and Han Yan's shoulders. Fighting in such a highly concentrated state was very beneficial to the training of a cultivator's soul force and senses. The three of them and the dog continued to move forward. About half an hour later they saw another corpse ahead of them. This corpse's death was exactly the same as the previous one. Both had their heads blown off by a single punch. Judging from the way the corpse died, there wasn't any intense battle before it died. In other words, this person was killed by the stone golem with a single blow before he could react. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind suddenly blew out from the void. A stone golem suddenly appeared in front of De Huang Dog like a ghost. It aimed its gigantic fist at De Huang Dog's head and smashed it down. Bang! The stone golem's fist smashed onto De Huang Dog's head. The expected scene of the stone golem's head exploding did not happen. Instead, the stone golem's arm was directly shattered. Kaka, you want to explode this master dog's head with just this little bit of attack power? You're too weak. De Huang Dog laughed loudly. He suddenly dashed forward and smashed the stone golem into pieces, scattering them all over the ground. Damn, De Huang, how did you train your dog? You're too awesome. Nangong Wentian gave a thumbs up to De Huang Dog. He was really impressed. De Huang's head is the hardest thing I've ever seen. If those stone monsters only attack the head and not the other parts of his body, De Huang won't even need to resist. He'll just stand there and let the stone monsters hit him. He was quite confident in De Huang Dog's head. Even a high-ranked combat weapon couldn't break his head, let alone these stone golems. Fugue as he spoke, an obscure wind appeared once again, and a stone golem appeared behind Nangong Wentian. Humph! Nangong Wentian coldly snorted. His reaction was extremely fast. He quickly turned around and punched the golem behind him. This punch brought along a thunderous sound. It was an extremely oppressive sound of an elephant. When Nangong Wentian punched out, it was as if a barbarian elephant had appeared. With just a single punch, the golem was smashed into pieces. Jejie, in front of my 10,000 everlasting elephants skill, everything will be destroyed, Kaka. Nangong Wentian let out a narcissistic laugh. Big brother, wake up. That golem is only an early divine core warrior, and it doesn't have any yuan energy, it's just the strength of its body. Han Yen pulled Nangong Wentian's clothes, telling him not to be so narcissistic. Nangong Wentian let out a few light coughs. He suddenly felt that killing an early divine core monster with a single punch wasn't a big deal. If a stone golem like this were to attack head-on, many people would be able to kill it. But your 10,000 everlasting elephants skill is pretty powerful. Jiang Qin said. With his experience, he could easily tell how terrifying Nangong Wentian's skill was. If he cultivated it to the extreme, he would be able to possess the strength of 10,000 elephants. It was an extremely frightening skill. Of course. Nangong Wentian felt proud of himself once again. In the following 2 days, the three of them and the dog continued to walk on this seemingly endless path. Along the way, they were constantly attacked by hidden stone golems. However, with their strength, no matter how well hidden the stone golems were, they were all killed. Under such intense battles, Han Yen and Nangong Wentian's perception had indeed improved by quite a bit. Bam! Han Yan's fist that was wrapped in devilish energy punched towards a spot in the sky where there was a ripple. Following a cracking sound, a large amount of broken rocks fell down from the sky. Along the way, the group of 4 men and a dog had killed at least 100 stone golems. However, it seemed like there was no end to these stone golems, as if they would never be able to kill all of them. Damn it, this master dog can't take this anymore. When will we reach the end of this path? De Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have chosen this path. Han Yen had a gloomy expression as well. Do you really think the other paths are peaceful? Let me tell you, none of the 9 paths are peaceful. If I'm not mistaken, the people on the other paths must be experiencing different kinds of dangers right now, just like us. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. While Jiang Qin and the group were fighting the stone golems on the white path, a gigantic sword and a battleship appeared outside of the island of ice. Both the gigantic sword and battleship were powerful magical weapons, and there were dozens of men standing on each of them. They were the men from the Myriad Sword Sect and Shangguan clan. These two superpowers were extremely fast, and in just 2 days they had arrived outside of the Island of Ice. Looking at the gigantic island of ice floating above the ice, the group couldn't help but feel their breaths quicken. The Island of Ice has reappeared. I never thought I would have the chance to see it again in my lifetime. The white-bearded old man from the Myriad Sword Sect said with mixed emotions. Old Bai, look at you, I can tell you've never seen the world before. The combat soul warrior from the Shangguan clan couldn't help but ridicule the old man. The Myriad Sword Sect and the Shangguan clan had been enemies for a long time, and it was already good enough that they didn't start a fight when they met. Shangguan Hui, stop showing off. I don't believe you aren't nervous when the Island of Ice has reappeared. Who knows who's going to find a great fortune on this trip? Old Bai Lung Lung glared at Shangguan Hui and said angrily. After exchanging some words, the two superpowers started flying toward the illusory entrance of the Island of Ice. Plop, plop. Just like before, this group of incomparably elegant major characters fell to the ground one by one, looking so handsome that they were in a daze. What's going on? Someone cried out in shock. There's a force here that's suppressing my cultivation. I'm only an early mortal core warrior right now, this is really weird. Shangguan Hui's expression changed. Sect Elder, look over there are so many dead bodies. A young disciple from the Myriad Sword Sect saw a pool of blood not far away from them, and he immediately cried out in shock. Let's go have a look. The group quickly arrived in front of the dead bodies. When they saw the condition of the dead bodies, their expressions immediately changed. Bastard, who did this? Old Bai was so angry that even his beard was trembling. An intense anger rose up from his heart. Third Grandpa, this is Sixth Grandpa's dead body. All the men who came with Sixth Grandpa are dead. A young man from the Shangguan clan said while gritting his teeth. Senior disciple Lin Enying was killed as well. Who has the guts to kill all the men from the Myriad Sword Sect and Shangguan clan? All the disciples from the Myriad Sword Sect were furious. As disciples of the Myriad Sword Sect, no matter where they went, they would always be supreme existences. No one dared to disrespect them and no one dared to be their enemy. Everyone had to think twice before making an enemy out of the Myriad Sword Sect. A scene like this had never happened before. Who did this? Old White Ghost was truly furious. He had even killed an elder of the Myriad Sword Sect. This was a serious provocation to the Myriad Sword Sect's dignity. On the other side, the Shangguan clan was in a similar situation. In the Eastern continent, no one had ever dared to offend the Shangguan clan's dignity like this. Even the Martial Palace and Martial Saint Dynasty had to give them some face. I don't care who it is, we have to tear them into pieces. Shangguan Hui said while gritting his teeth. Let's go, once we leave this desert that mysterious force will disappear. We have to find out who killed our men. Old Bai Lung Ling said. After that he brought the group and flew toward the end of the desert. With their speed they soon left the desert, crossed the plain and arrived in front of the 9 paths. Right at this moment, there were still many people in front of the paths. When they saw the men from the Myriad Sword Sect and Shangguan clan, their expressions immediately changed. Judging from the expressions of these two superpowers, it was obvious that they had discovered what had happened in the desert. Zhou, the combat soul genius from the Myriad Sword Sect who was holding a folding fan, grabbed a rogue warrior and pulled him toward himself. Tell me who did it. This man's name was Ling Du, a peerless genius from the Myriad Sword Sect. He had broken through to the combat soul realm at such a young age, and he was also a disciple of the Martial Palace. He had a very high status in the sect, and when he heard about the Island of Ice's reappearance he followed his sect here. It's Jiang Chen. All your men were killed by Jiang Chen. The rogue warrior answered in a low voice, not daring to hide anything. Right now the Myriad Sword Sect was extremely angry, and if he didn't take this seriously he could very well be killed. Jiang Chen? Who Jiang Chen? Ling Du Lung Ling said. Jiang Chen, the one who walked out from Inferno Hell. He was followed by a De Huang dog and 2 of his companions. The man's forehead was covered in sweat. Slap. Ling Du slapped the man's face and shouted, "Bullshit! What cultivation level does that Jiang Chen have? How could he kill all those combat soul warriors?" It's because the desert restricts everyone's cultivation level to the early mortal core realm. That Zhou Xian has a strong body, and he's invincible amongst those who are at the same level as him. That's why he was able to kill all your men. The rogue warrior was cursing in his mind. He was really unlucky, but he didn't dare show any neglect when facing Ling Du's question. He's right, all your men were killed by Zhou Xian. He is a madman. Someone said. Where's Zhou Xian? Ling Du said while gnashing his teeth. He has entered the inner part of the island of ice. The man said. Damn this Zhou Xian, I'm going to tear him into 1,000,000 pieces. Come, let's enter the inner part of the island of ice. Shang Guanhui unleashed his energy and was about to walk toward one of the paths. Don't go in. Someone shouted out. Right now they had to stop Shang Guanhui from entering the inner part of the island of ice. If they didn't, Shang Guanhui would be killed immediately, and the Shangguan clan would blame them for not reporting what happened to him. If that happened, all of them would die together with Shang Guanhui. Chapter 317. Shang Guanhui, who was about to take his first step, suddenly turned around and stared at the man who spoke. Why can't we go in? Sect Elder Shangguan, this path is extremely evil. Only those below 30 years old can go in safely, but those above 30 years old will be killed immediately. The man said. What? Old White Ghost and Shang Guanhui cried out at the same time, their faces filled with shock. He's right, those above 30 years old will be killed if they go in, and many have already died. If not, why would we just stand here and wait? Old man Ling Shan said. Third Grandpa, I didn't expect this island of ice to be so selective. What should we do now? A genius from the Shangguan clan asked Shangguan Wei. Looks like this island of ice is prepared for young men. Since we can't enter it, we won't do so. Ilong Ile, you two bring the rest of the men into the island of ice, find that Zhou Xian and tear him into 1,000,000 pieces. Shang Guanhui looked at the two young men standing next to him. Both of them had strong cultivations, both of them were combat soul warriors. Although they were only at the early combat soul realm, being able to have such a cultivation at such a young age was enough to prove their incredible talent. They were peerless geniuses that were rarely seen. Don't worry, Third Grandpa, as long as I enter the island of ice, even if that Zhou Xian has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will still be killed by me. I'll humiliate him thoroughly before killing him. I'll let him know the consequences of offending the Shangguan clan. Shangguan Ilong said in a vicious manner. As one of the most talented men in the younger generation of the Shangguan clan, he was a prideful man. There was no way he would take Zhou Xian seriously. He knew that Zhou Xian was only a divine core warrior, and in front of him Zhou Xian was just an ant. As long as he attacked, he could easily kill Zhou Xian with just a finger. Although Zhou Xian had killed many combat soul warriors, that was because of the desert suppression. Under normal circumstances, there was no way a divine core warrior could fight a combat soul warrior. Zhou Xian's life is mine. Shangguan Ilong, Shangguan Ile, you better not interfere. I'll make that Zhou Xian lick my shoes, then humiliate him to death. Ling Du from the Wanjian house coldly snorted as he waved the fan in his hand. His arrogance was boundless. Ling Du, don't be too arrogant. Whoever can kill Zhou Xian will have to depend on their own abilities. Besides, when we're on the island of ice, your myriad sword sect better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you won't be able to leave this place alive. Shangguan Ilong was even more arrogant and domineering. After saying that, he turned around and led dozens of young geniuses from the Shangguan clan towards one of the paths. Humph! Boasting shamelessly, why don't you take a look at yourself first? Ling Du slapped the folding fan in his hand. If he wasn't waiting to enter the island of ice, he really wanted to fight Shangguan Ilong right now. Zhou Xian has to die, but those people from the Shangguan clan are too arrogant. If I bump into them, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. Another young man from the Myriad Sword sect said. His name was Su Shuang, and he was a genius who had just broken through to the combat soul realm not long ago. Let's go, we'll enter as well. In the blink of an eye, all the people from the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan had entered different paths. Old White Ghost and Shangguan Hui had gloomy expressions on their faces. Although both of them were mid-combat soul warriors, they were too old and their talent was limited. It was extremely difficult for them to break through to the next level. Initially, they wanted to come to the island of ice to look for opportunities, But who would have thought that they wouldn't even have the qualification to enter the Island of Ice? The younger generation of the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect is too arrogant. Their sense of superiority is really annoying. Someone said in a low voice. Should lower your voice. Those are two ferocious tigers. Do you want to die? Furthermore, they have the right to be arrogant. Look at Ling Du and Shangguan Yilong. They've broken through to the combat soul realm at such a young age. We can't compare with them. Someone said. Bam. Right at this moment in the fourth path, Xianxia had shattered a stone golem with a single punch. Along the way he had lost count of the number of stone golems he had killed. When they reached this place, Nangong Wentian and Han Yan's expressions gradually became serious. The deeper they went, the more stone golems appeared. Sometimes, there would be several stone golems attacking at the same time, making it hard for them to defend against them. Luckily, these stone golems didn't have strong cultivation bases. As long as they didn't get sneak attacked with their abilities, they didn't have to worry about any danger. Also, under such intense battles, Han Yan and Nangong Wentian's senses had improved a lot. Another dead body appeared in front of them. The warrior's head had been shattered and the blood on the ground had dried up. Sigh. This is the sixth one. This guy is pretty strong to be able to make it this far. Han Yan let out a long sigh. If I'm not mistaken, there were only 6 people who chose this path before us. In other words, all the people who came before us are dead. Nangong Wentian had a sad look on his face. This was undoubtedly a sad scene. Compared to those stone golems, these humans were, after all, of the same race. Now they had all died before they could even enter the inner region of the Island of Ice, causing them to feel a little sad. Damn it, this path is so weird, I wonder when we'll reach the end. Han Yan cursed. Let's keep going. Xianxia strode forward. What happened next shocked them even more because the stone golems didn't appear again. The path suddenly became extremely quiet. After walking for half a day, they finally reached the end of the path. The white mist that lingered around the path gradually disappeared. Little Chinzi, we've reached the end of the path. Han Yan said excitedly. There's a mountain range in front of us. Nangong Wentian smiled as well. The 3 humans and 1 dog moved extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the end of the path and entered the mountain range. Be careful, there's something different about this mountain range. Xianxia reminded them. Nangong Wentian and Han Yan took a closer look and they couldn't help but frown. Such a huge mountain range, at least 100 li wide, but there's not a single plant here. Furthermore, the color of the mountain range is exactly the same as the stone golems. Realizing this, Han Yan's expression suddenly became a little ugly. Buzz. Right after Han Yan's words left his mouth, thousands of stone golems suddenly emerged from the mountain range. After these stone golems appeared, they didn't make any sound and simply threw themselves at Xianxia and the group. So many stone golems. Nangong Wentian was shocked. These stone golems don't have a high cultivation base, let's fly over them. After saying that, Xianxia leapt into the air. The stone golems followed suit and blocked in front of Xianxia. Die. Xianxia punched out with his fist. It was a punch that could shake a mountain and it contained a scorching hot energy. With just a single punch he shattered dozens of stone golems and after that he continued flying forward with incredible speed. Han Yan and Nangong Wentian didn't dare slow down. They followed closely behind Xianxia and kept fighting the stone golems. The stone golems here are endless. Luckily this mountain range isn't too big so we can quickly tear open a path. De Huang Dog looked mighty. With his majestic body he smashed all the stone golems into pieces. 3 men and a dog were slaughtering their way forward, but none of them noticed that the mountain in the center of the mountain range was glowing brightly. Every time the light glowed, more stone golems would appear from within the mountain range. They surrounded Xianxia and the group from all directions. The good thing was these stone golems didn't have any yuan energy, and they could only attack with their physical strength. At most they could only attack with the strength of an early divine core warrior, and they couldn't pose any threat to the group. But they couldn't keep besieging them like this. You think you can stop me with this bunch of lifeless things? Break for me. Xianxia let out a cold snort. He waved his hand and unleashed the true dragon flame. The scorching hot flame could burn anything, and all the stone golems were instantly melted when they touched it. The 30-meter-long flame looked like a blazing fire dragon as it ferociously charged forward, burning all of the stone golems to ashes. However, many stone golems tried to stop it. The same number of stone golems were burned to death. "Let's go!" Xianxia let out a loud shout. The group followed the fire dragon and flew forward. The fire dragon was unstoppable and everything that stood in its way was destroyed. "Haha, this fire dragon is amazing, it just opened up a path for us. No matter how many stone golems there are, we won't have to worry about them at all. We'll be able to cross 100 miles in no time." Nangong Wentian burst into laughter. But their excitement didn't last long and something strange happened again. Xianxia had been fighting the fire dragon for more than 10 minutes. More than 10 minutes, with their speed, even if they were blocked, they would be able to cross 1,000 miles in no time. However, the stone golems in all directions didn't decrease at all. Instead, there were more and more stone golems. "What's going on? There are more and more stone golems and I don't think we're able to cross them." Nangong Wentian frowned. "Damn it, look at that mountain in front of us. When we first started, that mountain was right in front of us and it's still right in front of us now. It seems like we've been fighting for so long but we're still at the same spot." De Huang Dog finally realized something and he felt extremely depressed. "So that's how it is. This mountain range is so strange, it's like it can move by itself." Han Yan also realized what was going on. Normally, they should have already left the mountain range, but now it seemed like they hadn't even left the place they were originally at. "Damn it, there's no end to the stone golems in this damn place. If we don't leave, we'll die of exhaustion sooner or later." Nangong Wentian's 10,000 elephants' godly fist smashed dozens of stone golems into pieces, but it was useless. More and more stone golems pounced on them, and if this continued, they wouldn't even have time to rest. If they couldn't leave the mountain range, they would die of exhaustion sooner or later. There must be a reason. "You guys deal with the stone golems first, I'll check out the terrain." Xianxia recalled the fire dragon and used the Great Soul Derivation technique to check out the mountain range. Han Yan, Nangong Wentian, and a Huang Dog surrounded Xianxia and killed the stone golems that were charging at them. Chapter 318. Boom Boom Boom. The three of them continued to attack, shattering the incoming stone golems and protecting Xianxia in the center. Xianxia closed his eyes and released his soul power. With the help of the Great Soul Derivation technique, nothing in the mountain range could escape his senses. They had been attacking for more than 10 minutes, but they were still at the same spot. This made Xianxia feel that this mountain range was definitely not ordinary. There must be something strange about it. Xianxia searched carefully and finally he focused all of his attention on the inconspicuous mountain in the center of the mountain range. Swoosh! Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. "There's something wrong with that mountain. There's a faint light flickering on it. Every time it flickers, more and more stone golems appear. As long as we destroy that mountain, we'll be able to destroy all the stone golems." Xianxia pointed at the mountain. "Little Qinzi, that mountain is still very far away, how are we going to destroy it?" Han Yan said. "That's right. Every time we move, the mountain moves along with us. It's very strange, we're always at the same spot." Nangong Wentian felt very depressed. "Not necessarily. Did you guys realize that although we're at the same spot, our attacks aren't the same? The mountain is moving along with us. Therefore, we can just stand here and attack that mountain from a distance. As long as we destroy it, we'll be able to solve the problem." Xianxia said. "Although the distance is not short with our strength, it won't be too difficult to destroy it. However, with these stone golems blocking our way, it won't be easy. Little Qinzi, let's work together. You destroy these stone golems and open a path, I'll attack from behind." Nangong Wentian said. Once again, a huge ruler shining with blue light appeared in his hand. "All right, 6 solar fingers." Xianxia shouted. The 6 profound solar fingers was the most suitable weapon for this kind of long-range attack. 6 gigantic golden fingers that looked like pillars supporting the heavens appeared with a loud rumble. Then they quickly fused together and rushed forward. The speed of the 6 profound solar fingers was extremely fast. It was as fast as lightning. Wherever it passed, the stone golems would be destroyed. In the blink of an eye, the 6 profound solar fingers had opened up a path. However, after killing so many stone golems, the power of the 6 profound solar fingers had decreased by a lot. Even though it had reached the mountain, it was not enough to destroy it. Right at this moment, Nangong Wentian made his move. He raised the huge ruler in his hand up high, and the star-like blue light became even brighter. This huge ruler's name was Myriad Stars Ruler. It was Nangong Wentian's natal weapon that he created by fusing the power of the stars. It was extremely powerful. Nangong Wentian let out a thunderous roar and swung his giant ruler forward. A bright blue Milky Way shot out from the ruler. The Milky Way followed the path created by Jiang Chen's 6 solar fingers and went straight to the center of the mountain range. It was not obstructed by the stone golems at all. Rumble. With a loud rumble, the Myriad Stars Ruler's attack landed on the mountain peak that Jiang Chen had mentioned. The originally sturdy mountain peak was instantly smashed into pieces, just like the stone golems. The moment the mountain peak was smashed into pieces, the stone golems that filled the sky suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if they were never there in the first place. Seeing that their attack was effective, the few of them let out a long sigh of relief. With their abilities, although they were not afraid of the stone golems, the feeling of being attacked by countless stone golems for such a long time was not a pleasant one. After the stone golems disappeared, the mountain range returned to its original state. Other than the mountain peak that had been smashed into pieces, everything else was the same as before. After fighting for such a long time, there was not a single trace of the battle left on the mountain range. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the bottom of the mountain peak. Rays of ancient light shot out from the mountain peak. Such a movement immediately attracted the attention of the few of them. There's something inside. Han Yen said. Wakaka, it must be a treasure. De Huang Dog laughed heartily and was the first to rush out. Like a golden ray of light, he arrived at the broken mountain peak in the blink of an eye. When Jiang Chen and the other 2 arrived, De Huang Dog had already rushed out. In his mouth was a worn-out bronze plate. Pa, thought it was some treasure. You made this Lord Dog happy for nothing. Big Yellow spat out the bronze plate from his mouth. With quick reflexes, Jiang Chen caught the bronze plate in his hand. The mountain was able to create countless stone golems, and it was able to make them feel like they were trapped in an illusion. There must be something extraordinary about this mountain, and anything that came out from it wouldn't be an ordinary item. Jiang Chen took the bronze plate and felt the weight in his hand. When he looked at it, his eyes widened. Look at that bronze plate. Han Yen also saw the appearance of the bronze plate and cried out in surprise. Seeing their reaction, De Huang Dog also came forward and looked at the bronze plate carefully. Sure enough, this bronze plate was exactly the same as the one Jiang Chen had obtained before. What's so special about this broken bronze plate? Nangong Wentian asked in confusion. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to Nangong Wentian. He took out another bronze plate from his storage ring and placed it on his left and right hand. Comparing the 2 bronze plates, they looked exactly the same and there was no difference between them. Damn, these 2 bronze plates are exactly the same. Little Chinzi, why do you have something like this? Nangong Wentian was shocked. I got this bronze plate when I was on the Blissful Island. I didn't expect there to be an identical bronze plate on the island of ice. Jiang Chen was shocked. With his eyesight, he could see that these 2 bronze plates were exactly the same. Even the materials used were exactly the same. There was no difference between them at all. Because of this, Jiang Chen was even more shocked. The bronze plate in his hand was exchanged from the old man, and the old man definitely didn't know what the bronze plate was used for. It seemed like this bronze plate was indeed something special. I didn't expect there to be a bronze plate like this on the island of ice. Little Chinzi, it looks like this bronze plate is definitely something special. The stone golems from before must have something to do with this bronze plate. Han Yen said. Maybe there are more bronze plates than just these 2. De Huang Dog guessed. It's highly possible. Anyway, let's put them away first. They might be useful in the future. After saying that, Jiang Chen put away the 2 bronze plates in his hand. Although the bronze plates didn't look special, Jiang Chen knew that they weren't ordinary. Let's leave this place quickly. De Huang Dog said. 3 people and a dog walked along the mountain. This time they didn't encounter any stone golems. However, when they were about to walk out of the mountain, a white fog suddenly appeared in front of them. It blinded their eyes and made them feel cold. The environment here is unpredictable. It's really bad. Han Yen said gloomily. I can feel that the white fog in front of us isn't dangerous. Once we pass through this white fog, we might enter another world. Jiang Chen smiled. He took a step forward and disappeared into the white mist in the blink of an eye. Soon the 3 people and a dog walked out of the white fog. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, after getting out of the white fog they saw another world. There was a plain in front of them and the sky was blue. However, what attracted them the most was not this scenery, but the floating garden in the sky. That's right, the sky garden. At that moment, many people were walking back and forth in the sky above the garden. Those people all looked excited. Some of them had already started fighting. Moreover, there were people rushing out from other directions. After seeing the garden in the sky, they directly flew up. Jiang Chen knew that those people must have come out from other paths. The number of people coming out from those paths was obviously much more than the number of people coming out from the path they had come out from. From this, it could be seen that the other paths weren't that dangerous. Some paths were even safe. However, the path Jiang Chen had come out from, only 3 people and a dog had come out unscathed. The others had all died miserably. However, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the garden in the sky was too attractive. Even though they were far away, they could still smell the rich smell coming from the garden. The strong smell of spiritual medicine rushed into their noses, making them feel relaxed and happy. Get out of the way. I found this 1,000-year-old ginseng. Fuck you. Why didn't you tell me that I broke the matrix? You can't get it yourself, yet you're jealous of others. There are so many spiritual medicines here. Go find something else. Holy shit. What is that? That's the mysterious Yuan ancient jade. Why is there such a big piece here? Holy shit. That's the flourishing lotus king. It's a spiritual medicine that you can't even find in the outside world. Oh my god. There are rare spiritual medicines everywhere. This garden in the sky is a huge treasure. The people in the sky above the garden were all shouting excitedly. They had just seen a rare spiritual medicine genius that they would never see in their entire lives. Ah, a huge treasure. There really is a huge treasure. Master Dog will go first. De Huang Dog wagged his thick tail, turned into a beam of golden light and rushed into the sky garden. Jiang Chen and the other 2 followed him. When they entered the garden, they were immediately shocked by the scene inside. Holy shit. Nangong Wentian's eyes were wide open. He felt as if he was dreaming. Holy shit. This garden has a circumference of 10 miles. Holy shit. There are spiritual medicines everywhere. Many of them are ancient. If this place was outside, all the sects would fight each other for it. Han Yen jumped up from his seat. Compared to this sky garden, Guishan's herb garden was like bullshit. The difference between them was too huge. Swoosh swoosh. More and more people appeared, rushing towards the sky garden. The number of people entering the island of ice was definitely not limited to those who had entered the island of ice at the beginning. During the days when the island of ice's entrance was still open, more and more young people would come to the island of ice in search of fortune. Those guys came out looking so relaxed as if nothing happened to them. But we had to risk our lives to get out. How depressing. Chapter 319. Nangong Wentian and Jiang Chen had noticed these people as well. Some of them had obvious injuries on their bodies, and it looked like they had encountered some dangers in the paths as well. However, the danger level was slightly lower than Jiang Chen's group. There were also some paths where no one had come out. Obviously, they had encountered some great danger and they might not have the chance to come out again. As for those who hadn't encountered any danger, they had already come out from the paths and were now in the sky garden. They must have obtained a lot of benefits. It took Jiang Chen and the others 2.5 days to come out from the paths. No matter what, those who had walked out of the 9 paths had now encountered the greatest opportunity in their lives. This garden in the sky was a peerless treasure. Every spiritual herb here had unimaginable benefits for the human body. Everyone's eyes had turned red and they were shouting out excitedly. Haha, this fiery dragon fruit is mine. A divine core warrior burst into laughter. He extended his hand and grabbed towards a bright red fiery dragon fruit. Right when his palm was about to touch the fruit, a barrier suddenly appeared around the fiery dragon fruit and blocked the warrior's hand. At the same time, a rebounding force was unleashed from the barrier, forcing the warrior to take 3 steps back. On the other side, De Huang Dog was drooling. He aimed at a herb and was about to eat it, but he was blocked by a barrier as well, causing him to feel a pain in his teeth. Haha, idiot, there are defense mechanisms around these herbs. If you can't break the formation, don't even think about getting the herbs. The newcomers are all rookies. Someone burst into laughter. Those who were the first batch of people had obviously found out something was wrong. Damn it, there really is a defense mechanism around the herbs. This master dog was too panicked just now, so I didn't have time to check it out. But trying to stop this master dog with such a small defense mechanism? You're way too naive. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and spat out a talisman onto the barrier. The barrier shook a few times, then it shattered into pieces. De Huang Dog swallowed the herb with a single bite. This is strange, even the herbs are protected by a defense mechanism. Han Yen widened his eyes. Otherwise, do you think there would be so many elixirs here? Not to mention a garden with a circumference of 10 li, even a circumference of 100 li would have been ransacked by now. Every stalk of spiritual herb here is protected by a restrictive spell. In other words, if you want to obtain the spiritual herb, you must first break the restrictive spell. Moreover, the degree of preciousness, age, and value of the spiritual herb are different. The more precious the herb, the harder it is to break the restrictive spell. Jiang Qin said with a faint smile. Indeed, Han Yen and Nangong went in saw many cultivators exerting their strength on those precious spirit herbs. One of them forcibly occupied a flourishing lotus king. His face was flushed red. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't break the seal around the flourishing lotus king. There are so many spiritual herbs here. What are we waiting for? Let's get started. Nangong Wentian kept the huge ruler in his hand and walked towards one of the spirit herbs with a smile on his face. He abruptly stretched out his palm and a bright light flickered on his palm as he pressed it down on the spirit herb. With a bang, the seal on the spirit herb was broken and the spirit herb was in his hands. The weaker ones have already been taken by others. The ones left behind are the ones that aren't easy to break, but they're still precious. However, Anan, your method of breaking the restrictions is too clumsy. If you use brute force to break the restrictions, you'll die of exhaustion if you run into a slightly more difficult restriction. Jiang Qin said to Nangong Wentian. What the fuck? You're talking like you're so strong? Don't tell me you didn't use brute force to break the restrictive spells? Nangong Wentian couldn't accept it. In his mind, Jiang Qin was an abnormal monster with incredible combat strength, and he was also a great alchemist. A man like him must be a rookie when it came to defense mechanisms. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up. He didn't even look at the spiritual herb as he casually pointed at it. The restrictive spell was instantly broken and the spiritual herb flew into Jiang Chen's hand as if it was being summoned. Jiang Chen strode forward. His fingertips flickered with a bright light. Every time he flicked his finger, a restrictive spell would be broken and all kinds of spiritual herbs would be taken into his pouch effortlessly. This scene caught many people's attention, including Nangong Wentian and Han Yen. This damn freak, I can't play with him anymore. The muscles on Nangong Wentian's face twitched. He finally saw what a real monster was. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that Jiang Qin didn't use any yuan qi when he broke the restrictive spells. Instead, he used restrictive spells to break the restrictive spells. To be able to do this, one must have a high level of attainment in the Tao of restrictive spells and techniques. Han Yen was slightly better. After all, he had been following Jiang Qin for a long time. Jiang Chen's image of a freak had been deeply ingrained in his mind. No matter how strange Jiang Chen's performance was, Han Yen wouldn't be too surprised. Damn it, isn't he bullying us? Isn't that Jiang Qin? Is he still human? His combat strength is incredible, his alchemy skills are brilliant, and he's also an expert in restrictive spells and arrays. Is he trying to kill us? Breaking the seal with a wave of his hand? If this goes on, won't all the spiritual herbs here be collected by him? This won't do. I have to work hard. If I can't get some of such a big treasure, it will be a waste. Those cultivators who had entered the Sky Garden before could not take it anymore. Jiang Chen's performance had hit them hard. Putting aside Jiang Chen's side, De Huang Dog's side was even fiercer than Jiang Chen's. Wherever the dog went there was an empty space. When he spat out the symbols he had already pounced on the spiritual herbs. The moment the restrictive spells were broken, the spiritual herbs were already in his mouth. Damn it, what the hell is this dog? Don't tell me the restriction doesn't work on him? He's too cruel. He ate so many spiritual herbs. Isn't he afraid that he will explode? I can't take it anymore. I can't even compare to a dog. Many people felt dizzy. They didn't know where this guy came from. He was too cruel and inhumane. Of course he wasn't a human. De Huang Dog was like a tornado. When he saw the spiritual herbs he liked, he immediately pounced on them. He didn't care if there were people there or not. Damn dog, get lost. This old ginseng is mine. That cultivator shouted at De Huang Dog. He hadn't participated in the Blissful Islands trade fair before. It was obvious that he didn't know how powerful De Huang Dog was. Woof. Get lost, idiot. De Huang Dog casually emitted an aura from his body and sent that cultivator flying. Then he ate the old ginseng clean. As more and more people came, the Sky Garden became more and more chaotic. Many people started to fight. After being stimulated by Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, seeing that the spiritual herbs were getting lesser and lesser, many people started to work together. After all, many of the restrictive spells on the spiritual herbs were very strong. It was very difficult for one person to break them. At this time, the disciples of the big forces were taking advantage of the situation. They had high-quality magic treasures in their hands. When they worked together they had a better understanding of each other. This way they would be able to get many spiritual herbs. Plop. That cultivator who had been using all his strength on the flourishing Lotus King for 2 hours finally couldn't take it anymore. He fell on the ground, sweating profusely. It was quite admirable for someone to put in so much effort for a spiritual herb. Unfortunately, even after using all his strength he still couldn't break the restrictive spell. A huge dog head appeared on top of that cultivator's head. De Huang Dog grinned at the cultivator lying on the ground and said, "Hee hee, you can't do it. Let this master dog help you." De Huang Dog leapt over that cultivator's body and arrived in front of the flourishing Lotus King. This flourishing Lotus King was actually as tall as a human. Its entire body was as bright as a crystal. With just one look one could tell that it had been growing for a very long time. This was a high-grade spiritual herb, a rare treasure that couldn't be found in the outside world. De Huang Dog's eyes shone brightly. He opened his mouth and spat out a talisman pattern. The talisman pattern condensed into a restrictive spell and collided with the restrictive spell around the flourishing Lotus King. Buzz. The two restrictive spells collided with each other, producing a buzzing sound. Although the restrictive spell protecting the flourishing Lotus King didn't break, its light had dimmed a lot. This restrictive spell isn't weak at all. Even this master dog can't break it in one go. But if you want to stop this master dog you're too naive. Break for me. De Huang Dog said. He opened his mouth and spat out a few mysterious talisman patterns. This dog was proficient in the heavenly book of source formations. He knew every kind of restrictive spell in this world. He could even create a complicated restrictive spell like the spiraling restrictive spell, let alone this place. If De Huang Dog was given enough time he would be able to take all the spiritual herbs in this place. The few mysterious talisman patterns gently landed on the restrictive spell, causing it to tremble violently. In the blink of an eye a soft pop sound was heard and the restrictive spell shattered. The resplendent flourishing Lotus King was completely revealed. The aura it emitted was enough to make people feel relaxed and happy. What the fuck? No way. The guy who was still gasping for breath on the ground wanted to bang his head against the wall when he saw this. At the same time he hated De Huang Dog so much that he gnashed his teeth in anger. He had been busy for 2 hours and had almost collapsed from exhaustion. Yet he still hadn't been able to break the restrictive spell. But this dog had done it. How could he not feel depressed? Wakaka, this taste must be amazing. Big Yellow let out a loud laughter and his saliva was flying everywhere. He opened his mouth and tried to swallow the flourishing Lotus King, but right at this moment, A huge hand covered the flourishing Lotus King with lightning speed. It uprooted the flourishing Lotus King and stored it away. The Huang dog's eyes were spitting fire. He didn't even need to think to know who dared to steal his things. Bastard! There are so many spiritual herbs here, why did you steal this, master dogs? The Huang dog looked at Xianxia, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. White smoke was constantly coming out of his nostrils. The Huang, the medicinal strength of this flourishing Lotus King is too strong. I'm afraid that you won't be able to handle it after eating it. Give me back my flourishing Lotus King. Xianxia put on a look that said, I'm doing this for your own good. Get lost. I won't even explode after eating you. Give me back my flourishing Lotus King. The Huang dog gnashed his teeth in anger. Although he knew very well that the flourishing Lotus King was already in Xianxia's hands, he still couldn't help but threaten Xianxia. Chapter 320. More and more people were gathering in the Sky Garden, and the herbs kept disappearing. All the people here were geniuses from the younger generation. These herbs were enough to create some geniuses, and now they were in the hands of these geniuses. As long as these geniuses didn't die here due to bad luck, once they left the island of ice, their cultivations would definitely improve greatly. Everyone stop. Suddenly, a loud shout sounded out from the edge of the Sky Garden. Everyone turned around and saw 4 young men standing at the edge of the Sky Garden. 3 men and 1 woman. All 4 of them had arrogant expressions on their faces, and the leading man was a tall and muscular man, even more muscular than Nangong Wentin. A genius from the Shangguan clan is here. I know him, his name is Shangguan Ilai, a genius from the younger generation of the Shangguan clan. He just broke through to the Combat Soul realm not long ago. I never thought he would come here as well. Damn it, he has broken through to the Combat Soul realm at such a young age, I'm so jealous. But look at this guy, he doesn't look friendly. Perhaps it has something to do with Xianxia. Xianxia killed all the people from the Shangguan clan in the desert. There's no way they wouldn't be angry. Seeing Shangguan Ilai's arrival, many people started whispering to each other. Some even had fearful expressions on their faces. Putting aside the mighty reputation of the Shangguan clan, just the fact that Shangguan Ilai was a combat soul warrior was more than enough to frighten anyone. A genius combat soul warrior was not someone ordinary combat soul warriors could compare with. Shangguan Ilai's strength was much stronger than Shangguan Chong, who was killed by Xianxia. Right at this moment, the 4 geniuses from the Shangguan clan threw their glances at the Sky Garden. Seeing that half of the garden had been taken away, a greedy expression emerged on their faces. Luckily, all the herbs were precious. Everyone listen up. From now on, this garden belongs to the Shangguan clan. No one is allowed to pick any more herbs. Shangguan Ilai's voice was loud and clear, causing even the air to tremble. His words immediately caused everyone's expressions to change. Damn it, the Shangguan clan doesn't have to be so overbearing. This garden doesn't belong to them. Fuck them, they want to keep such a huge treasure all to themselves. The Shangguan clan is too arrogant. How could he do that? These herbs are ownerless, and whoever has the ability can get them. If that Shangguan Ilai has the ability, he can just break the defense mechanism and get those herbs himself. But isn't his way of doing things a bit too overbearing? Everyone's expressions changed when they looked at the Shangguan clan. They were gnashing their teeth in anger. These herbs didn't belong to anyone, and they were the ones who discovered them first. How could Shangguan Ilai just take them away with just a few words? You've already obtained quite a lot of spiritual herbs. Don't be too greedy. Shangguan Ilai said with a sneer. Many people started to curse in their hearts. Greedy? Who was the greedy one? Before your Shangguan clan appeared, there were geniuses from all sorts of superpowers here. Not to mention the other superpowers, even that mighty Xianxia wasn't as greedy as your Shangguan clan. This is ridiculous. Brother Lei said that all the herbs here belong to the Shangguan clan. No one is allowed to take any of them. The girl from the Shangguan clan said with a clear voice. Looking at her alluring appearance, many men were gnashing their teeth in anger. They wished they could just strip her naked and fuck her. Of course, they could only think about it in their hearts. No one dared to take action. Furthermore, as soon as the woman finished speaking, no matter how unwilling the crowd was, they all stopped what they were doing. None of them dared touch the herbs anymore. Even the superpowers from the other provinces had the same reaction. They couldn't afford to offend the Shangguan clan. Bang! Right at this moment, the sound of a defense mechanism breaking could be heard. De Huang Dog ate a spiritual herb with a single bite, then he walked over to another one. On the other side, Jiang Qin didn't even look at the Shangguan clan, he just kept collecting herbs. Nangong Wentian and Han Yan were the same. Both of them were whistling with a prideful look on their faces. Both of them were working together to destroy the defense mechanism and collect the herbs. Right at this moment, the three men and the dog's performance was really eye-catching. However, the crowd was secretly cheering in their hearts. All of them hated the Shangguan clan and most of them knew about Jiang Chen's identity. If there was anyone here who dared to fight the Shangguan clan, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Chen. Bastard, I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? The girl was like a tigress, she was even more arrogant than the men. She immediately started cursing at Jiang Chen and the others. Bitch, why are you barking so loudly? Do you think you're a pervert? De Huang Dog turned around and said to the girl. After that, he continued digging for herbs. Many people secretly gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. This dog was really incredible, he actually dared to call a genius from the Shangguan clan a bitch, his courage was really admirable. However, when they thought about his performance during the Blissful Islands auction, they felt relieved. However, De Huang Dog's words had completely ignited the girl's anger. She immediately flew into a rage. Damn dog, I'm going to tear you into a million pieces. The girl immediately dashed forward. A soft whip appeared in her hand and she immediately lashed it toward De Huang Dog. The whip was like a venomous snake, and since this girl was a peak late divine core warrior, if anyone was hit by this whip, they would definitely be smashed into pieces. Among all the young disciples from the Shangguan clan, besides Shangguan Yilong and Shangguan Yilei, who were both combat soul warriors, the rest of them were also very strong. All of them were late divine core warriors. Shangguan Yilong had obtained some benefits from the tunnel, so he and the others hadn't come out yet. Shangguan Yilei had brought these four men out first. He never expected someone would dare challenge the Shangguan clan's dignity. Swoosh! With incredible speed, De Huang Dog instantly hid behind Nangong Wentian's back. It was as if the soft whip had a mind of its own. It suddenly changed its direction and lashed toward Nangong Wentian. It looked like it was going to kill Nangong Wentian as well. How dare you look down on the Shangguan clan's dignity? You deserve to die as well. The girl was extremely domineering, she was going to kill Nangong Wentian. Damn bitch. Nangong Wentian's eyes instantly turned cold. The myriad stars ruler appeared in his hand, and it shone brightly with bright blue starlight. Nangong Wentian raised it high up into the air, then he swung it toward the girl. Pop! Both attacks collided, causing the girl to cry out in alarm. The soft whip in her hand was sent flying away by Nangong Wentian. At the same time, Nangong Wentian's attack didn't slow down at all, and the heavy myriad stars ruler smashed onto the girl's body. Pop! The girl let out a miserable shriek. Then she opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, like a withered flower petal. Sister Ling. One of the young men from the Shangguan clan cried out in alarm. He quickly reached out and caught the girl in his arms. However, the girl's eyes were tightly shut, and after twitching a few times she stopped breathing. She was dead. Sister Ling, Brother Lei, Sister Ling is dead. The young man cried out in pain. What? Shangguan Yilei furiously cried out. His eyes were almost shooting out flames. Someone actually dared to kill someone from the Shangguan clan in front of so many people? This was simply outrageous. Kaka, Brother Nan, I never expected you to be so fierce. You even dare to hit a girl, you're such a jerk. De Huang Dog burst into laughter. She's just a bitch who only knows how to bark, so what if I kill her? Nangong Wentian shrugged his shoulders, showing an indifferent expression. As for why Nangong Wentian dared to kill someone from the Shangguan clan, and why he could kill a peak divine core genius with just a single strike, some people were shocked but some were calm. Those who knew Nangong Wentian clearly knew that he was Jiang Chen's man, and the grudge between them and the Shangguan clan was irreconcilable. Therefore they wouldn't show any mercy to him. Furthermore, Nangong Wentian was someone who could fight combat soul warriors head-on, so killing a divine core warrior would be a piece of cake for him. So what if I kill her? Hearing what Nangong Wentian said, The 3 disciples from the Shangguan clan couldn't take it anymore, especially Shangguan Ilai. He immediately locked his gaze onto Nangong Wentin. I don't care who you are, kneel down in front of my sisterling's body and repent right now, then kill yourself on the spot. If I attack, I'll make you wish you were dead. Shangguan Ilai pointed his finger at Nangong Wentin. Who do you think you are? Fight me if you have the guts. Nangong Wentin was someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. He immediately raised the huge ruler in his hand and pointed it toward Shangguan Ilai. You're courting death. Shangguan Ilai was really furious now. With a sway of his body, he arrived in front of Nangong Wentin. Then he forcefully unleashed a palm strike toward Nangong Wentin. So strong. Nangong Wentin's expression changed slightly. This Shangguan Ilai was really strong. Shangguan Chong couldn't compare with him at all. If they were at the same cultivation realm, Nangong Wentin wouldn't put Shangguan Chong in his eyes. But the gap between the Divine Core realm and the Combat Soul realm was huge. With Nangong Wentin's current cultivation, he could fight an early Combat Soul warrior like Shangguan Chong, but if he wanted to fight a genius like Shangguan Ilai, there was still a huge gap. Myriad Stars ruler. Nangong Wentin was a brave man. Without hesitation, he swung the huge ruler in his hand toward the bright palm strike. Boom! A powerful shockwave swept across the place. Nangong Wentin was no match for Shangguan Ilai, and was knocked flying away. However, because of his incredible strength, he didn't suffer any injuries. Han Yen grabbed him and pulled him back. Roar! Right at this moment, De Huang Dog attacked. He immediately unleashed the soul-crunching tune. At the same time, Jiang Qin attacked from the other side. Three ferocious flood dragons dashed toward Nangong Wentin. These 2 powerful attacks caused Shangguan Ilai's expression to instantly change. Especially the soul-crunching tune, it made him feel as if his soul was being torn apart. Luckily, he had already formed his combat soul and was able to react quickly. He immediately took out his perfect-ranked combat weapon and blocked the joint attack from Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Even so, Shangguan Ilai still took a few steps back and his face turned pale. How is this possible? Shangguan Ilai was shocked. With his combat strength, he was actually forced back by 2 Divine Core warriors. This was ridiculous. He stared at the man and dog in front of him, and suddenly, Jiang Chen's name popped up in his mind. Chapter 321. Amazing. Even a combat soul genius was forced back by him. How come these guys are so strong? Shangguan Ilai is not an ordinary early combat soul warrior. His combat strength is far greater than any ordinary combat soul warriors. You know nothing. He is Jiang Qin. So Jiang Qin is him. He's so young. He was the one who killed all those men in the desert. He's really ruthless. But no matter how strong they are only Divine Core warriors. I don't think they are a match for Shangguan Ilai. Shangguan Ilai hasn't even used his true abilities yet. Many people started discussing amongst themselves. Some of them didn't know who Jiang Qin was, but after witnessing Jiang Chen's true abilities, they were extremely shocked. Many of these people were from various superpowers in the Eastern continent, and some of them were from the Qingyi sect. Although they hated Jiang Qin to the core, none of them dared attack him. You're Jiang Qin? Shangguan Ilai threw his glance at Jiang Qin, then he said while gnashing his teeth in anger. That's right, he was gnashing his teeth in anger. All those dead men from the Shangguan clan were still lying in the desert, and it was all done by this young man in front of him. Before he came here, he had promised the Shangguan clan's elder that if he bumped into Jiang Qin, he would make him suffer a fate worse than death. But he didn't expect his enemy to be right in front of him. What's more, another bastard had just killed their sisterling, causing their hatred to grow even stronger. That's right, I'm him. Your Shangguan clan is too overbearing. All the herbs here don't belong to anyone and you guys just came here and tried to take them away, ignoring all the people in the world. Even I can't stand it anymore. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. His words were filled with hostility, because he knew that the enmity between him and the Shangguan clan was irreconcilable, and since it couldn't be resolved, he wouldn't bother trying to resolve it. Jiang Qin, how dare you? First you killed our Shangguan clan's elder Shangguan Wei in Inferno Hell, and now you've killed so many men from our Shangguan clan in the desert. No one under the heavens has ever dared treat the Shangguan clan like this. Even if you have 10 lives, you won't be able to survive today. Shangguan Yilei's energy fluctuated, and his killing intent soared to the sky. I only have 1 life. I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. Jiangchen did not care at all. Humph. Jiangchen, don't think that I've used all my strength just now. In my eyes, all of you are just ants. If all of you obediently kneel down and kowtow to me, I'll consider giving you a quick death. Shangguan Yilei coldly harumphed, causing his energy to become even stronger. A combat soul warrior had formed his true combat soul, and no divine core warrior could compare with him. Shangguan Yilei was also a genius. No ordinary early combat soul warrior could compare with him. Although he was knocked back by Jiangchen and De Huang Dog's joint attack just now, he had fully recovered. As long as he used all his strength, killing all these people in front of him would be a piece of cake. All the people from the Shangguan clan are like this, they only know how to spout bullshit. Han Yan ridiculed him. Buddy, you haven't even grown your fur yet and you dare to bark in front of this master dog? You're really courting death. This master dog advises you to get the hell out of here right now and perhaps you might be able to keep your life. If not, you'll end up like that bitch lying on the ground. De Huang Dog's mouth was even more vicious. You arrogant bastards, let me take your lives. Thundercloud storm. Shangguan Yilei was extremely furious. Without wasting any time, he moved his body and turned into a storm, appearing in front of Jiangchen and the group. In an instant, a massive thunderstorm swept toward Jiangchen and the group. Accompanied by thunderous sounds, the thunderstorm swept toward them. True Dragon Palm. 10,000 everlasting elephants. 9 devil waves. Don't forget about this master dog. 3 men and a dog attacked at the same time. A gigantic blood-red dragon claw descended from the sky. Nangong went in immediately unleashed his golden barbarian elephant, which looked like a gigantic mountain. Han Yan's cultivation was slightly weaker, but Gu Tianma's physique wasn't something to be trifled with. The devil wolf rolled around like a devil king, while De Huang Dog spat out a golden beam from his mouth. It looked like a pillar that could support the heavens and its attack was extremely powerful. Rumble. The combined attack of the 4 men collided with Shangguan Yilei's thundercloud storm. The entire battlefield was instantly destroyed and shockwaves spread out in all directions. Many people who were close to the center of the battlefield had frightened expressions on their faces, and they immediately flew away. The entire space had been turned into a chaotic mess, and thick smoke could be seen everywhere. A huge hole had appeared in the sky garden, and some herbs with weaker defense mechanisms had been destroyed. What a pity! Once again Shangguan Yilei was forced back 3 steps. The shocked expression on his face became even stronger. These guys in front of him were much stronger than he had imagined. He was a combat soul genius, but he had been forced back by 4 divine core warriors. This was something he had never even dreamed about. Of course, Shangguan Yilei had no idea what kind of abnormal guys these guys were. Putting aside Jiangchen, he had 2,200 dragon marks, and that was more than enough for him to fight an ordinary combat soul warrior. If he had a few more dragon marks and his cultivation base reached the peak mid or late divine core realm, he would be able to kill a young genius like Shangguan Yilei with ease. Nangong Wentian was a genius. Although no one could tell what kind of special body he had, he was definitely abnormal. Although he was only a peak divine core warrior, his combat strength was no weaker than Jiang Chen's, and he was more than enough to fight an early combat soul warrior like Shangguan Chong. De Huang Dog was a descendant of the dragon horse. Although he hadn't fully awakened his bloodline, his strength was still incredible. With his late divine core cultivation base, he was more than enough to fight an ordinary early combat soul warrior. Han Yan was still a peak mid divine core warrior, and he was only a step away from the late divine core realm. Although he was weaker than De Huang Dog and Nangong Wentian, his combat strength couldn't be underestimated. With these 4 abnormal geniuses working together, it was more than enough to deal with Shangguan Yilei. Kaka buddy, you should just go back and cultivate for another 2 years. Don't think you can occupy the entire sky garden with just this little ability. De Huang Dog was laughing out loudly. Right at this moment, the 2 young disciples from the Shangguan clan walked up to Shangguan Yilei. One of them said in a vicious tone, Brother Lei, don't be polite to them, let's attack together. Stand back, none of you are a match for them. You'll die if you fight them. Shangguan Yilei said. He had fought with these 4 opponents twice and he didn't gain the upper hand either time. He had some understanding of these 4 men and dogs' abilities, and the 2 young disciples beside him were only late divine core warriors. If they fought them, not only would they not be able to provide any help, they might even be killed instantly. Shangguan Yilei focused his gaze and looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. Sure. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders and accepted the challenge. Shangguan Yilei was startled by Jiang Qin's quick response. He was just testing Jiang Qin and he didn't expect Jiang Qin to fight him one-on-one. The current situation was pretty obvious. None of these 4 men and dog were a match for him in a one-on-one fight, but if they worked together they would be able to fight him. Only an idiot would agree to fight him one-on-one. Shangguan Yilei was just joking, he didn't expect Jiang Qin to be an idiot. Are you for real? Shangguan Yilei asked in an unsure tone. Of course you and I will fight one-on-one. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are determined by the heavens. Jiang Qin said with a bright voice. He accepted the challenge once again. Little Qinzi, why did you accept his challenge? Han Yen furrowed his brows. That's right, this guy is really strong and I don't think you can defeat him alone. If we work together, even if we can't kill him, we can still piss him off. Nangong Wentian couldn't understand why a smart guy like Jiang Qin would accept Shangguan Yilei's challenge. What do you know? Little Qinzi is trying to use that guy's pressure to break through his own limits. De Huang Dog said while wagging his head. If there was someone in this world who understood Jiang Qin the most, it would be this dog in front of him. De Huang is right, he needs to break through as soon as possible and improve his cultivation. The geniuses from the Shangguan clan are already here, and I believe it won't be long before the geniuses from the Myriad Sword sect come here as well, and maybe even the geniuses from the Martial Palace. At that point of time, there will be countless mighty warriors, and I have no idea how many combat soul geniuses there will be. We have too many enemies, and if we don't have a strong cultivation, we'll be nothing but a piece of cake for them. You know, none of the combat soul warriors who came here are above the age of 30, and all of them are monstrous geniuses. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes and glanced around the garden in the sky, then he continued, furthermore, the environment here is very beneficial to me. I want to keep improving my strength during the fight with Shangguan Yilei, and enjoy a feast. A feast? You want to eat all the herbs here? Nangong Wentian was surprised. That's right. Jiang Qin replied with a smile on his face. Many of the herbs here were natural treasures, and they contained a massive amount of energy. Others might not be able to absorb them immediately, but Jiang Qin was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, so there was nothing he couldn't absorb. Now that he was fighting Shangguan Yilei, Jiang Qin could borrow the pressure from Shangguan Yilei to stimulate his potential, allowing him to absorb all the herbs and form more dragon marks. If he could find an opportunity, he might be able to break through to the late divine core realm. At that point of time, killing Shangguan Yilei would be as easy as flipping his palm, and when he roamed the island of ice in the future, he would have the strength to fight those formidable geniuses. Come! Jiang Qin let out a loud shout. With a sway of his body, he appeared high up in the sky. The fight between him and Shangguan Yilei would definitely be a violent one, and if they were to fight in this sky garden, many of the herbs here would be destroyed. What is this Jiang Qin thinking? Don't tell me he really thinks he can fight Shangguan Yilei? That's right, if the 4 of them work together they might be able to fight Shangguan Yilei. If they fight him alone, none of them will be a match for him. This Jiang Qin looks like a smart man. Why would he make such a decision? Let's see, Jiang Qin isn't an idiot, I'm sure he has some tricks up his sleeves. Chapter 322. With a ferocious grin on his face, Shangguan Yilei leapt into the sky. Not having to fight in the sky garden was Shangguan Yilei's dream. If he and Jiang Qin fought with all their strength, countless herbs would be destroyed. Those herbs were the wealth of the Shangguan clan, and it would be a pity if they were destroyed. Jiang Qin, since you're courting death, don't blame me for being merciless. But I really want to know, why do you have the guts to fight me alone? Shangguan Yilei asked with great interest. Energy was rolling around his body. Because of this. Jiang Qin flipped his palm. Then 1,000-years-old ginseng that was emitting a strong medicinal fragrance appeared in his palm. Jiang Qin unleashed his yuan energy, then the 1,000-years-old ginseng instantly turned into powder. The pure medicinal energy was absorbed by Jiang Qin in the blink of an eye. The dragon transformation skill started circulating. All the medicinal energy and energy contained in the 1,000-years-old ginseng had been transformed into yuan energy, and 3 dragon marks were formed. Furthermore, the medicinal energy had penetrated into Jiang Qin's internal organs and bones, making his life force even stronger. Shangguan Yilei was startled for a moment, then he burst into laughter and said, Jiang Qin, don't tell me you're trying to use these herbs to temporarily increase your strength? What a joke. Don't you think it's too late to increase your strength now? In Shangguan Yilei's mind, what Jiang Qin was doing was ridiculous. How could it be so easy to increase one's cultivation? Trying to increase one's cultivation during a fight was just bullshit. The gap between the combat soul realm and the divine core realm was huge. Furthermore, how could one swallow a herb like this? Usually, herbs would be refined into pills before being consumed, as they would be able to absorb the essence of the herb. Swallowing the herb like what Jiang Qin just did would waste 90% of its medicinal energy. It's not too late. Jiang Qin had a carefree expression on his face. He took out all the herbs and absorbed them as if they didn't cost anything. No one could see that the dragon transformation skill was circulating at high speed in his body, and all the herb strength was completely absorbed without any waste. Dragon marks were forming on his body, and with each new dragon mark his combat strength would increase by another level. Jiang Qin's dragon transformation skill was circulating at a high speed. Shangguan Yilei furrowed his brows. He could clearly sense that Jiang Qin's aura had changed. Although it wasn't a big change, Shangguan Yilei could sense that Jiang Qin had become stronger. Courting death. Shangguan Yilei didn't want to waste any more time. He attacked without any hesitation. Lightning flashed around his body in an awe-inspiring manner, causing a huge thundercloud to form into a violent storm that swept towards Jiang Qin. When a combat soul warrior attacked, the wind and clouds would change. Every strike was like a huge mountain, impossible to defend against. 9 murdering flood dragons. Jiang Qin knew that this thundercloud storm was Shangguan Yilei's signature combat skill, so he didn't dare underestimate it. Without hesitation, he immediately unleashed the 9 murdering flood dragons. He had devoured the blood essence of a flood dragon, which gave him the bloodline of a flood dragon, allowing him to unleash the full power of the 9 murdering flood dragons. The flood dragons roared, and 3 giant flood dragons, each more than 100 feet long, suddenly appeared, rushing towards the surging thunderclouds. Rumble. Lightning interweaved with each other, causing the air to tremble. Shangguan Yilei was indeed a genius of the younger generation. His combat strength was many times stronger than ordinary early combat soul warriors. In just an instant, all 3 of Jiang Qin's flood dragons were killed by the thunderclouds. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Qin coldly harumphed, then he unleashed the True Dragon Palm. The gigantic blood-red dragon claw smashed onto the thunderclouds, shattering them. At the same time, Jiang Qin's body was knocked back a few steps before he could stabilize himself. Jiang Qin, you're no match for me. Today I'll let you die in humiliation. Rock-shattering palm. Shangguan Yilei said in an awe-inspiring manner. He immediately unleashed the Shangguan clan's ultimate skill, the rock-shattering palm, toward Jiang Qin. He could tell that although Jiang Qin was strong, he was no match for him. However, a grin emerged on Jiang Qin's face. The stronger Shangguan Yilei was, the more he liked it. He wanted to rely on the pressure from Shangguan Yilei to find an opportunity to improve his cultivation. Under the pressure, he would be able to absorb those herbs at a faster speed. Furthermore, under the pressure, he would be able to stimulate the hidden potential in his body, strengthening his foundation. That way, improving his cultivation in a short period of time wouldn't affect his foundation. This was the best of both worlds and the reason why Jiang Qin agreed to fight Shangguan Yilei alone. Furthermore, although Shangguan Yilei was strong and could suppress him with his abilities, it was impossible for Shangguan Yilei to kill him. 6 solar fingers. Jiang Qin let out a loud shout as he struck out with the 6 solar fingers as well, colliding with Shangguan Yilei's rock-shattering palm. All kinds of herbs kept appearing in his hand, and all of them were absorbed by him. The medicinal strength and energy kept flowing, and more dragon marks were forming in his body. Firethorn combat armor. Jiang Qin let out another loud shout. A layer of golden armor appeared on his body, and with the protection of this armor he was even less afraid of Shangguan Yilei. Rumble. High up in the sky, the two fighters were locked in a fierce battle. Every time they launched an attack, the air would violently tremble and everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Shangguan Yilei was extremely ferocious and he kept unleashing powerful attacks, forcing Jiang Qin to keep staggering back. On the other hand, Shangguan Yilei was laughing out loud. He was immersed in the pleasure of bullying Jiang Qin, and he had completely forgotten that he should attack as soon as possible. He even wanted to use his perfect ranked combat weapon to kill Jiang Qin as soon as possible. Perhaps in his mind Jiang Qin should be tortured to death by him. During the course of the battle, Shangguan Yilei had neglected one thing. Jiang Qin was growing stronger bit by bit. Once he reached a certain level, it would be impossible for Shangguan Yilei to kill him. Right at this moment, Jiang Qin was enduring the pressure from Shangguan Yilei, and his potential was constantly being stimulated. All the herbs he found in the Sky Garden had been completely absorbed by him, and 200 new dragon marks had formed in his body. Still not enough. Jiang Qin's black hair was fluttering in the wind. His entire body's functions had been activated, and all the herbs in his body were being absorbed like a fountain. His body was like a bottomless pit. Every meridian, every muscle cell was in a state of extreme thirst, as if no matter how much energy he had, it would never be enough for him. The fact that his body's functions were being fully activated made Jiang Qin feel extremely excited. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and he had to fill his body to the brim as he needed more energy to replenish his body. Jiang Qin flipped his palm again, and the gigantic flourishing Lotus King, which was as tall as a human, appeared in front of him. Ha! Jiang Qin let out a loud shout as he punched the flourishing Lotus King. The gigantic flourishing Lotus King instantly shattered, and all the broken pieces were instantly absorbed by Jiang Qin's body. This Jiang Qin is insane. He just swallowed so many herbs, isn't he afraid that his body will explode? This method of swallowing herbs is such a waste. Even if he swallowed so many herbs, it won't help him at all. He is being suppressed by Shangguan Yilei, he is no match for him at all. As long as Shangguan Yilei wants to, he can easily kill Jiang Qin with his strongest attack. Shangguan Yilei is obviously toying with Jiang Qin, he wants to slowly torture him to death. The situation of the battle was very obvious. Jiang Qin was in a disadvantageous position. Although he had swallowed so many herbs, it didn't seem like it would help him at all. He was no match for Shangguan Yilei at all. Only De Huang Dog had a complacent look on his face. He was looking at Shangguan Yilei as if he was looking at an idiot. This idiot is going to die a miserable death. De Huang Dog said. De Huang, little Qinzi has swallowed so many herbs, how come his energy doesn't seem to have grown? Han Yen furrowed his brows. What the hell do you know? That kid is trying to suppress his energy. Can't you see that his body has been fully activated? His combat strength is skyrocketing at an incredible rate, it's just that he's trying to suppress it. Once this feast is over, that Shangguan Yilei will die. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Jiang Qin had a lot of fighting experience. Even those old fellows from the big sects couldn't compare to Jiang Qin in terms of fighting experience. This flourishing Lotus King's medicinal strength is really strong, and the Lotus Heart even contains the essence of the heavens and the earth. Just this stalk alone is enough to form 100 dragon marks. Jiang Qin was extremely excited. The medicinal strength of the flourishing Lotus King kept rushing into his limbs and bones, causing deep dragon roars to ring out from his body. New blood-red dragon marks were condensed one after another, and in the blink of an eye, 100 new dragon marks were formed. Currently, Jiang Qin's body had a total of 350 dragon marks, but his body was still in a state of hunger and thirst, like a bottomless pit that would never be satisfied. De Huang Dog. Jiang Qin shouted towards the ground. Hearing Jiang Qin's shout, De Huang Dog immediately understood. He opened his mouth and spat out some precious herbs towards Jiang Qin. De Huang Dog had swallowed quite a lot of herbs before, but he still had some left. Anan Ayen, give all these herbs to little Qinzi. De De Huang Dog said. All right. Both of them nodded their heads and threw out all the herbs they had obtained before. All the herbs that filled the sky entered Jiang Chen's body. So many herbs, this is really scary. Nangong Wentian sighed. The scariest part is yet to come. Let me tell you, little Chenzi's cultivation technique allows him to completely absorb the medicinal strength. Furthermore, with so many herbs stored inside his body, it's like a treasure in itself. Little Chenzi is only absorbing the energy within them now. As for the other herbs with different attributes, he can use them again in the future to strengthen his foundation. De Huang Dog said. This dog was undoubtedly an extremely arrogant person, and he had never admired anyone except for Jiang Chen. Putting everything else aside, just the way he swallowed herbs, could anyone else do that? Chapter 323. The herbs were rolling around and Jiang Chen's body was glowing brightly. Right now he was like a treasure vault, and if someone caught Jiang Chen they would be able to concoct pills with him. Back in the fragrant Sky City, even a guard of the Jiang family was drooling over the medicinal strength in his body, and wanted to drink his blood. Compared to the Jiang Chen in front of him now, the gap between him and the Jiang Chen in front of him was like heaven and earth. The Jiang family was nothing in the past. All the herbs that Jiang Zhenhai fed Jiang Chen were the lowest grade herbs, and any random herb from this sky garden was much more precious than the Jiang family's herbs. Buzz. A buzzing sound could be heard from the surface of Jiang Chen's body, and thunderous booms could be heard. New dragon marks were forming in his body, and they were revolving around the god core in his qi. However, this powerful energy was forcefully suppressed by Jiang Chen. Ah, Jiang Chen, stop resisting. You're no match for me. I'm going to humiliate you now. Later I'll chop off your arms and legs, then I'll make you kneel on the ground and lick my toes. Shangguan Yilei kept unleashing his attacks, forcing Jiang Chen to continuously retreat. His face had turned pale and it was a very pleasant feeling. Is that so? Jiang Chen sneered. Right now the number of dragon marks in his body had increased by 500, giving him a total of 2,700 dragon marks. With another 500 dragon marks he would be able to break through to the late divine core realm. Even with an increase of 500 dragon marks, it was more than enough for him to deal with Shangguan Yilei. However, Jiang Chen's body wasn't fully filled yet. There was still a lot of room for him to break through to the next realm. He wouldn't let go of this great opportunity. De Huang, I still don't have enough herbs. Jiang Chen once again shouted at Big Yellow. Not only had he completely absorbed all the herbs he found in the garden, he had also absorbed all the energy stored in the storage rings of those combat soul warriors, including demon souls. Anything that could be absorbed had entered Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's body was filled with all the energy stored in the storage rings. Damn it! This guy is a bottomless pit. De Huang Dog had an urge to vomit blood, but he didn't dare to be negligent. His body flashed and he arrived in front of a stock of ancient spiritual medicine. He struck out a few mysterious restrictive spells and broke the restrictive spells around the spiritual medicine. After collecting the spiritual medicine he threw it to Jiang Chen. Nangong Wentian and Han Yan also joined in the digging of spiritual herbs. Ignorant. It's useless to be busy at a time like this. It's just a waste of these elixirs. A disciple from the Shangguan clan said with a grin on his face. All three of them had proud expressions on their faces. However, De Huang Dog and the others had started digging herbs again, which made them feel very annoyed. Of course it was just annoyance, nothing more. After witnessing their abilities, none of them dared to stop them as little Sister Ling was still lying on the ground. Rumble. The shock waves from the battle were too strong and it seemed like Shangguan Yilei was getting impatient. The killing intent radiating from his body was getting stronger and stronger. Brother Lei, don't play with him anymore. Just kill him. The disciple from the Shangguan clan shouted out loudly. Right after his words left his mouth, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Each figure was standing right in front of a man. These 3 figures were none other than De Huang Dog, Han Yan and Nangong Wentian. Why don't you 3 just die first? Han Yan said with a grin on his face. You, how dare you? The expressions of the 3 men changed dramatically. They immediately took out their combat weapons and prepared themselves. These 3 guys in front of them weren't easy to deal with, and with their strength they were no match for them. It wasn't up to them to decide whether they dared to attack or not. Han Yen and the other 2 men had used their actions to tell them that the Shangguan clan was just a fart. 3 miserable shrieks sounded out at the same time. In just the blink of an eye, 3 divine core geniuses from the Shangguan clan had been killed by Han Yen and the other 2 men. They were lying in a pool of blood, and they looked even more miserable than little sister Ling. Bastard. Shangguan Ilai didn't miss what was happening below. He was immediately enraged and he let out a loud shout. I'm going to tear you apart. Shangguan Ilai was really furious. No one from the Shangguan clan had ever dared treat him like this. With a sway of his body he charged down from the sky. A sharp long sword appeared in his hand. He was going to kill these 3 shameless guys first, then kill Jiangchen. Swoosh. His speed wasn't slow, but someone was even faster. With a smile on his face, Jiang Chen stood in front of Shangguan Ilai and said with a teasing tone, I'm your opponent. Fine Jiang Chen, I'll kill you first, then I'll kill those 3 ants. Eat my sword. Shangguan Ilai shouted out loudly. Without any hesitation he swung the long sword in his hand toward Jiang Chen. The sharp sword beam streaked across the sky like a waterfall, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jiang Chen. Shangguan Ilai was furious. Just when everyone thought Jiang Chen would be severely injured if not killed by this attack, something unexpected happened. Boom. With a loud bang, boundless qi that was fused with energy suddenly exploded from Jiang Chen's body. That formidable qi was like ocean waves, 1 layer higher than the previous one, stacking on top of each other endlessly. Roar! A deep and muffled dragon roar sounded out from Jiang Chen's body. On the surface of his body, numerous blood-red dragon marks began to appear, as if countless real dragons were hovering in the sky. It was an extremely majestic scene. Buzz. The air trembled and a golden spear appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. With a loud buzzing sound he thrust it toward Shangguan Ilai. Clang. The spear and the long sword collided, producing a large amount of sparks. However, this time the result of the collision was completely different. Jiang Chen, who had been suppressed by Shangguan Ilai all this time, had suddenly turned into a peerless god of war. With a single thrust of his spear he knocked Shangguan Ilai back hundreds of meters. Pooh. Shangguan Ilai coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face turned extremely pale and he felt as if his soul was trembling. He stared at Jiang Chen with a terrified expression, then shook his head and said, Impossible, this is impossible. Shangguan Ilai couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could a man become so powerful in such a short period of time? This didn't make any sense. Just a moment ago Jiang Chen was being suppressed by him, and in such a short period of time, the tables had turned. Heavens! What did I just see? How did that Jiang Chen become so powerful all of a sudden? He made a comeback. It must be because of those elixirs. Jiang Chen must have a way to completely refine those elixirs. He must have absorbed all the elixirs and turned them into energy for his own consumption, allowing his cultivation to skyrocket in such a short period of time. Shangguan Ilai has been tricked by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has been suppressing his aura all this time. If Shangguan Ilai had used his ultimate attack and suppressed Jiang Chen with his perfect ranked combat weapon, he might have had the chance to kill Jiang Chen. Too bad he thought he was bullying Jiang Chen, but in fact he was just buying time for Jiang Chen to increase his cultivation. Now he has overreached himself and it's going to be difficult for him to kill Jiang Chen again. Everyone were shocked and no one could remain calm. No one had ever thought that a man could become so powerful in such a short period of time. This was the first time they had witnessed such a scene. Shangguan Ilai, the impossible is yet to come. You must be thinking that it's impossible for you to die, right? Jiang Chen said with a grin on his face. His current condition was extremely powerful, but he still hadn't reached his peak state. If he attacked Shangguan Ilai with all his strength, with Shangguan Ilai's abilities, there was still a chance for him to escape. Jiang Chen would never give him any hope. With a flip of his palm, another elixir appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. It was the bloody knotweed which was given to him by Xian Yi. Initially, Jiang Chen hoped that it could help Yan Chen use injuries, and now it was time for him to use it. As if the bloody knotweed wasn't enough, Xianxia took out the heavenly frost grass and the 1,000-year dragon ginseng, then absorbed them all together. These were the elixirs given to him by Wuxia, and they were very old and had a very strong medicinal power. At the same time, De Huang Dog brought out some other high-grade elixirs from the Sky Garden, and he gave all of them to Xianxia. Clap, clap, clap. Right at this moment, cracking sounds could be heard from Xianxia's body. His energy started skyrocketing and more dragon marks started forming in his body. Soon, the number of dragon marks in Xianxia's body had reached 3,100. At the same time, the bottomless pit in Xianxia's body had finally been filled. With 3,100 dragon marks, Xianxia's cultivation had reached the peak of the mid-divine core realm, and he was just one step away from the late divine core realm. As long as he could form another 100 dragon marks, he would be able to break through directly. But too bad this opportunity didn't allow Xianxia to break through to the divine core realm. But Xianxia was really satisfied with his current condition, because after such a huge improvement, his foundation hadn't been affected at all. Furthermore, all the elixirs in his body were still accumulating, and once he sorted them out, his foundation would become even stronger. At that point of time, breaking through to the late divine core realm would be a piece of cake. What really made Xianxia depressed was that the energy consumption for breaking through to the next realm was simply too huge, so much so that he couldn't even stand it. He had consumed so many herbs, but he still couldn't break through to the next realm. This was only the divine core realm. This made Xianxia feel like cursing. If this was the case when he broke through to the divine core realm, then when he broke through to the combat soul realm, the combat king realm, the combat emperor realm, or even the even more frightening saint realm, how much energy would he consume? The dragon transformation skill was really frightening, and just thinking about it made Xianxia's scalp numb. Of course, now wasn't the time to think about this. With his current strength, killing Shangguan Yilei was just a piece of cake. Shangguan Yilei, face your death. Xianxia took a step forward and arrived in front of Shangguan Yilei. Without hesitation, he thrust his spear forward. I won't die. There is no way a divine core warrior can defeat a combat soul warrior. Shangguan Yilei let out a loud roar. The long sword in his hand was glowing brightly. Right at this moment, Shangguan Yilei had unleashed all his combat strength, and he was injecting all of it into the long sword in his hand. Clang! The spear and long sword collided. Shangguan Yilei's long sword flew out of his hand, and the spear was like a venomous snake. It didn't slow down at all. Puchi! The spear pierced through Shangguan Yilei's chest. The sharp energy unleashed from the spear shattered all of Shangguan Yilei's internal organs. Shangguan Yilei was killed with just a single strike. He couldn't even fight back. Chapter 324. Everyone were holding their breaths. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Shangguan Yilei was dead, and he was killed in such an easy manner. The crowd hadn't forgotten what had happened just now. Shangguan Yilei was extremely mighty, and he had suppressed Xianxia with his energy. But who would have thought that in just the blink of an eye, Xianxia's combat strength had skyrocketed, and he had turned the tables, killing Shangguan Yilei with just a single strike. Fast! This was just too fast. Xianxia's attack was fast and brutal. He didn't give Shangguan Yilei any chance to react. Oh heavens, how strong is he? I don't think he has reached the late divine core realm yet, but he's able to kill an early combat soul warrior with just a peak mid-divine core cultivation base. And he's not just an ordinary warrior, he's a genius from the younger generation. This is just too shocking. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. This is incredible. With Xianxia's incredible combat strength, even those peerless geniuses from the martial palace can't compare with Xianxia in terms of talent. Everyone were shocked. A divine core warrior being able to fight a combat soul warrior was shocking enough. But now Xianxia was able to kill a combat soul warrior with just a peak mid-divine core cultivation base. This had completely overturned everyone's thoughts. Many people felt that Xianxia was the Shangguan clan's nemesis. So far, all the men from the Shangguan clan who had appeared on the ocean had been killed, and none of them were still alive. All of them had been killed by Xianxia. Shangguan Yilei was dead, and so were the 3 young geniuses from the Shangguan clan. These 4 guys in front of them had become devils. After killing Shangguan Yilei, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog found some relatively precious herbs, then they left the Sky Garden. At this point of time, many people had left the Sky Garden and were heading deeper into the Island of Ice. Most of the elixirs had already been dug out, and those that couldn't be dug out would be useless to them. More importantly, no one knew how long the Island of Ice would be open for, and there would definitely be more precious treasures in there. They couldn't give up on the treasures in front of them just for the Sky Garden. Little Qinzi, you were really brave just now. You even killed Shangguan Yilei. I feel like your combat strength has increased way too fast. You must have cultivated some kind of heaven-defying cultivation technique. That's why you were able to absorb those herbs at such a terrifying speed. Along the way, Nangong Wentian couldn't help but ask Jiang Qin. Now, just like Han Yan, he admired Jiang Qin from the bottom of his heart. This guy was simply capable of anything. Concocting pills, breaking defense mechanisms, and even his combat strength had reached such a level. Nangong Wentian was just a peak mid-divine core warrior, and he was no match for him. Nangong Wentian was an outstanding warrior of the younger generation, a top genius of the southern continent. He was a prideful man, and he had never admired anyone. If he had to admire someone, it would be himself. But now Jiang Qin had made him feel admiration. I've indeed cultivated a powerful cultivation technique. I've perfectly absorbed all the medicinal strength and energy from those herbs. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Little Qin, this method of rapid advancement is like a feast for all. But will it affect your foundation and foundation? If this is the case, it won't be good for your future cultivation, said Jiang Qin with a frown. That's right. Han Yan looked at Jiang Qin with a worried expression. Don't worry, the reason I fought Shangguan Yilei this time is to find an opportunity like this. Besides, those herbs I've absorbed are all sorts of herbs with different attributes. Although I've absorbed all the energy from them, most of the medicinal strength is still in my body. These medicinal strength can strengthen my body and strengthen my foundation. Not only will it not affect my foundation, it will also help me stabilize my foundation. Soon I'll be able to break through to the late divine core realm. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. His current situation couldn't be any better. Without a doubt, he had gained a lot of benefits from this trip to the Sky Garden. You're really frightening. Looks like I'll have to work harder, if not I'll be left far behind by all of you. Han Yan said in a gloomy manner. Among the 3 men and 1 dog, he was the weakest. Although he had the support of Gu Tianma's bloodline, if he didn't improve his cultivation soon, he would be left far behind by the other 3. Not to mention Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog and Nangong Wentian were also abnormal geniuses. It looks like there's no path in front of us, Nangong Wentian said with a frown on his face. In front of them was a vast expanse of white fog, and besides the white fog they couldn't see anything else. There was no path in front of them either. Furthermore, the white fog was extremely dense and the visibility was extremely low. This white fog is the same as the one we saw in the other paths, but it's much denser. It's not dangerous at all. If we want to reach the deepest part of the Island of Ice, we'll have to go through this white fog, Jiang Qin said. Jiang Qin and the others stepped into the white mist with lightning speed. When the people behind them saw that Jiang Qin and the others were safe and sound after entering the white mist, they immediately followed them. More and more people were rushing over from the Sky Garden. Many of them were entering the white mist one after another, causing the white mist to instantly become crowded. Not long after Jiang Qin killed Shangguan Yilei, a few men from the Shangguan clan came out from the other paths. The leading man was Long Ting Huyu, the genius of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Yilong. Shangguan Yilong's aura was much stronger than when they first entered the Island of Ice, and it seemed like he was at the peak of the early combat soul realm. He was much stronger than Shangguan Yilei, and it seemed like he had encountered some great opportunities in the other paths. A group of men from the Myriad Sword sect came out from the Sky Garden together with the Shangguan clan. Ling Du and Su Shuang from the Myriad Sword sect were among them. When they entered the other paths, they were blocked by all sorts of demons and devils. However, those demons and devils weren't very strong, and they were at the same level as the stone golems Jiang Qin and the others had encountered. With the strength of the Myriad Sword sect's disciples, they could easily walk out from those demons and devils. The high-spirited men from the Shangguan clan arrived at the Sky Garden. When they saw the 4 corpses lying on the ground, their expressions instantly changed. Boom! Shangguan Yilong's fury instantly burned like a raging fire. He glared at one of the warriors and shouted, "Tell me who did this." The man was so scared that his body started trembling. He didn't dare hide anything, and with a trembling voice he said, "It's Zhang Qin and the others." "What? Zhang Qin again?" One of the late divine core geniuses from the Shangguan clan cried out in shock. "Impossible. That Zhang Qin is just a divine core warrior. Although Daddy looks down on Shangguan Yilei, I don't believe Zhang Qin can kill him." Su Shuang from the Myriad Sword sect said. They were happy that the men from the Shangguan clan were dead, but if it was Zhang Qin who killed them, they wouldn't feel happy at all. Back in the Jian province, although the Myriad Sword sect and the Shangguan clan were enemies in this island of ice, they had a common enemy, and that was Zhang Qin. Su Shuang and Shangguan Yilei were old rivals, and because of this he had a better understanding of Shangguan Yilei's strength. He knew how strong Shangguan Yilei was, and if he fought him he would at most end up in a draw. Su Shuang couldn't believe that a divine core warrior like Zhang Qin could kill Shangguan Yilei. It really was Zhang Qin who killed them. The man didn't dare hide anything. He immediately told Su Shuang everything that had happened in the Sky Garden, and he emphasized on how the 4 men from the Shangguan clan were killed. "Good, Zhang Qin, looks like we're going to fight to the death in this island of ice." Shangguan Yilong's eyes seemed to be filled with flames of fury. "And that dog and the other 2 bastards, I'll tear them into 1,000 pieces." Shangguan Yilong, that Zhang Qin has the strength to kill Shangguan Yilei now. "Although you're stronger than Shangguan Yilei, I don't think you'll be a match for Zhang Qin," Ling Du said. That Zhang Qin only forcefully improved his cultivation with some herbs. His cultivation base isn't stable at all. It's easy for me to kill him. Shangguan Yilong coldly harumphed. "What's the point of talking so much? Let's chase after him. That guy is ahead of us and he might be waiting for something good. Once his cultivation base improves again, even if we work together, I'm afraid we won't be able to kill Zhang Qin." Ling Du's eyes lit up as he said. "Those geniuses from the Martial Palace are going to show up soon. With the relationship between us and the Martial Palace, I'm sure they'll help us. We have to kill Zhang Qin," Shangguan Yilong said. "Of course, I'm a disciple of the Martial Palace now," Ling Du said. When he mentioned the words disciple of the Martial Palace, an unconcealable pride emerged on his face. Indeed, being able to cultivate in the Martial Palace was a great honor, and it was normal for him to be proud. "Chase after them. We have to kill Zhang Qin and the other 2. Shangguan Yilong gnashed his teeth in anger. The group passed through the Sky Garden and continued flying forward. At this moment Zhang Qin, the Huang dog and the others had already passed through the white mist. Suddenly 2 doors appeared in front of them. It was as if these 2 doors had appeared out of thin air, and they were standing right in front of them. The doors were wide open and different auras could be sensed from them. 2 huge characters were floating above the doors. One was a golden character, life, and the other was a blood-red character, death. The door of life and death. Does this mean one of them leads to life and the other leads to death? Han Yan's gaze fell on the 2 gates. When he carefully observed the life gate he could really feel a vigorous aura drifting out from it, making him feel relaxed and happy. When Han Yan observed the door of death he immediately felt an eerie feeling. He could even see some dark spirits floating inside the door of death, and it was extremely frightening. "Damn it, we have to choose again. Do we even need to choose? We have to enter the door of life. That door of death is too frightening. I can still sense the strong death energy from such a close distance. If we enter it, we'll die a horrible death." "Not necessarily. This island of ice is very strange. The door of life might not lead to life, and the door of death might not lead to death." Chapter 325. More and more people arrived and all of them stopped moving. The appearance of the gate of life and death caused people to frown. Everyone could clearly see that inside the gate of life, there was an abundance of life. There were green mountains and clear waters everywhere, multicolored lights lingered in the air, thousands of strands of auspicious qi. Inside the gate of death, Evil spirits and ghosts could be seen everywhere. The eerie atmosphere was so strong that it made people's scalps go numb just by looking at it. In order to enter the island of ice, they had to go through the gate of life and death just like the previous 9 paths. However, the previous 9 paths had stopped cultivators above the age of 30, so what would the gate of life and death stop? Or rather, what kind of danger was inside the gate of life and death? Nobody knew. The gate of death is filled with an eerie aura. It's scary. Under such circumstances, we have to choose the gate of life. I'm guessing that the gate of life might contain unexpected treasures, but the gate of death is extremely dangerous. I think we should choose the gate of life. Someone said, then strode towards the gate of life and disappeared in the blink of an eye. I choose the gate of life too. The gate of death looks so scary, even my soul is trembling. If we go in there, we will be torn apart by those evil spirits. That's right, we have to choose the gate of life. It's full of life, there must be treasures there. Many people walk towards the gate of life. It's not as simple as it looks. Sometimes life is death and death is life. It's just a matter of a thought. The gate of life might be even more dangerous. I'll choose the gate of death. Some people were brave enough to walk into the gate of death. After entering the gate of death, they disappeared as well. Looking from the outside, they could only see the eerie aura and the evil spirits moving around, but they couldn't see the shadows of the people who went in. Many people started to make their choices. Most of them chose the gate of life and only a few chose the gate of death. Little Chinzi, which gate are we going to? Han Yan looked at Jiang Qin. These 2 doors aren't as simple as they seem. This trip to the island of ice is a training for the young generation. No matter if it's the gate of life or the gate of death, they both contain dangers and opportunities. However, there's a saying in the Buddhist school, if one wants to experience a true transformation, one shouldn't be afraid of the slightest thing. One has to experience a real life or death situation. If I'm not mistaken, this is the true meaning of the gate of life and death. Therefore, I think we should choose the gate of death. Jiang Qin said. That's right. If you're afraid of death, then there's nothing to be afraid of in this world. Cultivating your mind to this level is also a profound realm. I think what Little Chinzi said is right. Put yourself in a dead end and you'll be reborn. This is the true meaning of the gate of life and death. Moreover, the gate of death doesn't mean that you'll definitely die, and the gate of life doesn't mean that you'll live a good life. Nangong Wentian nodded, agreeing with Jiang Chen's words. Then let's go through the death gate. De Huang Dog wagged his thick tail. He was a fearless man, he didn't even put the gate of life and death in his eyes. Right when the 3 of them and the dog were about to step into the gate of death, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. He immediately looked to the side of the gate of death. There, another illusionary door appeared. The door was swaying as if it was an illusion and couldn't be seen clearly. On top of the door there was a huge illusionary character. Illusionary gate, there's another door here. Jiang Qin said in a surprised tone. There's another door? Nangong Wentian and Han Yan followed Jiang Chen's line of sight and saw nothing there, not even a strand of hair, let alone a door. Even De Huang Dog couldn't see anything. It was completely empty. Apart from the 2 gates of life and death, there were no other doors. Little Chinzi, are you blind? Where is there a door? Han Yan teased. You guys can't see it? Jiang Qin was startled. He was shocked. He could clearly see the gate of void, but Han Yan and Nangong Wentian couldn't see it, not even De Huang Dog. Why was that? Little Chinzi, did you really see another door? Nangong Wentian was shocked. Jiang Qin nodded heavily. Why is it that only you can see it but we can't? De Huang Dog was puzzled as well. Buzz. When Jiang Qin looked at the gate of void again, he heard a buzzing sound coming from the door. Streams of cold aura came out from the door, causing Jiang Qin to shiver. However, Jiang Qin sensed a summoning force from the cold aura, a summoning force for him. I sensed this summoning force before coming to the island of ice. What is it that is summoning me? Jiang Qin was shocked, but he had made up his mind. He was going to go through the gate of void. Only he could see the gate of void, so he had to go inside and see what was summoning him. Nangong Wentian, De Huang Dog and Han Yan were still trying their best to see what was behind the gate of void, but in the end they couldn't find anything. In the end, they were certain that if there wasn't a door that only Jiang Qin could see, then Jiang Qin must be blind. However, the three of them knew very well how sharp Jiang Chen's eyes were. In other words, there really was an illusory door, one that only Jiang Chen could see. Little Chenzi, don't tell me you've decided to go through the Gate of Void? Han Yan asked. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded. I'm sure this strange door is filled with dangers. We can't see where the door is and we can't go with you. If you really want to go through the Gate of Void, you have to be careful. Nangong Wen Tian patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder. I can handle it. Let's go our separate ways. You guys go through the Gate of Death and we'll meet up inside the Island of Ice. After saying that, Jiang Chen stepped into the Gate of Void and disappeared without a trace. Why did Jiang Chen disappear? Could there be another door? That can't be right, there's nothing there. Strange, let's go have a look as well. Many people noticed how strange Jiang Chen's disappearance was. Some of them walked up and looked at the empty space in front of them, but they couldn't find anything. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. The three men and the dog looked at each other, then walked into the Gate of Death and disappeared. Not long after Jiang Chen and the others entered the Gate of Void, the men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect arrived in an imposing manner. Where's Jiang Chen? Shangguan Yilong shouted as soon as he arrived. He went in. Someone replied. Right at this moment, Shangguan Yilong, Ling Du, and the others carefully looked at the Gate of Life and Death in front of them. They were shocked by the Gate of Life and Death and they didn't know what to do next. Where did Jiang Chen go in? Ling Du asked. Jiang Chen didn't go through either of the two gates, he just disappeared from the side. It's very strange. Someone pointed at the side of the Gate of Death. Ling Du furrowed his brows. He and Shangguan Yilong walked to the side of the Gate of Death at the same time and carefully examined it. They even used their yuan energy to check it, but they couldn't find anything. You dare lie to me? Ling Du's face turned cold and he stared at the man who just spoke with a sharp gaze. The man's body trembled and he quickly explained, I didn't lie to you, many people saw it. Jiang Chen did disappear, but De Huang Dog and the others entered the Gate of Death. Hearing this, Ling Du and Shangguan Yilong looked at each other, then they looked at the Gate of Death at the same time. For the first time, these two sworn enemies agreed on something. They believed what the man said because no one dared lie to them. They had no idea why Jiang Chen disappeared all of a sudden, and they couldn't chase after him for now. However, the other three had entered the Gate of Death. Shangguan Yilong, do you dare enter the Gate of Death? Ling Du said in an indifferent tone. Why not? This Gate of Life and Death isn't as simple as it looks. Even if we enter the Gate of Life, it won't be safe. Perhaps it's even more dangerous than the Gate of Death. After saying that, Shangguan Yilong turned around and said to the others behind him, You guys can enter the Gate of Life, I'll enter the Gate of Death and kill those three. Brother Yilong will enter the Gate of Death with you, we want to see you chop those three bastards into pieces with our own eyes. One of the Shangguan clan's disciples said fiercely. If that's the case, I'll enter the Gate of Death with you. Junior disciple Su, you bring the others and enter the Gate of Life, you might find some good fortune there. Ling Du said to Su Shuang. None of them were idiots, they could all sense that this Gate of Life and Death wasn't as simple as it looked. Not only were there dangers inside, there were also great opportunities. In order to kill the three of them, Ling Du had decided to enter the Gate of Death with the Shangguan clan's disciples, and let Su Shuang bring the other disciples to the Gate of Life. Alright, senior disciple Ling, be careful when you're with the Shangguan clan's disciples. Su Shuang reminded Ling Du he was very cautious of Shangguan Yilong. That's right, it's better to be careful. In my opinion, Ling Du, you should enter the Gate of Life. If not, once I kill those three bastards, I'll kill you as well. Shangguan Yilong said with a grin on his face. Ling Du Lung Ling said. He kept waving the folding fan in his hand, then he took the lead and entered the Gate of Death. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the scene. All the disciples of the Myriad Sword sect were using swords, but Ling Du was using a folding fan. Of course, this didn't mean he didn't have a sword, at least no one had ever seen his sword before. More and more people came out from the Sky Garden, and they all disappeared into the Gate of Life and Death. The Gate of Void. After Jiang Chen entered the Gate of Void, he immediately arrived in a world of ice and snow. This place was boundless, filled with white glaciers, and the air was filled with bone-piercing cold air. The cold air here was extremely cold and it could even freeze a man's soul. If an ordinary early divine core warrior entered this place, he wouldn't be able to last long, and if an ordinary heavenly core warrior entered this place, he would be frozen to death in less than an hour. Chapter 326. Xianxia floated in the air, staring at the vast expanse of white glaciers. For a moment he had a feeling that he couldn't find the right direction. This is a completely enclosed space. It's as if these glaciers were designed by someone. They could even be described as the work of the gods. I came in through the gate of void. I wonder what kind of dangers await me. Xianxia glanced at the undulating glaciers in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Everything here was too shocking, a beautiful world of glaciers. If little Yu could enter this place, her cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Her 9-yin physique was simply created for this place. Xianxia thought of Yu. After this trip to the island of ice, he would use the 9 solar holy water to save Yu's life. However, by that time, the island of ice would have already disappeared, and Yu would no longer have the chance to cultivate in this place. I don't know where to go now. I should try to sense that mysterious summoning force first. Xianxia released his soul energy and hovered above the glaciers, carefully sensing his surroundings. He didn't want to wander around aimlessly in this place. The reason why he came in through the gate of void was because of that mysterious summoning force. Now he wanted to sense where that mysterious summoning force came from. Not long after that, Xianxia abruptly opened his eyes and locked onto a certain direction. His footsteps trembled and he immediately dashed towards the depths of the glaciers. Boom! All of a sudden, a section of the glacier in front of him exploded, creating a thunderous sound. An incomparably majestic monster jumped out from within, blocking in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's body trembled and he hurriedly steadied himself. When he saw the monster in front of him, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. The monster's entire body was milky white, and it was completely made out of solid ice. Its 10 feet tall body constantly emitted a white, icy aura. This monster had 2 legs and a long tail behind it. The tail was extremely thick and sturdy, and it was also completely made out of solid ice. The monster's body was too majestic, but what was surprising was that the monster's face had no facial features. However, when its face was facing you, you couldn't help but feel a cold and gloomy feeling. It was as if there was a pair of venomous snake-like eyes staring at you from that featureless face. It was a very creepy feeling. Ice demon. Xianxia was secretly shocked. Even with his experience, he had never seen such a demonic beast before. However, its entire body was made of ice, so he called it an ice demon. Roar. The ice demon clearly didn't have a mouth, but it let out an incomparably deep roar. It was a kind of roar that was unbearably hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. Hearing such a roar, even Xianxia couldn't help but feel irritated. Roar. The ice demon roared out once again, then it leapt towards Xianxia. An ice demon with the strength of a mid-divine core warrior wants to hurt me? You're courting death. Xianxia let out a cold snort. He forcefully punched forward, and the punch was powerful enough to shatter a mountain. It landed heavily on the ice demon's body and a cracking sound could be heard. The 3-meter-tall ice demon's body was instantly shattered into ice shards. However, something strange happened. The ice demon that was killed by Xianxia suddenly dashed out from a different direction, and it continued attacking Xianxia. What? Xianxia cried out in shock. It wasn't like he had never seen something like this before, but he was still shocked by it. It was extremely rare to see something like this in this world. The 9-life crystal beast in Inferno Hell was like this, and now this random ice demon was like this as well. Fine, let me see how many lives you have. Xianxia unleashed his energy, then he killed the ice demon with another punch. In his mind, this ice demon should have the same attribute as the 9-life crystal beast, and it should have a few lives. As long as he killed all of its lives, it would be completely dead. But this time Xianxia had really miscalculated. In just 1 minute, Xianxia had killed the ice demon 15 times, but the ice demon could still come back to life in an instant, and it was still as lively as ever. Damn it, don't tell me this ice demon has 100 lives. Xianxia felt really gloomy. With his strength, he was still entangled by an ice demon. This was really infuriating. After Zhou Xian killed the ice demon for another 8 times, he immediately noticed something different. No, this ice demon is definitely different from the 9-life crystal beast. It's impossible for such a heaven-defying creature to exist in this world. With so many lives, it should have been punished by the heavens long ago. Let me see what's going on. Zhou Xian frowned. This time he fully utilized his great soul derivation technique. Strands of soul strength seeped into the air, and when the ice demon appeared again, Zhou Xian smashed it into pieces with another punch. With the great soul derivation technique, nothing could hide. Zhou Xian finally discovered the secret of the ice demon's unlimited resurrection. With his soul strength, Zhou Xian discovered that after the ice demon was killed, a fist-sized round piece of ice flowed out from the ice demon's body. However, this piece of ice seemed to have some kind of concealment ability and he couldn't find it at all. Ah, I know now. So this ice demon has a demon spirit. Furthermore, its demon spirit can hide itself. With the help of this environment, it can resurrect endlessly. Zhou Xian laughed. He finally understood the reason why the ice demon could resurrect endlessly. He didn't know how the ice demon was born, but it had a special physique. Its demon spirit could hide itself and no one could discover it. The environment here was undoubtedly the most suitable for the ice demon to survive. With the help of this environment, the ice demon's demon spirit could resurrect instantly. With my great soul derivation technique, there's nowhere to hide. Come here. Zhou Xian made a grabbing motion and the demon spirit was caught in his hand. After the demon spirit was caught, it started to jump. True dragon flames. Zhou Xian coldly snorted. The true dragon flames seeped into the demon spirit and instantly destroyed the ice demon's consciousness. The demon spirit that had lost its consciousness instantly quieted down. Zhou Xian held the demon spirit in his hand and examined it. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. This world is really full of strange things. This kind of demon spirit is bone-piercing cold. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to enjoy it even if they got their hands on it. If it fell into the hands of those cultivators with a cold attribute physique or a cold attribute cultivation technique, it would be an incomparably precious treasure. I have to keep this and give it to Xiaoyu in the future. Zhou Xian smiled as he stored the ice demon's demon spirit. He was very clear about Yan Qinyu's potential. The power of her 9-yin physique was still far from being unleashed. This injury was actually a transformation for Yan Qinyu. When she truly wakes up, her entire being will go through an earth-shattering transformation. It won't be long before she becomes a peerless demon. As if they had sensed the death of their companions, a series of bone-numbing roars suddenly sounded out from the bottom of the glacier in front of them. Before Zhou Xian could even catch his breath, he saw many white figures rushing out from the glacier and leaping towards them. Damn it, why are there so many ice demons? Zhou Xian had the urge to curse out loud. There were at least 100 ice demons that suddenly appeared. Every single one of them had a majestic body. Some were 1 meter tall, some were 2 meters tall, and some were even 3 meters tall. Obviously, the more majestic an ice demon was, the more tyrannical it would be. There was no doubt about this. These ice demons didn't have eyes. It was unknown what they used to observe, but they immediately sensed Zhou Qian's presence. In an instant they surrounded Zhou Qian. Seeing this, the gloomy expression on Zhou Qian's face was replaced by a look of excitement. If it was someone else, these ice demons who could resurrect endlessly would be a deadly threat. But for Zhou Qian, these ice demons were a huge treasure. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. The demon soul in these ice demons' bodies contained the purest cold attribute, and it was a true treasure. Not only could Yan Qinyu use it, if he sold it, many people would fight for it. These ice demons are all at the divine core realm, but their bodies are really strong. I can use their bodies to temper my fists. Zhou Qian suddenly let out a loud shout and attacked first. With a single punch, he shattered the ice demon closest to him. With the great soul derivation skill, the demon soul had nowhere to hide. Zhou Qian grabbed the demon soul in his hand, then he unleashed the true dragon flames and destroyed its consciousness. All the other ice demons were startled when they saw this. They knew their own strength very well, but none of them had expected that this human in front of them could kill their companion with just a single punch. This was unbelievable. Roar, however, this didn't stop the ice demons from attacking. It made them even more ferocious. All of them roared furiously as they leapt toward Zhou Xian. Only Zhou Xian was in such a situation. If it was someone else, just the unpleasant roars alone would have seriously disturbed their mind, and perhaps they wouldn't even be able to fight anymore. All of you are just here to deliver food to me, Zhou Xian said in a domineering manner. His fists turned into two afterimages as he kept striking the ice demons. Bang bang bang, Zhou Xian's movements were incredibly fast. Although these ice demons had incredibly strong bodies, none of them could withstand a single punch from Zhou Xian. Right now Zhou Xian could even kill a combat soul genius like Xianxia, let alone these divine core ice demons. If anyone could see this, they would definitely be shocked. Because Zhou Xian wasn't using any yuan energy at all, he was just attacking with his body. How fast was he? He was so fast that he could kill all these ice demons with lightning speed, and not a single demon soul could escape. How many people could have this kind of reaction and speed? This was the most primitive way of fighting, a pure physical collision. Under Zhou Xian's punches, the number of ice demons was decreasing one after another. Even those late divine core ice demons didn't have a chance to be resurrected by Zhou Xian. Their demon souls were captured by Zhou Xian, and their consciousnesses were burned away by the true dragon flames. Chapter 327. Rumble. Endless glaciers, vast and boundless. This peaceful and beautiful world was now witnessing the most primitive battle. Explosive sounds could be heard continuously. Although it was a battle of pure physical strength, it was still incredibly powerful. The shockwaves caused by the battle had destroyed some of the glaciers. Zhou Qian's mighty aura was boundless. Like a ghost, he flashed back and forth between the ice demon's camp. He looked like he was passing through a field of flowers, but not a single leaf could touch him. Every time Zhou Xian attacked, an ice demon would be destroyed. Roar. The battle had gone on for more than 10 minutes. At first there were over 100 ice demons, but now there were only about 30 of them left. Zhou Xian had a great harvest. He had obtained dozens of ice demons' demon souls. As for the rest of the ice demons, they were still fearlessly attacking Zhou Xian, trying to tear him in half. Zhou Xian knew that although these ice demons were powerful, they didn't have any intelligence. Or, to put it in another way, they were just killing machines and they only had one thought in their mind. It's better that they didn't run away. I'll kill them one by one. I won't let any of them go. A sneer emerged on Zhou Qian's face. He attacked with all his might, and in just a few minutes all the ice demons were killed. Roar. After killing all the ice demons before Zhou Qian could feel happy about it, the roars of the ice demons sounded out in front of him once again. White lights flashed and numerous white figures appeared. The number of these ice demons was double the previous number. What made Zhou Qian's eyes widen was that there were 3 combat soul ice demons this time. This glacial space is really a work of art. It can actually give birth to combat soul ice demons. This is really unimaginable. Zhou Qian sighed. Although the ice demons' demon souls were good stuff, Zhou Qian didn't want to waste too much time in this place. The only reason he came here was because of the mysterious summoning force. However, Zhou Qian couldn't retreat. He had to charge forward because the mysterious summoning force was right in front of him. If he wanted to find the source of the summoning force, he had to pass through the glacial region ahead. And if he wanted to pass through this glacial region, he was destined to have to fight with these ice demons. The scene in front of him made Zhou Qian recall the scene of entering the demon's den in the purgatory. There was an endless stream of demons. The number of ice demons here was probably more than the number of demons in the demon's den. After all, with the environment here, creatures like the ice demons must have been born because of the unique environment of the glacier. Right now, Zhou Qian could only hope that there weren't any ice demons that were too strong. Facing these 3 early combat soul ice demons, Zhou Qian didn't put them in his eyes at all. His body was incredibly strong and his chi and blood were like dragons. With the support of 3,100 dragon marks, he was able to kill a genius like Xianxia, so killing these early combat soul ice demons was nothing difficult for him. Come, let's kill to our heart's content today. Zhou Qian unleashed his energy and the Firethorn combat armor instantly covered his body. With the Firethorn combat armor, Jiangchen didn't need to worry about these divine core ice demons. These ice demons couldn't even break through his defense, and with the Firethorn combat armor he could easily kill these ice demons. All he needed to do was focus all his attention on the 3 combat soul ice demons. Buzz. Jiangchen shook his palm, then a golden spear appeared in his hand. The spear was covered with a layer of mystical flame, and the flame looked like a flaming dragon as it coiled around the spear. Roared. The group of ice demons arrived in an instant. The leading ice demon's roar was extremely hoarse, and it would cause anyone who heard it to feel annoyed. However, Jiangchen remained calm and his mind was as steady as Mount Tai. He wasn't affected by the outside world. Buzz. The spear produced a loud rumbling sound. The true dragon flame on the body of the spear had a great suppressive effect on these ice demons. As the saying goes, ice and fire are incompatible. The true dragon flame was the king of all beasts' flames, a unique divine flame between the heavens and the earth. These ice demons were covered in ice, so there was no way they could benefit from the true dragon flame. Under Jiangchen's control, the spear dashed forward like a flaming dragon, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the leading early combat soul ice demon. This combat soul ice demon obviously had some intelligence. It could sense the frightening aura coming from the true dragon flame, causing its body to pause for a moment, and a look of fear emerged on its face. But right after that, the ice demon roared out furiously, then it forcefully punched toward the spear. These ice demons didn't have any weapons, their bodies were their weapons. Bam! Jiangchen's attack was extremely powerful. Even without the help of the true dragon flame, this ice demon was still no match for him. Right when the ice demon's fist collided with the spear, the ice demon's entire arm exploded into pieces. The spear was like a poisonous dragon and it didn't slow down in the slightest. It pierced through the ice demon's body and after that the spear shook, causing the ice demon's body to explode into countless pieces. An invisible demon's soul was pulsating. Before the ice devil could use this demon's soul to resurrect itself, Jiangchen's huge hand had already grabbed the demon's soul. After that he used the true dragon flames to burn away the ice devil's will, and a combat soul demon's soul was in Jiangchen's hands. After that, Jiangchen held the spear with one hand and wore the Firethorn combat armor. Like a majestic elephant he dashed straight into the group of ice demons. Bam bam bam, these powerful ice demons were too weak in front of Jiangchen. Ordinary ice demons would die for sure if they were hit by Jiangchen's Firethorn combat armor. However, the situation was too chaotic and even with Jiangchen's senses he couldn't retrieve all the dead demons' souls at the same time. This gave these ice demons an opportunity to resurrect themselves. Of course, Jiangchen didn't really care about this. For him, these ordinary ice demons couldn't do anything to him, and the Firethorn combat armor was more than enough to deal with them. His main focus was on the other 2 combat soul ice demons. Bang! The spear was extremely sharp and it once again pierced through another combat soul ice demon, shattering it into pieces. The remaining combat soul ice demon seemed to have sensed how frightening this human was. It immediately turned around and fled with incredible speed. Still trying to run? Jiangchen opened up a path with his spear, and with the help of the spear he chased after the combat soul ice demon. The value of a combat soul demon's soul was much higher than the total value of all the ordinary ice demons' demon souls. Of course, Jiangchen wouldn't let it go. 2 figures were blinking in the glacier. The light reflected by the glacier shone onto their bodies, making them look like they were in a dream. These 2 figures were the fleeing ice demon and Jiangchen who was chasing after them. One had to admit that the ice demons had a unique advantage in all aspects in this glacier. Their auras could perfectly merge with the auras of the entire glacier, and their speed was incredibly fast. Damn it, these ice demons are so fast. I can't even catch up with them with the 9 phantom wolves and the dimensional shift. Jiangchen couldn't help but curse. This was the first time he felt defeated when it came to speed, even if it was because of the environment. Roar roar roar. Seeing that Jiangchen was chasing after them, the ice demon threw its head back and roared into the sky. The roar this time was completely different from the previous ones. Although it was still hoarse, it was much clearer. Furthermore, it had a rhythm to its roar as if it was sending out a signal. Summoning your partner? It'll be better if more combat soul ice demons come, I'll be able to get more demon souls. As long as there aren't any mid-combat soul ice demons, I'll be fine. Jiang Chen replied with a smile on his face. With his current strength he was able to kill early combat soul warriors, but if he ran into a mid-combat soul warrior he wouldn't be a match for them. Boom. Suddenly, the tallest glacier in front of Jiang Chen shattered, and a world-shaking roar sounded out from within. After that, a majestic body that looked like an iron tower dashed out from the glacier. It was an extremely powerful ice demon. His body was over 30 meters tall, and none of the previous ice demons could compare with it. When the ice demon appeared, it immediately pounded its chest and stomped its feet. With its featureless face, it threw its head back and roared. Its hoarse voice was extremely unpleasant to the ears, and it could cause anyone's scalp to go numb. The ice demon's body was emitting a cold light. Coupled with the reflection of the glacier, if there was a sun here, the light emitted by the ice demon's body would be extremely dazzling. Fuck. Seeing this, Jiang Chen cursed. Without saying anything, he immediately turned around and started running. However, a huge amount of ice demons were chasing after him, causing Jiang Chen to have no choice but to randomly choose a direction and run as fast as he could. Because the Ice Demon King was neither an early nor mid-combat soul warrior, it was actually a late combat soul warrior. Initially, Jiang Chen thought it was pretty good to have an early combat soul ice demon here, but he never thought there would be such a powerful monster here. Fighting a late combat soul warrior was no different than courting death. Jiang Chen knew his own strength very well. Even if he fought with all his strength, he would still be no match for a late combat soul warrior. Even if he used the Great Illusion Realm, it would still be useless. If he used the Great Illusion Realm on a warrior with a much higher cultivation base, it would have the opposite effect. Besides, the Great Illusion Realm was only useful for those humans who had dreams and a past. This Ice Demon King was just a creature that had gained sentience not too long ago. It had never even left this glacial space, so how could it have any dreams at all? Roar. When the Ice Demon King sensed Jiang Chen's location, it immediately let out a furious roar and chased after him. With a sway of its majestic body, the Ice Demon King shot forward like an arrow, rapidly shortening the distance between it and Jiang Chen. This ice demon's speed isn't very fast, but because of the environment here, it can increase its speed to the maximum. There's no way I can escape from this late combat soul ice demon. Damn it, I'm going to be in big trouble this time. Jiang Chen had a gloomy expression on his face. However, he wasn't a man who would give up. The true dragon flames transformed into a flaming dragon and circled around his body. Because of its elemental attribute, the true dragon flames had a suppressive effect on the ice demon, thus shortening the gap between them. Chapter 328. The Ice Demon King was incredibly fast, and in just 3 minutes, it had caught up to Jiang Chen, who was running at top speed. Jiang Chen was running at top speed. Jiang Chen was running at top speed, and in just 3 minutes he had caught up with him. Roar. The Ice Demon King's intelligence was obviously not something an ordinary ice demon could compare with. It abruptly reached out its palm, which was as big as a palm leaf fan, and smashed down toward Jiang Chen. True Dragon Palm. Facing such a powerful attack, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for his death. He let out a loud shout and immediately unleashed the True Dragon Palm. A huge blood-red dragon claw was completely enveloped by the True Dragon flames, and it struck toward the Ice Demon King's fan-sized palm. The purest True Dragon Flame was indeed the nemesis of all ice creatures. Under the control of the True Dragon Flame, the Ice Demon King was unable to unleash its full power. However, the gap between the two of them was just too big, so big that it couldn't be closed. Even with the help of the True Dragon Flame, the True Dragon Palm was still easily destroyed. Dong. The moment the True Dragon Palm was destroyed, a majestic force landed on Jiang Chen's body, sending Jiang Chen flying hundreds of meters away like a cannonball. Barf. Even with Jiang Chen's incredible strength, he was still injured by such a powerful collision. He coughed out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and he could feel the blood and qi in his body tumbling inside out, giving him an indescribable feeling of discomfort. Fortunately, Xianxia was able to withstand such a powerful attack from the Ice Demon King. If it was any other ordinary person, they would have been crushed into dust on the spot. Ever since Xianxia started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, his body had become stronger and stronger. This was also the reason why he was able to withstand such a powerful attack from the Ice Demon King. Xianxia's expression was extremely unsightly. He knew how terrifying the Ice Demon King was. He knew that he could withstand this attack, but he might not be able to withstand the next one. The Ice Demon King's attack had just begun. Demon Subduing Lock. Xianxia suddenly had an idea. He took out the Demon Subduing Lock from his interspatial ring. He had snatched this magic treasure from Yang Shuo in purgatory. He still remembered De Huang saying that the aura emitted by the Demon Subduing Lock made him feel uncomfortable. One must know that De Huang Dog was a descendant of the dragon horse, a true divine beast. Although the ice demon in front of him was a peculiar creature, as long as it had a demon spirit within its body, it would belong to the category of demonic beasts. The demon taming lock had a certain effect on the De Huang Dog, so it had a great restraining effect on this ice demon as well. The combination of the true dragon flame and the demon taming lock was the only way for Xianxia to deal with the Ice Demon King, and it was also the most effective way. As long as he could restrain the Ice Demon King's strength, he would have a chance to escape. Ring ring ring. After the demon taming lock appeared, it let out a clear and melodious sound, which then turned into waves that rushed towards the Ice Demon King. Roared. Hearing the sound of the demon taming lock, the Ice Demon King immediately became restless. It was no longer as calm as before, as it hated the demon taming lock. Xianxia could clearly sense the fear the Ice Demon King had for the demon taming lock from its emotions. Looks like the demon taming lock is really effective. Xianxia burst into laughter. While controlling the demon taming lock, he also unleashed the true dragon flame and started running forward. Of course, Xianxia didn't try to use the demon taming lock to control the Ice Demon King, because he knew it was unrealistic. The demon taming lock in his hand wasn't a high-level demon taming lock, and it was very difficult for him to subdue a late combat soul demon king, unless Xianxia's strength was higher than the Ice Demon King's. Although the demon taming lock couldn't help Xianxia control the Ice Demon King, it could still effectively restrain the Ice Demon King's strength, preventing it from unleashing its full strength. The Ice Demon King was extremely furious and it kept attacking Xianxia. While running away, Xianxia kept unleashing all sorts of powerful attacks. The Firethorn combat armor covered his body, and the spear in his hand kept colliding with the Ice Demon King's attacks. While Xianxia kept running away. Every time the Ice Demon King attacked, it would cause Xianxia to throw up blood. If not for the true dragon flame and the demon taming lock, Xianxia might have been killed by the Ice Demon King. Damn it, I can't go on like this. My injuries are getting more and more serious. And although the dragon transformation skill can heal me, I can't withstand this big guy's crazy attacks. Xianxia cursed in his mind. The Ice Demon King was chasing him relentlessly, and it was determined to kill him. However, this boundless world of glaciers seemed to have no end, and there was no way out either. This had put Xianxia in a very difficult situation. Suddenly, Xianxia saw a light wave not far away from him. Xianxia was very familiar with those light waves. It was definitely not the light waves emitted by the glaciers, but the ripples of water. It was because of the light waves emitted by the glaciers. There's water? How is this possible? The temperature here is so high and there are glaciers everywhere, there shouldn't be any water here. Xianxia was shocked, but he knew that his judgment would never be wrong. He immediately used the demon taming lock and flew forward at top speed. After flying for about a dozen miles, Xianxia saw a deep pool below him. The water in the pool was flowing and it didn't feel cold at all. The light waves from before were reflected from this pool of water. There must be something wrong when something is out of the ordinary. I can't believe there's actually a calm stream of water in this glacier. This is unbelievable, it seems like this pool is not ordinary. Xianxia slightly furrowed his brows. Right at this moment, Xianxia turned around to look at the Ice Demon King. And to his surprise he saw the Ice Demon King standing about 100 feet away from the pool, beating its chest and stamping its feet while roaring. However, it didn't dare to approach the pool. The Ice Demon King doesn't dare to approach. Could there be something in this pool that it is afraid of? Jiang Chen was even more shocked, but he finally let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, with this pool he would be able to completely escape from the Ice Demon King's pursuit. I really want to go down and see what exactly is hiding in this pool, that even the Ice Demon King doesn't dare to approach it. After saying that, Jiang Chen quickly descended from the pool. As the saying goes, a skilled person is always bold. What had Jiang Chen not experienced? It was just a pool and he could enter it if he wanted to. Plop. Jiang Chen fell into the pool with a plop, creating a huge splash. When the Ice Demon King saw Jiang Chen entering the pool, it immediately became even more irritated. It roared and took a few steps forward, but it soon stopped. The Ice Demon King was extremely irritated. It kept pacing back and forth outside the pool, but it didn't dare to step into the pool. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already entered the pool. With his speed he had already dove at least 100 feet deep, but the pool still hadn't reached the bottom. What a deep pool. Jiang Chen circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique and spread out his soul power to observe every single movement in the pool, not letting go of even the slightest clue. Soon Jiang Chen had already dove 50 to 60 feet deep, and he noticed that the water below was violently fluctuating, and there were even specks of light flickering in the water. Surprised, Jiang Chen quickly moved toward the specks of light. Chapter 329. The water flow was very fast. Jiang Chen moved towards the center of the light and he found out that the closer he got to the center of the light, the faster the water flow became. Jiang Chen was shocked and he guessed that the reason why the water didn't freeze was because of the source of the light. Let's see what it is that even the ice demon doesn't dare to get close to it. Jiang Chen moved like a dragon and with a few twists and turns he arrived at the center of the water flow. He noticed that there was a palm-sized talisman floating in front of him. The talisman looked like a crystal and it was extremely cold. The light was coming from this talisman. The talisman looked like a piece of ice and it was completely transparent. What confused Jiang Chen was that even though the talisman was freezing cold, even colder than the glaciers outside, the water in this place wasn't frozen. Even with Jiang Chen's experience he couldn't tell what was happening. The Ice Demon King must be afraid of this talisman. Let me see what's so special about this talisman. After saying that, Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the talisman in his hand. Chi-chi, right at the moment when Jiang Chen's palm touched the talisman, a chi-chi-chi sound could be heard. Jiang Chen's body trembled and he quickly threw away the talisman in his hand. His entire arm was covered with white frost and it was completely frozen. So cold it's even more terrifying than Xiao Yu's 9-yin body. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He immediately circulated the true dragon flame to get rid of the frost on his arm, and his arm returned to its previous state. Only Jiang Chen could do this. If it was any other cultivator, they would have been frozen into a block of ice by the talisman. The true dragon flame was the divine flame of heaven and earth and it was extremely powerful. Ever since Jiang Chen started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, his body had become stronger and stronger, and his qi and blood had become extremely vigorous. That was why he was able to resist the cold from the talisman. The talisman was extremely cold, but Jiang Chen didn't want to give it up. He knew that this talisman would be the only way for him to deal with the Ice Demon King. Jiang Chen didn't want to be trapped in this godforsaken place. If Jiang Chen wanted to obtain the spiritual talisman, the only way was to use the true dragon fire. Only the high temperature of the true dragon fire could restrain the icy qi coming from the spiritual talisman. Once again Jiang Chen stretched out his palm. The true dragon flames had covered his entire palm, and it was wiggling like agile snakes. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. His hand moved extremely quickly and with a swoosh the talisman was once again in his hand. Chi-chi. The talisman jumped even more violently. Even with the help of the true dragon fire, Jiang Chen could still feel the bone-chilling cold coming from the talisman. However, because of the help of the true dragon fire, Jiang Chen was able to completely hold the talisman in his hand. Although the talisman was still jumping, it couldn't escape from Jiang Chen's palm. Holding the talisman in front of his eyes, Jiang Chen took a closer look at it. He could see that one side of the talisman was engraved with runes. They were mystical and mysterious, and even Jiang Qin couldn't recognize them. These should be left behind from the ancient times. I've never seen such complicated patterns before. Jiang Qin thought to himself. This island of ice had only appeared after he cut the heavens with his sword. There must be some strange things in it that were beyond the scope of the Saint Origin world. Jiang Qin turned the talisman over and looked at its back. 3 twisted words were engraved on the talisman. So this talisman is called the Black Ice Talisman. I wonder if it can deal with the Ice Demon King outside. Let's go out and give it a try. After saying that, Jiang Qin was about to jump out of the pond. Right at this moment, his soul power detected something at the bottom of the pond. Moreover, he could clearly sense the appearance of this thing. This made Jiang Qin's expression change instantly. After that, without any hesitation, Jiang Qin immediately flew towards the bottom of the pond. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the bottom of the pond. Sure enough, there was a palm-sized bronze plate at the bottom of the pond. Jiang Qin grabbed the bronze plate with his palm. He could feel that it weighed 1,000 jin. When he looked at the appearance of the bronze plate, he found that it was exactly the same as the 2 bronze plates he had obtained before. Another bronze plate? There are already 2 of them on the island of ice. What's the use of this bronze plate? Jiang Qin sighed. When he was on the blissful island, he had bought the bronze plate from the old man. He felt that the weight of the bronze plate was not simple. However, now that he had obtained 2 bronze plates that looked exactly the same on the island of ice, Jiang Qin felt that there was something fishy about this bronze plate. He was afraid that the secret behind this bronze plate was not small. Looks like I have to keep this bronze plate safe. Might be useful in the future. Jiang Qin carefully put the bronze plate into his storage ring. After that, he took the Black Ice Talisman and rushed out of the pond. Boom! Jiang Qin dashed out with a powerful aura, creating a huge wave. He was like a ferocious flood dragon as he dashed out from the water. When Jiang Qin flew more than 30 meters above the surface of the pond, he suddenly found out that the pond below him was quickly frozen. It was completely frozen. It really has something to do with this Black Ice Talisman. Jiang Qin raised his head and looked at the Ice Demon King. He found that the Ice Demon King's featureless face was staring at the Black Ice Talisman in his hand. Without a doubt, if the Ice Demon King had eyes, it would be staring at the Black Ice Talisman in shock. Jiang Qin could feel the Ice Demon King's current state of mind from its trembling body. From the Ice Demon King's emotions, Jiang Qin could clearly feel that it was afraid of the Black Ice Talisman, but at the same time, it had a strong reliance on it. Roarg, the Ice Demon King let out another roar, but this time, its voice was much softer than before. Furthermore, it didn't have the ferocious aura from before. It just stood there, not daring to take a step forward. The killing intent it had towards Jiang Qin had also disappeared. Ah, looks like you are really afraid of this thing. Goodbye. Jiang Qin laughed out loud. He turned around and flew away with the Black Ice Talisman in his hand. Seeing this, the Ice Demon King was scared out of its wits. Without any hesitation, it quickly chased after Jiang Qin. Huh. You still dare to chase after me? Jiang Qin stopped in his tracks and glared at the Ice Demon King. The Ice Demon King also stopped in its tracks. It kept mumbling something to Jiang Qin, and it even started waving its arms around. It was hard to tell what it was trying to say. What are you trying to say? Jiang Qin asked with a frown on his face. He couldn't understand the Ice Demon King's language, but the Ice Demon King could understand him. The Ice Demon King continued waving its arms and stammering. After stammering for a few minutes, it finally realized that it had no way of communicating with the human in front of it. Soon after, it seemed like the Ice Demon King had thought of something. It immediately released waves of energy from its body. Those were the energy waves of communication, something similar to the divine sense. It could communicate with a human's divine sense. Please leave the Black Ice Talisman behind and I'll let you go. The Ice Demon King had perfectly expressed its intention. Most importantly, Jiang Qin could completely understand it. Impossible. If I leave the Black Ice Talisman behind, you'll still kill me. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Jiang Qin immediately rejected it. What a joke. The Ice Demon King was a late combat soul warrior and they were in an environment like this. If he left the Black Ice Talisman behind, it would be the same as putting his life in the Ice Demon King's hands. He hadn't forgotten how frightening the Ice Demon King was. Regardless of whether the Ice Demon King was telling the truth or not, Xianxia wouldn't joke around with his life. I swear in the name of the Ice God, if you leave the Black Ice Talisman behind, I won't make things difficult for you. The Ice Demon King continued expressing its intention. Seeing how serious the Ice Demon King was, Xianxia finally realized that this Black Ice Talisman was something special. He curiously asked, "Tell me, what exactly is this Black Ice Talisman? If you don't tell me the truth, I won't leave the Black Ice Talisman behind. I'll even destroy it." No. Hearing that Xianxia was going to destroy the Black Ice Talisman, the Ice Demon King immediately cried out in shock. "I have no idea what this Black Ice Talisman is. But, it's the thing that supports this glacier dimension and I'm a living being that was born because of it. Without this Black Ice Talisman, my cultivation will be stagnant. Furthermore, if I stay too far away from the Black Ice Talisman, I'll lose the ability to hide my demon soul." Hearing this, Xianxia was even more shocked. The way he looked at the Black Ice Talisman in his hand became even more unusual. What kind of miraculous existence is this? It can actually support this glacier dimension, and it can even give birth to a living being like this Ice Demon? Xianxia was really shocked. He believed that what the Ice Demon King said was the truth. If not for the Black Ice Talisman being so useful to it, the Ice Demon King wouldn't have to act so submissively. "If that's the case, why didn't you bring the Black Ice Talisman with you?" Xianxia asked with a puzzled expression. "No, we can't. We are all the Ice God's people and the Black Ice Talisman is the symbol of the Ice God. It's a supreme existence. We can't blaspheme it and you can't take it for yourself either. That's a blasphemy to the Ice God," the Ice Demon King said. In its mind, Xianxia taking the Black Ice Talisman was a blasphemy to the Ice God. Xianxia finally understood. It turned out that the Black Ice Talisman was a totem to the Ice Demon, the symbol of the Ice God. Xianxia squinted his eyes. After pondering for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked back at the Ice Demon King and said with a smile on his face, "Ice Demon King, do you want to see what the outside world looks like?" The outside world? The Ice Demon King was startled. Although it was only a late combat soul creature, it had already developed its own intelligence. Since its birth, it had been living in this glacier dimension, so it had no idea what the outside world looked like. The outside world is colorful. It's much more beautiful than this place. If you want, I can bring you out of here and bring you to the outside world. Xianxia continued. If he could subdue this Ice Demon King and keep it by his side, it would undoubtedly be a great weapon for him. "No, if I leave the Black Ice Talisman, my cultivation will stagnate." The Ice Demon King shook its head. However, from its tone, Xianxia could tell that it wanted to see the outside world as well, but because of the different environment, it couldn't leave this place. The Ice Demon King was startled, but it still nodded its head. It had just said that it would listen to everything Xianxia said, and it didn't seem like it had any other choice. Firstly, the Black Ice Talisman was in Xianxia's hands, and the Ice Demon King couldn't afford to lose it. The Black Ice Talisman was not only helpful to its cultivation, it was also a form of respect for Xianxia. Secondly, the Ice Demon King really wanted to know what the Ice God's inheritor looked like. Moreover, it had been staying in this glacier space for a long time. Although it had a powerful cultivation base and possessed the intelligence of a normal human, compared to an old monster like Xianxia, the Ice Demon King was still too pure. Therefore, when Xianxia inserted the Divine Sense Seed into the Ice Demon King's body, the Ice Demon King didn't resist at all. After everything was done, Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. With this Divine Sense Seed, he wouldn't have to worry about the Ice Demon King playing any tricks. As long as the Ice Demon King tried to harm him, Xianxia would be able to sense it through the Divine Sense Seed, and with just a thought he would be able to kill the Ice Demon King. "Ice Demon, after we leave this place, I'll put you and the black ice talisman in a storage ring. Jiang Chen said. A storage ring was only used to store items and it couldn't store living beings. However, the Ice Demon King didn't need to come into contact with the outside world, and as long as the black ice talisman was present, it would be fine. All right. The Ice Demon King nodded. It was now completely under Jiang Chen's control, and it couldn't disobey Jiang Chen's orders. There is a treasure here, I wonder if you can get it? The Ice Demon King suddenly said. What? There is a treasure in this world of glaciers? Jiang Chen cried out in surprise. The black ice talisman itself was already a rare treasure, and he had also obtained a bronze plate from the bottom of the pond. And now the Ice Demon King was saying that there was another treasure in this place? Jiang Chen didn't doubt the Ice Demon King's words. After all, the Ice Demon King had lived in this place for a very long time, and it had become the true ruler of this place. Therefore it was very familiar with everything in this place. Furthermore, since the Ice Demon King considered it a treasure, it must be something extraordinary. That's right, I'll bring you there. After saying that, the Ice Demon King soared into the sky. Its majestic body flew over the frozen pond below it and continued flying forward. Jiang Chen hurriedly followed behind it. Right at this moment, the summoning force that had disappeared earlier reappeared, and it was coming from the direction where the Ice Demon King was heading. This immediately piqued Jiang Chen's interest. The Death Gate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Yen and the other two who had just entered the Death Gate had also encountered a rather troublesome situation. Not long after they entered the Death Gate, they were drifted into a gloomy space. The space was filled with Yin spirits and it was extremely creepy. What was a Yin spirit? It was an undead spirit that was formed after a person died under the influence of resentment. They had no thoughts, only resentment and anger. They only knew cruelty and killing. They had no life, no blood, and were terrifying killing machines. In fact, pure Yin spirits weren't that scary, but the space that Han Yen and the others had entered was filled with a dense demonic aura. Under the influence of this demonic aura, the Yin spirits had also gained a demonic nature and turned into Yin demon spirits, which made them even more terrifying. The sky was filled with Yin spirits and Yin spirits were everywhere. De Huang Dog, Nangong Wentian and Han Yen had been killing them for a very long time, but he still couldn't kill all of them. All the living beings in this place seemed to have one thing in common, and that was their numbers. There were so many of them that you couldn't kill them all even if your hands were tired. Roar Han Yen, who was surrounded by dozens of Yin spirits, suddenly let out a deafening roar. With just this roar, all the Yin spirits around him were shattered into pieces. Waves of demonic aura were rolling around Han Yan's body like waves, and they looked like numerous black demonic dragons. Han Yan's energy kept rising. Brother Yen is breaking through. Nangong Wentian said with a surprised expression. These Yin spirits are stained with demonic aura, and they are perfect for Brother Yen. His cultivation base is at the peak mid-divine core realm, so it's normal for him to break through to the late divine core realm. De Huang Dog said in an excited manner. He knew how terrifying Gu Tianma's bloodline was. After Han Yen broke through to the late divine core realm, he would be able to fight against ordinary early combat soul warriors. Just like Nangong Wentian. What a powerful demonic aura. Gu Tianma's bloodline is really frightening. Brother Yen is like an ancient devil king that has descended into this world. This is really frightening. Nangong Wentian said with mixed emotions. During his trip to the blissful island he had made friends with 3 abnormal fellows. There was no need to mention Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog was a descendant of the dragon horse, and Han Yen had the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma in his body. All 3 of them were freaks. Soon Han Yan's energy had reached an extreme level. Under the impact of his bloodline, his cultivation base had almost stopped at the peak late divine core realm, and he was many times stronger than before. Hafnium. Right at this moment more and more Yin spirits appeared, and they surrounded the trio from all directions. Damn it, why are there so many Yin spirits? These disgusting things, there's no end to killing them. Nangong Wentian couldn't help but curse. These Yin spirits seem to be merciless. I'm guessing it's the same as the stone golems. If we can find the center and destroy it, we'll be able to kill all the Yin spirits and leave this place. De Huang Dog said. Right after his words left his mouth, Han Yen immediately turned into a trail of light and chased after the Yin spirits. I saw the biggest Yin spirit. As long as I can kill it, all the other Yin spirits will be destroyed. Han Yen had just broken through to the next realm and he was at the peak of his strength. He unleashed the 9 devil waves and used them to open up a path. It was truly unstoppable and all the Yin spirits were killed. In just a few breaths' time, Han Yen arrived in front of the biggest Yin spirit. Die for me. Han Yen unleashed a devil mountain and smashed it down. With a loud bang, the biggest Yin spirit was crushed to death. Swoosh swoosh. After the biggest Yin spirit was crushed to death, all the other Yin spirits disappeared on their own. They turned into chilly winds and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, the trio couldn't help but let out sighs of relief. Nangong Wentian and De Huang Dog even gave Han Yen a thumbs up. What's that? Nangong Wentian looked down at the spot where the biggest Yin spirit was killed by Han Yen. There was a bronze plate the size of a palm. It's a bronze plate. After crushing the biggest Yin spirit, a bronze plate fell off. De Huang Dog cried out in shock. Han Yen held the bronze plate in his hand. After carefully observing it, he said, "It's exactly the same as the 2 bronze plates little Qinzi found." Chapter 331. The reappearance of the bronze plate had shocked the trio. Even an idiot would know that this bronze plate had a special meaning, and it wasn't just some ordinary broken bronze plate. We got a bronze plate when we killed the rock shatter and we got another one when we killed the dead souls. What exactly is this bronze plate used for? Han Yen furrowed his brows. Now that little Qinzi has 2 bronze plates, I'm guessing they are related to the island of ice. Let's keep them for now, they might come in handy in the future. Nangong Wentian said. They still didn't know that Jiang Qin had found a 3rd bronze plate in the world of glaciers. Including the one in Han Yan's hand, Jiang Qin now had a total of 4 bronze plates. Let's go. The door of death is filled with dangers, but opportunities and dangers exist side by side. At least these dead souls have helped Brother Yen break through to the late divine core realm. Besides, I have a feeling that the biggest reward is the bronze plate in Brother Yan's hand. My intuition tells me that this bronze plate is very important. De Huang Dog said. The trio continued moving forward. They had to exit the door of death. Only then they could enter the inner part of the island of ice and meet up with Jiang Qin. On the other side, within the world of glaciers, led by the Ice Demon King, Jiang Qin was flying in a certain direction. The further they went, the clearer the mysterious summoning force became. Jiang Qin could clearly feel the force of the summoning force. What exactly is calling me? Why do I have such a strong sense of anticipation? Jiang Qin thought to himself. It was a mystical feeling and he was really looking forward to the summoning force. Furthermore, his calm mind suddenly became excited. That's right, he was excited, an indescribable excitement. It was as if he was about to see something that could make his soul jump. This was a feeling that Jiang Qin had never experienced before. With his temperament, it was rare for him to have such a huge fluctuation in his mind. Jiang Qin took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the excitement in his mind, then he continued following the Ice Demon King. However, the excitement that came from the deepest part of his soul couldn't be suppressed at all. What is it? Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. He hated being guided by the unknown. It made him feel as if his destiny was being guided by something. He hated the feeling of not being able to control his own destiny, but at the same time, it made him excited. Therefore, Jiang Qin was determined to find the source of the summoning force as soon as possible. A few minutes later, Jiang Qin and the Ice Demon King arrived in front of a towering mountain. The top of the mountain looked like a sharp sword that was emitting a dazzling light. The light was different from the light emitted by the glacier itself, as if there was a real sword at the top of the mountain. In Jiang Qin's eyes, what stood before him was not a mountain but a sword. The Ice Demon King stopped. It looked at Jiang Qin with its featureless face and said in its unique way, "This is the place." At this moment, Jiang Qin had completely fallen into a different state. His eyes were fixed on the peak of the glacier in front of him, and an indescribable emotion was welling up in his heart. Jiang Qin couldn't help but walk towards the glacier step by step. With every step he took, the shock in his heart would increase. When he arrived in front of the glacier, an indescribable feeling of intimacy and familiarity suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart, as if the thing he loved the most was hidden inside the glacier. What is this? What is it? Why does it feel so familiar? Why does it feel so intimate? Jiang Chen mumbled to himself, unable to control his emotions. Jiang Chen's eyes were completely immersed in the glacier. He slowly raised his palm and touched the peak of the glacier. Don't. The Ice Demon King hurriedly tried to stop him. It had tried to do the same thing before, but the result was very tragic as it was directly knocked away by the force inside the glacier. However, Jiang Chen didn't seem to hear the Ice Demon King's warning, as his palm had already touched the outermost layer of the glacier. Buzz! All of a sudden, a buzzing sound came from inside the glacier, followed by rays of golden light. As if the golden light had sensed Jiang Chen's aura, it instantly enveloped Jiang Chen's entire body. Jiang Chen's entire body was bathed in the golden light, making him look like a god of war that had descended from the heavens. The golden light seemed to be very intimate with Jiang Chen, as it didn't have any intention of harming Jiang Chen. This scene had shocked the Ice Demon King to the extreme. It knew how terrifying the golden light was, as even it couldn't get close to it, yet Jiang Chen was completely unharmed. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were a bit wet. When he placed his palm on the glacier, he suddenly felt a connection with it. Crack! Excitement could be heard coming from inside the glacier, and cracks began to appear on the seemingly indestructible glacier. In the end, with a loud bang, the glacier shattered and a dazzling golden longsword appeared. No, it wasn't a complete sword, it was just a broken sword. Only the tip of the sword remained, but even though it was only a small part, it was still more than 100 meters long, and it stood there like a heavenly sword. At this moment, the broken sword was constantly shaking and producing a deafening roar. When Jiang Chen saw the tip of the broken sword, tears immediately filled his eyes. Tears flowed down from his face, forming a mist that covered Jiang Chen's eyes. However, Jiang Chen didn't dare to blink. He stared at the tip of the sword in front of him as if he was in a dream, and if he blinked, everything in front of him would disappear. It wasn't like a man of iron blood didn't have tears. A good man also had feelings, just like how Jiang Chen felt toward the heavenly saint sword. Jiang Chen clearly remembered that the sword had been following him ever since he was born at the age of 22. Chasing after the moon and stars, fighting against the heavens and killing powerful enemies. That sword was his arm, his lover, and the most important part of his life. Jiang Chen wasn't a swordsman, but he was a martial arts fanatic. The sword was his weapon, the natal weapon that he had nurtured with his life. It had grown together with him and had long been integrated into his blood, becoming a part of him. This sword was the heavenly saint sword. That year he stood high up on the saint cliff, slashing the heavens with his sword. That day he and the heavenly saint sword completed the most glorious strike of their lives, splitting open the future of a world. That was the most dazzling moment of his life. Even if he unleashed the true dragon flame under the influence of this glacier world, he wouldn't be able to unleash its true power. I'll find a way to merge the heavenly saint sword after I leave this glacier world. Jiang Chen smiled in satisfaction. He couldn't help but feel happy after obtaining a broken heavenly saint sword. Chapter 332. After obtaining the broken part of the heavenly saint sword, Jiang Chen no longer had any interest in this world of glaciers. He immediately brought the Ice Demon King and flew toward the exit of this world. With the Black Ice Talisman in hand, he could easily sense the exit of this world. According to Jiang Chen's request, the Ice Demon King had to be hidden inside a storage ring. Jiang Chen had a lot of storage rings because he had robbed a lot of treasures, especially those Combat Soul Warrior storage rings. The storage space inside them was much bigger than ordinary storage rings, so it wouldn't be a problem for them to store the Ice Demon King. Soon Jiang Chen left the world of glaciers. He thought he would be able to reach the deepest part of the island of ice after leaving this world of glaciers. But too bad, when Xianxia left the world of glaciers, he once again found himself in a barren land. Looks like I haven't reached the end of the Gate of Void, let's keep going. Xianxia had no choice but to keep flying forward. He believed that no matter if it was the Gate of Life, the Gate of Death, or the Gate of Void, he would be able to reach the deepest part of the island of ice. Now Xianxia finally understood that the Gate of Void that he could only see was caused by the summoning force in the deepest part of this world, and that faint summoning force was the heavenly saint sword itself summoning him. No doubt, Xianxia had obtained a huge harvest this time. The black ice talisman, the bronze plate, the broken part of the heavenly saint sword, and he had also obtained a helper like the Ice Demon King. All these benefits made Xianxia so happy that his nose became crooked. Roar within this barren land, frightening beast roars sounded out once again. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. There were just too many strange creatures on this island of ice. It looked like he would have to face another tough battle. That's good too, I hope I can encounter some real demon beasts this time. The medicinal strength in my body is starting to take effect and my foundation has become stronger. I'll kill these demon beasts, absorb their demon souls and form new dragon marks. Hopefully when I reach the deepest part of the island of ice, I will have broken through to the late divine core realm. Xianxia was in high spirits. Without any fear he charged into the barren land and started another life and death battle. At the same time, inside the Gate of Life and Death, all the cultivators were in the same situation. After they entered, they encountered all sorts of strange spaces and strange creatures. Of course, there were also those who were lucky enough to find all sorts of treasures. At this time, the people in the Gate of Life regretted not entering the Gate of Death. They felt that they had been tricked. The Gate of Life was just a lure, the Gate of Death was the true path to survival. And the cultivators in the Gate of Death were also regretting that they didn't directly enter the Gate of Life. They knew that the Gate of Death was dangerous, but they still braced themselves and entered. Now that they encountered all kinds of dangers, they really deserved it. In fact, whether it was the people from the Gate of Life or the people from the Gate of Death, their situation was the same. There was no such thing as a fluke here. If one wanted to obtain the real treasures, they had to gain a certain amount of experience. Inside the Death Gate, Ling Du, Shangguan Yilong and the others who came in together had split up. All the people from the Shangguan clan had entered a grayish dimension. There was nothing in this dimension, not even a single living being. It was quiet, eerie. Brother Yilong, this godforsaken place is really unbearable. There's not even a single strand of hair here. We've been walking here for a long time, but we still can't find the exit. A young man from the Shangguan clan said. His tone was filled with anger. That's right, what kind of godforsaken place is this? We entered the Gate of Death to kill those 3 bastards, but now we can't even find their shadows. We've been trapped in this dimension ever since we came in, and we don't even know when we'll be able to leave this place. Another man complained. Stop complaining, let's keep looking for the exit. We can't be trapped here forever. Shangguan Yilong said with a frown on his face. The group continued flying forward. After flying for a few hundred miles, they still couldn't find the exit. They were surrounded by a grayish fog and they couldn't see the exit at all. Brother Yilong, look. That stone tablet has appeared again. A young disciple pointed at a stone tablet not far away from them. The stone tablet was over 3 meters tall, and it was also grayish in color. It had the same style as this place. Damn it, this stone tablet has appeared a few times now and we're able to see it every time. I feel like we're back to where we started and this stone tablet is the sign. We've been walking for so long and we're just going around in circles. Another disciple said in a gloomy manner. This damn stone tablet, I'm getting annoyed just by looking at it, let's just break it. Shangguan Yilong was enraged as well. No matter how patient he was, he would soon run out of patience after being stuck in such an environment. Shangguan Yilong transformed into a trail of light and appeared in front of the stone tablet. His palm was glowing with a golden light, and he immediately unleashed the stone-shattering palm, striking the sturdy stone tablet with a loud bang. The stone tablet shattered with a loud bang, turning into countless stone fragments. Ding, ding. A heavy object fell onto the ground. All the people from the Shangguan clan stared at the heavy object at the same time. Brother Yilong, look. Something fell from the stone tablet. Someone cried out in surprise. Shangguan Yilong was startled as well. He pressed his palm toward the object and a suction force emerged from his palm, sucking the object into his palm. Shangguan Yilong felt his hand become heavy, and his expression changed slightly. It's just a small bronze tablet, but it's so heavy. Looks like it's something extraordinary. Shangguan Yilong was shocked. Brother Yilong, I think it's just an ordinary broken bronze tablet, it's not that big of a deal. Another disciple said. This broken bronze tablet looked too ordinary, and they couldn't see anything special about it. Brother Yilong, look. The gray fog is disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Someone cried out in surprise. Only now did the crowd notice that after the stone tablet was broken, the gray fog was disappearing at an extremely fast speed, and the surrounding space was becoming clear again. So all the secrets are on the stone tablet. As long as we break the stone tablet, we'll be able to leave this place. This bronze tablet fell from the stone tablet. I think it must be something extraordinary. Let's put it away first. Shangguan Yilong put away the bronze tablet. Then he continued leading the people from the Shangguan clan. Their next target was Han Yan and the other two. However, all the people from the Shangguan clan understood that unless they were extremely lucky, it would be extremely difficult for them to kill those 3 men in the Gate of Death. 2 days later, some of the stronger warriors had reached the end of the path, and they were about to arrive at the center of the island of ice. Within the Gate of Void, Xianxia had been fighting intensely for 2 days, but he didn't gain much from it, because the demon beasts here weren't that strong. There wasn't even a single combat soul demon beast. With Xianxia's current strength, absorbing divine core demon souls wouldn't be of much help to him, and this had led to an ugly result. Xianxia had been working hard for 2 days, killing countless demon beasts and absorbing countless demon souls, but he had only formed 40 dragon marks. He was only 60 dragon marks away from breaking through to the late divine core realm. Damn it, the dragon transformation skill is so freaking powerful. Daddy has become a bottomless pit. Looks like if I can't find any combat soul demon souls, I won't be able to break through to the late divine core realm. Whatever, I have a feeling that the Gate of Void is coming to an end. Let's get out of here first. Xianxia was actually quite depressed because his path of cultivation was just too difficult. When he thought about his future path, he couldn't help but feel a headache. He was only a divine core warrior and it was already so difficult for him to break through. In the center of the island of ice, there was a towering ancient pagoda. The pagoda had 7 floors and its surface was engraved with many complicated patterns. The surface of the pagoda was covered in rust, and one could easily tell that it was an ancient building that had existed for countless years. Right at this moment, at a place about 100 miles away from the ancient pagoda, 2 illusory doors started shaking, and people kept walking out from them. Not long after that, more than 100 people walked out from the doors, and there were still more people walking out from them. Ah, Daddy is finally out. Daddy has reached the deepest part of the island of ice. Danger and opportunity exist side by side. I almost died in the Gate of Life, but in the end I managed to break through to the late divine core realm. Looks like I'm a man with a great destiny. I'm sure I'll be able to obtain unimaginable benefits in this island of ice. The 2 doors were the exits of the Gate of Life and Death. Most of the people who walked out from the doors had experienced life and death situations. Some of them were severely injured, and some of them had obtained great benefits and improved their cultivations. No matter what, those who could walk out from the Gate of Life and Death had a much stronger mind than before. Even if they couldn't obtain any treasures, they would still be able to become a mighty man with their own perseverance. I have no idea where those 3 bastards went. I didn't meet them. All the people from the Shangguan clan walked out from the Gate of Death. Led by Shangguan Yilong, all of them wore gloomy expressions on their faces. Ling Du also walked out from the Gate of Death. His expression didn't look good either because he didn't have a good experience in the Gate of Death either. He was caught in a lot of difficult situations, and not only did he not meet the trio, he didn't even obtain a single decent treasure. The only thing he obtained was a broken bronze plate and he had no idea what it could be used for. Right at this moment, a buzzing sound could be heard coming from the 2 doors. After that, many powerful figures dashed out from the doors. When these figures appeared, they immediately brought powerful gales with them. In the blink of an eye, 8 men walked out from the doors, and each of them was a combat soul warrior. The 2 men in the lead were both mid-combat soul warriors. Those who could enter the Island of Ice were all below the age of 30. To be able to reach the mid-combat soul realm at such a young age, one could only describe them with the word monstrous. Compared to the entire Eastern continent, these men were top geniuses. Chapter 333. As soon as the people from the martial palace appeared, they attracted everyone's attention. No matter where a powerhouse went, they would always be the center of attention. Look, it's the people from the martial palace. They're here as well. These are the true geniuses of the martial palace. They're really strong. They're able to break through to the combat soul realm before the age of 30. Look at those 2 men, they're both mid-combat soul warriors. This is really frightening. I've heard of him before. Both of them are geniuses from the martial Saint dynasty, and they are cultivating in the martial palace. One of them is the son of the 9th Emperor Wu Lang, and the other one is the son of the 10th Emperor Wu Kong. Both of them are princes of the martial Saint dynasty. Be it their status or identity, they are incomparable to ordinary people. Everyone was shocked. The geniuses of the martial palace were just too dazzling, especially those 2 geniuses from the martial Saint dynasty. They were the princes of the martial Saint dynasty, and their statuses were extremely respectable. More importantly, they were able to reach such a level before the age of 30, which caused everyone to feel a sense of respect towards them. Ling Du greets the 2 princes. Shangguan Yilong greets the 2 princes. Ling Du and Shangguan Yilong brought their men and walked forward at the same time. They bowed toward Wu Lang and Wu Tsong, not daring to show any neglect. These 2 men in front of them were truly formidable existences. No matter if it was in the martial palace or the martial Saint dynasty, they were top existences. Ling Du, I didn't expect you to come as well. The snow-white Wu Tsong looked at Ling Du and nodded with a smile. Ling Du was a disciple of the martial house, and his relationship with Wu Tsong was quite good. Junior brother Ling, did you find that Jiangchen? An ordinary-looking man from the martial house took a step forward and arrived in front of Ling Du. His name was Yang Yun, and he used to be a disciple of the Myriad Sword sect. Later on, he entered the martial house to cultivate. When he mentioned the 2 words Jiangchen, his tone was filled with hatred. Obviously, he knew everything that happened in the desert. Senior brother Yang, we haven't found Jiangchen yet. However, if we encounter him, we'll definitely tear him to pieces. Ling Du said viciously. Humph. Anyone who dares to kill someone from the Wanjian house will die for sure. Yang Yun snorted coldly. Ilong, I heard that Ilay also died at the hands of that Jiangchen. Is it true? Another muscular young man from the martial palace arrived in front of the Shangguan clan and asked with a loud voice. Brother Ihong, Ilay was indeed killed by that Jiangchen. If I see him, I'll definitely cut him into 1,000 pieces. Unfortunately, that Jiangchen seemed to have disappeared after he entered the Island of Ice. I couldn't find him no matter how hard I tried. Even those 3 bastards who followed Jiangchen couldn't find him. Shangguan Yilong said fiercely. This young man in front of him was Shangguan Yihong, a peerless genius from the Shangguan clan. He was currently cultivating in the martial palace, and he had followed the 2 princes to the Island of Ice to train. He's just a divine core warrior, but he's able to kill a combat soul warrior. Looks like this guy isn't simple. I'm sure he has some treasures with him. Wu Tsong said with a sneer on his face. Prince is right. That Jiangchen has robbed dozens of combat soul warriors' storage rings, and those rings contained almost all the treasures from the Blissful Islands auction. He also has a few perfect ranked combat weapons, a huge amount of heavenly elixir, and countless other rare treasures. To put it bluntly, Jiangchen is a living treasure. Shangguan Yilong cupped his fist toward Wu Tsong and said. A huge amount of heavenly elixir. Wu Tsong's eyes lit up. As a prince of the martial Saint dynasty, he had seen all kinds of treasures, but the name Heavenly Elixir was able to instantly attract his attention. It was a pill that only combat king warriors and above could use. Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect, if you can't deal with that Jiangchen, I'll lend you a hand. At that time I'll help you kill him and get revenge, and all his treasures will belong to me. Wu Tsong said with a smile. A greedy expression emerged on his face. Hearing this, Shangguan Yihong Yangyun and the others furrowed their brows. Initially they wanted to kill Jiangchen and obtain all his treasures. But judging from Wu Tsong's tone, it seemed like he had already regarded Jiangchen as his prey. If Wu Tsong were to kill him, they wouldn't be able to do anything. At that point of time, all the treasures would belong to Wu Tsong, and they didn't dare compete with him. Wu Tsong, pay attention to your identity. You're from the Martial Saint dynasty, don't interfere in the fights between sections. Wu Lang, who had been silent all this time, said with an unhappy expression. He had a medium build and his bronze skin made him look like a man. His sharp face gave him a tough look, and compared to Wu Tsong he looked less sinister and cunning. Wu Lang, just mind your own business. It's not your place to meddle in my affairs. Wu Tsong coldly harumphed, not giving Wu Lang any face. After that, Wu Tsong turned to the men from the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect and said, "Let's go. Now that we've entered the inner area of the Island of Ice, it's time for us to search for our fortune. I, Wu Tsong, am a peerless genius with a great destiny. I'm sure I'll be able to find a great fortune and become someone like the emperor." After saying that, Wu Tsong strode forward and the rest of the men followed suit. They had gone through 9 paths and the path of life and death and finally arrived at the center of the Island of Ice. Of course they wanted to see what kind of treasures were inside. Wu Lang's eyes flickered with a bright light. He didn't want to argue with Wu Tsong and strode forward. Looks like the relationship between these two princes isn't that good. They're both from the imperial family, it's normal for them to fight for power. The 9th emperor and 10th emperor don't have a good relationship to begin with, so it's not hard to imagine the relationship between these two princes. The imperial family doesn't have any familial ties. Let's go, I think there's a building in front of us. Many people were discussing amongst themselves. The conflict between the imperial family wasn't something they could imagine. Not long after the crowd left, 3 men dashed out from the path of death. These 3 men were none other than Han Yen, Nangong Wentian and De Huang Dog. The 3 men and the dog looked a little messy. However, in order to open the ancient pagoda, all 9 bronze plates had to be used at the same time. With only 5 bronze plates, there was no way they could open the ancient pagoda's door. Who else has a bronze plate? Please take it out now. Shangguan Yilong turned around and looked at the crowd. Not far from him he saw a majestic De Huang Dog and 2 men standing beside De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog. Chapter 334. Hearing the name, De Huang Dog, everyone turned to look at them. Many of them had seen De Huang Dog before, so they immediately recognized them. It's them. Don't they know that the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect are looking for them? How dare they show up here? They're just courting death. Those 3 fellas are definitely done for. Even though their strength is monstrous compared to the true geniuses before us, there's still a huge gap between them. They're dead meat, they're dead meat. The combination of Jiangchen and De Huang Dog was known by everyone, especially the majestic De Huang Dog. It was one of a kind. As for Han Yen and Nangong Wentian, they were Jiangchen's companions. Before they entered the gate of life and death, many people had seen them enter the gate of death with their own eyes. Currently, the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect were looking for them everywhere, wanting to kill them as soon as possible. However, these 3 guys didn't know how to hide and instead came to them. They were just courting death. Swoosh! In an instant, the men from the Shangguan clan and myriad sword sect surrounded the trio. Flames of anger could be seen shooting out from their eyes. They had found out everything that had happened in the Sky Garden. Not only were these 3 guys Jiangchen's accomplices, they had also killed 4 disciples from the Shangguan clan. They had to pay them back for this. Kill them. No, we can't let them die so easily, we have to torture them to death bit by bit. Skin this dog alive, roast it and eat it. All the men from the Shangguan clan were gnashing their teeth in anger. They almost jumped onto the Huang dog and ate his meat. Shangguan Yilong waved his hand, signaling the men not to do anything reckless. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the trio, then said, "Where's Jiang Chen? Why are you in such a hurry to see little Chenzi? Do you want to die so badly?" Han Yen shrugged his shoulders. Even though he was surrounded by so many men, he didn't show any fear on his face. What a joke. In my eyes, Jiang Chen is just an ant. It's ridiculous that he can kill me. Tell me where Jiang Chen is and I can consider giving you a quick death. Shangguan Yilong burst out laughing as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. You don't have to look. Jiang Chen will come out on his own. As for the three of us, I'm sure you won't dare to kill us. Nangong Wentian said with a smile. There was not a single trace of fear on his face either. Kill them. They're too despicable. A disciple of the Myriad Swords sect couldn't stand it anymore. Yilong, let's just kill them now, they won't be an eyesore here. Let's kill them first, then we'll kill Jiang Chen later. We have to avenge the Shangguan clan. Shangguan Yihong said from behind. All right. Shangguan Yilong replied. Immediately he unleashed his killing intent and was about to attack the trio. Stop. Right at this moment Han Yen shouted. What? Kid, are you afraid now? A mocking smile emerged on Shangguan Yilong's face. I'm sorry, Daddy doesn't know how to write the word, afraid. I'm just afraid that you won't dare kill us. Let's see what this is. Han Yen flipped his palm and a bronze plate appeared in his hand. Bronze plate. When Wu Tsong saw the bronze plate, he was the first one to cry out in surprise. The treasures in this ancient pagoda were very important to him, and what he needed the most right now was to find the bronze plate and open the stone door. He already had 5 of them and he was only missing 4 more. He never expected that Han Yen would have one of them. Kid, what gives you the right to have a bronze plate? Hand it over and I'll give you a quick death. Shangguan Yilong said with a loud voice. Idiot. The Huang dog stared at Shangguan Yilong and said in a serious manner. Stupid dog, what did you just say? You're courting death. Shangguan Yilong was furious. Without hesitation he thrust his palm toward the Huang dog. Roared, the Huang dog's body swayed and a mystical symbol appeared on his head. Without any hesitation he slammed toward Shangguan Yilong's palm. Bam! Shangguan Yilong's palm landed on the dog's head, and a loud clanging sound rang out. The Huang dog's muscular body was sent flying away. Shangguan Yilong was much stronger than Shangguan Yilay, and although it was just a casual strike, the Huang dog was still no match for him and was sent flying away. However, the Huang dog's skin was extremely thick, and his head was extremely tough. Therefore, even after taking Shangguan Yilong's palm strike, he wasn't injured at all. What? Shangguan Yilong cried out in shock. He knew very well how much strength was contained in his palm strike, and yet he didn't manage to break a dog's head. This was unbelievable. Shangguan Yilong, if you dare attack again, I promise I'll destroy this bronze plate before you kill us. Han Yen held the bronze plate tightly in his hand and threatened. How dare you? Shangguan Yihong pointed his finger at Han Yen. Don't think I'm joking, I'm only joking with my friends. If you don't believe me, just give it a try. Han Yen had a calm expression on his face and he didn't seem to be in any danger. How dare you threaten me? Fine, I'll attack you. Let's see if you can destroy this bronze plate before I kill you. Shangguan Yihong was enraged and he was about to attack Han Yen. Stop. Right at this moment Wu Tsong shouted out and stopped Shangguan Yihong. What's your name? Wu Tsong walked to the front and looked at Han Yen. Han Yen. Han Yen said. You're quite courageous. Since you have this bronze plate, I can guarantee your life. As long as you give it to me, I can guarantee your safety. What do you think? Wu Tsong said. This bronze plate is my protective talisman. Do you really think I'll give it to you? Han Yen sneered. This Wu Tsong was obviously in cahoots with the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. As long as he gave them the bronze plate, he would lose the ability to fight with them and all 3 of them would be in danger. It's fine if you don't want to give it to me. Just place the bronze plate on the stone door, and once the door is opened, I'll give you a share of the treasures inside. However, you only have 1 bronze plate and it can only save your life. The other man and dog will still have to die. Wu Tsong said. In his opinion, sparing Han Yan's life was the biggest compromise he could make. As a noble prince, he rarely compromised with others. No way. Han Yan said in a firm tone. Han Yan, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If I want to kill you, it's as easy as flipping my palm. Don't think that the bronze plate in your hand is that important. Even with the bronze plate in your hand, there are only 6 of them. You still won't be able to open the stone door. Wuxia coldly harumphed. So you're Xianxia? Good, you're finally here. The Shangguan clan's debt of blood will be settled with you. Shangguan Yilong unleashed his energy. Without wasting any time, he leapt towards Xianxia and unleashed his earth-shattering palm. The wind generated from his palm transformed into a gigantic net, trying to trap Xianxia. Chapter 335. Xianxia had finally appeared. Shangguan Yilong immediately went berserk and unleashed his earth-shattering palm with all his strength. He had to avenge the Shangguan clan's blood debt and face. He had to kill Xianxia as soon as possible. He couldn't give the myriad sword sect any chance to attack him. Pa. The earth-shattering palm was one of the fiercest and strongest attacks. Shangguan Yilong's casual attack was able to cause the entire space to vibrate violently. Wherever he went, a strong wind would be generated, and even the air became scorching hot. In the blink of an eye, Shangguan Yilong's attack had arrived in front of Xianxia. He is indeed stronger than Shangguan Yilay, but it's still not enough. A grin emerged on Xianxia's face. There was no difference between him and a late divine core warrior, only a few dozen dragon marks. Although this Shangguan Yilong was much stronger than Shangguan Yilay, Xianxia didn't really care. With his abilities, he could kill Shangguan Yilay in an instant, and defeating Shangguan Yilong would be a piece of cake. Pop. Xianxia shook his arm, then he suddenly thrust his fist toward Shangguan Yilong. His fist was emitting a bright light, and blood-red dragon marks could be seen hovering around it, making it look like a real dragon. It was a mystical sight. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two attacks collided. Their fists and palms collided. The terrifying shockwaves of the battle caused the space around them to distort, creating large amounts of sparks. Thud, thud, thud. Shangguan Yilong was knocked back dozens of steps by the violent counterforce before he could regain his balance. One of his arms was trembling violently and his face was pale white. He felt his blood and qi were tumbling inside his body, and he felt an indescribable pain. He stared at Xianxia with a horrified expression. Apart from shock, he couldn't find any other words to describe what he was feeling right now. Trash, you want to kill me with just this? Get lost. Xianxia glanced at Shangguan Yilong, then turned away from him. His imposing manner made him look like a god of war as he walked towards Han Yan and the other two. His eyes were like torches as he looked around, then he said with a loud voice, "Who dares to kill my brother? Come and try." Crazy. Domineering. His domineering aura had not changed at all. Xianxia's appearance had caused everyone to feel their breaths getting heavier. What kind of freak was he? With just a single punch, he was able to force back the Shangguan clan's genius, Shangguan Yilong. Now he was ignoring everyone, using his domineering actions to tell everyone that he, Xianxia's brother, couldn't be touched. Too strong, too strong. What a monster. Even Shangguan Yilong is no match for him. I don't think those great warriors from the Martial Palace can defeat Xianxia. Only the two princes from the Martial Saint dynasty can defeat Xianxia. This Xianxia is getting stronger and stronger. I heard that his growth is extremely fast. Coming from a small place like the Qi province in such a short period of time, it's really shocking. Many people were whispering to each other. Xianxia's domineering aura was quite contagious. Just by standing there, he was able to make people's blood boil. Seeing Xianxia's appearance, Xianxia and the other two brothers were immediately overjoyed. Obviously, Xianxia had become stronger than before. Although there were many geniuses here, Only these two princes could suppress Jiang Qin. Swoosh swoosh. The men from the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan moved once again. Even Yang Yun and Shangguan Yihong had joined the fray, surrounding Jiang Qin and the other two. Not only them, another young genius from the martial palace had joined the fray as well. He was the #1 genius from the Qingyi sect and he was currently cultivating in the martial palace. When he arrived at the Island of Ice, he learned that Jiang Qin had killed all the men from the Qingyi sect. Putting Wu Tsong aside, there were 6 combat soul warriors who had surrounded Jiang Qin. Shangguan Yihong and Shangguan Yilong from the Shangguan clan, Yang Yun, Ling Du, Su Shuang from the Myriad Sword sect, and another man from the Qingyi sect. 6 combat soul geniuses couldn't be compared with 6 ordinary combat soul warriors. Even though Jiang Qin had the strength to defeat Shangguan Yilong, when facing 6 combat soul geniuses at the same time, he would still be crushed. Jiang Qin, you're going to die today. You have to take responsibility for what you've done. You've killed so many men from the Myriad Sword sect. Even if you have 100 lives, you'll still have to die today. Jiang Qin, if you kneel down and kowtow to us right now, I'll consider giving you a quick death. This is the consequence of offending the Shangguan clan. The Shangguan clan is a mighty clan, and it's not something an ant like you can disrespect. Jiang Qin, I'll settle the score with the Qingyi sect today. All the geniuses were unleashing their killing intent. If looks could kill, Jiang Qin would have been ripped to shreds by now. What had happened in the desert had seriously violated the dignity of the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan. If they couldn't punish the culprit, both superpowers would lose all their faces. Wu Tsong was watching all this with great interest and a faint smile could be seen on his face. Wu Lang looked at Jiang Qin. When he recalled Jiang Qin's domineering attitude, he couldn't help but nod his head in approval. However, the scene in front of him made him furrow his brows. Ah, you little shrimps want to deal with me? You're really too childish. I don't mind telling you that the remaining 3 bronze plates are in my hands. Without me, none of you can even dream of entering the ancient pagoda. Jiang Qin burst into laughter. What did you say? Jiang Qin's words caused many people to cry out in shock, especially Wu Kong. When he heard about the 3 bronze plates, his eyes immediately lit up. You said the remaining 3 bronze plates are with you? Wu Tsong asked. Of course. Jiang Qin flipped his palm and 3 bronze plates appeared on top of each other. Including the previous 6 bronze plates, he now had a total of 9 bronze plates. As long as he placed all 9 bronze plates on the stone door, he would be able to enter the ancient pagoda and search for the treasure. He really has 3 bronze plates. This guy is really lucky, he actually has so many bronze plates. With the bronze plates, Wu Tsong won't let the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan kill Jiang Qin. The real treasure is in the ancient pagoda, and even the exit to the Island of Ice is in there. If we can't open the ancient pagoda, I'm afraid we'll be trapped here forever. This Jiang Qin's luck is really good. Everyone else only found 1 bronze plate, but he found 3 of them. Discussions broke out once again. Every time Jiang Qin appeared, he would cause a commotion. Fine, Jiang Qin, hand over the bronze plates and I'll guarantee your life. What do you think? Wu Tsong said. Bullshit. Who do you think you are? How dare you decide my life and death? Jiang Qin threw a sideways glance at Wu Tsong, not giving him any face at all. Hua. Wu Tsong's words caused the crowd to be shocked once again. This Jiang Qin was even more ferocious than De Huang Dog. He didn't put the current prince in his eyes at all. There was no need to look at Wu Tsong to know how awful his expression was right now. As a prince who had broken through to the mid-combat soul realm before the age of 30, a genius like him would be revered even in the martial saint dynasty. He stood at the top and no one had ever dared go against his will. But today someone actually dared to humiliate him like this. Jiang Qin, how dare you talk to me like this? Wu Tsong shouted out loudly. I'm giving you face by talking to you, but don't try to act noble in front of Daddy. Daddy won't fall for it. Jiang Qin didn't take Wu Tsong seriously at all. He now had the Ice Demon King as his trump card, and if anyone offended him he would kill the prince as well. This Wu Tsong had tried to kill Han Yen and De Huang Dog, and that had infuriated Jiang Qin. Those who tried to kill his brothers, Not just a prince, even if they were the emperor, Xianxia would treat them the same way. How dare you talk to a prince like this? You're courting death. Someone from the martial palace shouted at Xianxia. This man was an early combat soul warrior and he was clearly Wu Tsong's bootlicker. Who do you think you are? How dare you shout in front of me? Didn't your elders teach you any manners? If you offend me, I'll kill you right away. Xianxia unleashed his energy and unleashed the sonic hawk cry. With a loud shout, he dashed toward the man. Caught off guard, the man's body instantly started swaying. Trash. Xianxia coldly harumphed. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to reveal his trump card, the Ice Demon King, he would have killed all of them by now. These geniuses who thought they were superior to others were nothing in front of Xianxia, and he would kill them without giving them any face. Enough. Wu Lang shouted out. He completely unleashed the aura of a mid-combat soul warrior, causing everyone's hearts to race. Our top priority right now is to enter the ancient pagoda. We'll settle all our grudges after we enter the pagoda. If we fight here, we'll end up in a life and death struggle, and none of us will be able to get out of this place. Wu Lang spoke word by word. Even Wu Tsong didn't say anything. Wu Lang was right. Their top priority right now was to enter the ancient pagoda. The reason they came to the Island of Ice was to look for opportunities and treasures. Now that they had gathered all 9 bronze plates, the most important thing now was to open the stone door and enter the ancient pagoda. Even if there were grudges between them, they would have to settle them after they entered the pagoda. If not, with Xianxia's personality, he would definitely destroy all the bronze plates, and no one would be able to enter the pagoda. Looks like there's only one smart man here. Xianxia said with a sneer on his face. He had a good impression of Wu Lang as he had helped Han Yan and the others just now. Although he had no idea why Wu Lang would help them, he didn't kick them when they were down like the others. Xianxia, place the bronze plates on the stone door and we'll open the door together. Once we enter the pagoda, I, Wu Lang, will guarantee your safety in the name of a prince. Wu Lang said to Xianxia. His words clearly showed that he was on Xianxia's side. This caused many people to feel puzzled. It was very unusual for a prince of the martial Saint dynasty to help a rogue cultivator. I appreciate Prince's kindness, but it won't be easy for them to kill me. Of course we'll enter the ancient pagoda, but I have a condition. Xianxia said. Chapter 336. Everyone threw their gazes at Xianxia. Even those disciples from the Myriad Sword sect and Shangguan clan who were gnashing their teeth in anger didn't say anything. They understood that now wasn't the time to have a falling out with Xianxia. Xianxia had 3 bronze plates in his hand. Including the one in Han Yan's hand, he had a total of 4 bronze plates, almost half of the total number of bronze plates. 4 bronze plates were more than enough to give Xianxia the right to speak. What's your condition? Wu Tsong asked. His voice still carried a hint of anger that he couldn't hide. My condition is very simple. Once the stone door is opened, we'll be the first to enter and then the others. You, as well as those from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect, all of you will be the last to enter. Especially you, I want you to be the last to enter. This is my condition, simple, right? A smile emerged on Xianxia's face as he stated his condition. What did you just say? Wu Tsong cried out in shock, then he angrily dashed forward. Who is he? He was the prince of the current dynasty, a freakish mid-combat soul warrior. Who would dare walk in front of him? But this guy actually asked him to be the last one to enter, and he even asked him to be behind those divine core warriors. This was an insult to him. The fuck, this Xianxia is clearly trying to go against Wu Tsong. This is such a ruthless move. I'm afraid this prince, as well as all those men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect, will die from anger. That's right, Xianxia knows that as long as the stone door is opened, he won't be able to stop these people from entering the stone door. That's why he made this condition. With Wu Tsong and those geniuses from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect, asking them to be the last to enter the stone door is an insult to them. Ah, this Zhou Xian is someone who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He's really someone we can't afford to offend. By doing this, he has finally vented his anger, not even putting a prince in his eyes. Apart from him, Zhou Xian, it's hard to find another person who has such guts. I wonder if Wu Tsong, the Shangguan clan and the Myriad Sword sect will agree to this. Why wouldn't they agree? Zhou Xian has 4 bronze plates in his hands, which is almost half of the total number. Naturally, he has the right to speak. Aha, I actually have the chance to walk in front of the crown prince. Just thinking about it makes me feel pretty good. This seemingly inconspicuous condition immediately caused a commotion among the crowd. The condition seemed simple, but it was completely different when it was used on Wukong. In fact, as long as the stone door was opened, it didn't matter who went in first or last. If there really were treasures in the ancient pagoda, they wouldn't have been taken away so quickly. However, for Wu Tsong, the Shangguan clan and the Myriad Sword sect, it was a completely different story. They were all men of high status and they were used to being at the top. Now that they were asked to be the last in line, it was a direct humiliation and there was no way they could accept it. The reaction of the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect wasn't too bad, as they still had a prince behind them. However, Wu Tsong's reaction was the worst. He was extremely furious and he was gnashing his teeth so hard that they almost jumped onto Zhou Xian and tore him into pieces. Baka, little Chinzi is so mean, so mean. I like this condition. De Huang Dog let out a loud laugh. He didn't even try to hide his joy. He didn't have a good impression of this prince as he was about to kill him just now. Zhou Xian, how dare you humiliate me? Who gave you the guts to do this? Wu Tsong's energy fluctuated wildly, and his killing intent soared into the sky. Let me tell you, whoever has more bronze plates will have the right to speak. I have 4 bronze plates here, one for each of us. This is my condition. If you agree, I'll put the bronze plates up and open the stone door. If you don't agree, us brothers will take the bronze plates and leave immediately. We'll find another way out and leave the island of ice. I've already gotten quite a lot of treasures this time, so I really don't care about the treasures in the ancient pagoda. Zhou Xian said proudly. Zhou Xian, do you really think you can leave this place? Don't be so naive. Ling Du raised the folding fan in his hand and pointed it at Zhou Xian. Let's see if you can leave or not. Worst comes to worst, we'll just have a life and death struggle. Who knows who will be the one to die in the end? Zhou Qian's energy fluctuated violently, and a blood-red dragon emerged from the top of his head. His blood and qi had reached its peak, and he looked like an ancient barbaric beast, filled with explosive energy. Everyone could tell that Zhou Qian wasn't joking, especially those who had witnessed Zhou Qian's strength before. They knew how ruthless Zhou Qian was, and Zhou Qian had the formidable strength to kill Shangguan Ilai and Shangguan Ilong. If they really fought to the death, not only would they not be able to enter the ancient pagoda, the people from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect would also suffer some losses. I don't think this condition is anything special and it won't bring you any losses. It's just a matter of order. I think you should just agree to it. Let's not waste any more time, let's enter the ancient pagoda as soon as possible. Wu Lang said with a smile on his face. He glanced at Wu Tsong's face from the corner of his eyes, and when he saw Wu Tsong's ugly face, he felt an indescribable joy in his heart. This was the first time he had seen Wu Tsong being humiliated, and he couldn't help but give Zhou Qian a big thumbs up in his mind. Wu Lang, you're a prince of the empire, why are you siding with an outsider? Wu Tsong shouted at Wu Lang. You have no right to tell me what to do. I, Wu Lang, will help whoever I want to help. You can choose not to agree to Zhou Qian's condition. Of course, Wu Lang wouldn't give Wu Tsong any face as they were enemies. Prince, why don't you agree to it first? We'll kill them after we enter the ancient pagoda. Yang Yun sent a message to Wu Tsong through his divine sense. Wu Tsong glared at Zhou Qian like a venomous snake, and his eyes were on the verge of spitting out flames. After thinking for a moment, he said in a vicious tone, "No one has ever dared to humiliate me and you're the first. Therefore I swear I'll make you die a miserable death. Once we enter the ancient pagoda, it will be the day of your death. There are many people who want to kill me, but I'm still alive and kicking. Since you've agreed to it, get out of the way and remember the condition. You're the last one, and if you want to go in before me, you're a bastard." Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes and said, "If this prince really wanted to kill him, Jiang Qin wouldn't mind killing him. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation was too low, he would have attacked Wu Tsong earlier, instead of standing here and talking nonsense with Wukong." As for the Ice Demon King, it was Jiang Chen's strongest trump card at the moment, and he wouldn't use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Wu Tsong's expression turned even uglier. This bastard in front of him was humiliating him again and again. He was a prince, yet this guy was comparing him to a bastard. This was simply courting death. Wu Tsong swore in his heart that once they entered the ancient pagoda, he would tear Jiang Qin into 1,000 pieces, and not give him any chance to leave the island of ice. Jiang Qin walked past Wu Tsong without even looking at him and continued walking toward the stone door. Han Yan and the other two followed closely behind him. When they reached Wu Tsong's side, the Huang dog said in a weird tone, "Aya. You're a prince, but you have to walk behind everyone else? What a pity." Wu Tsong's anger had reached the edge of exploding. If it weren't for the 4 bronze plates in Jiang Chen's hands, he would have already attacked Jiang Qin. But now he could only endure it. There were 9 hidden slots on the stone door, and the other 5 bronze plates had already been placed in them. Only the 4 bronze plates in Jiang Chen's and Han Yan's hands were left. Jiang Qin took the bronze plates from Han Yan's hands and placed them in the last 4 hidden slots. He had no idea what these bronze plates were used for, but now he finally understood. These bronze plates were the keys to open the ancient pagoda's stone door. However, Jiang Qin had a feeling that these bronze plates were not only used for this purpose, but he had no idea what they were used for at the moment. Buzz. The stone door started emitting a buzzing sound, and beams of bright golden light were emitted from it. As the golden light shone brightly, the stone door began to shake and produce a cracking sound. "Look, the stone door is about to open. Such a strong light, it's so bright that it hurts my eyes. It's finally going to open. I wonder what kind of rare treasures are hidden inside the ancient pagoda. I can't wait. Once the stone door opens, we'll go in and search for treasures and opportunities. This is a great opportunity, we can't miss it." Everyone was holding their breaths. The stone door was about to open. The golden light became brighter and brighter, and the stone door began to open slowly. At this time, the 9 broken bronze plates on the stone door suddenly changed again. The 9 hidden slots quickly fused together, and in the blink of an eye, the 9 bronze plates also fused into 1 bronze plate. The bronze plate was shining with golden light, and it was incomparably magical. Although it was still the size of a palm, it didn't look old at all. Jiang Chen's eyes and hands were sharp. He took the golden bronze plate in his hand and put it into his Qiankun ring. He knew that this bronze plate would definitely have a great use. All of these actions were done in one go. Jiang Chen's movements were too fast, and the golden light was too strong, covering everything. Jiang Chen and the other 3 used their bodies to block the stone door, so no one else could see the changes to the bronze plates, nor did they see that Jiang Chen had already put away the new bronze plate. Caw-caw. The stone door opened bit by bit, and finally, with a dull sound, the door was completely opened. "Let's go," Jiang Chen shouted out. He was the first one to fly into the ancient pagoda, followed by the other 3. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the scene. "Ah, Wu Tsong, I'll be going in first." Wu Lang let out a hearty laugh toward Wu Tsong, then he followed Jiang Chen into the ancient pagoda. Two other men from the martial palace also followed behind him. "The stone door is open, everyone, let's go in and search for opportunities. Ah, my fortune is coming. With this opportunity, I'll be able to break through to the combat soul realm soon." Many people were laughing out excitedly as they dashed into the stone door one after another. She had been in a deep sleep for too long, and now that he had obtained the 9 solar holy water, the first thing he needed to do after leaving the island of ice was to save her and fulfill his long-cherished wish. Look, there are so many palaces in front of us, and all of them are filled with treasures. Ah, some of the palaces are glowing brightly. I'm sure those are the lights of treasures. We're going to be rich. There are dozens of palaces here. If all of them are filled with treasures, I can't even imagine what would happen. Everyone were shocked and they started cheering. This was the real center of the island of ice, and all the real treasures were hidden here. If they could find their own fortune, their cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds, and once they left the island of ice, their status would rise. Jiang Chen's group of 4 was the fastest, and by the time the others arrived, they had already lost sight of them. At this moment, Jiang Chen's group of 4 had arrived at the maze-like palaces. Under De Huang Dog's guidance, they entered the entrance of one of the palaces. Wait, there's a restrictive barrier here. Jiang Chen stopped Han Yan and Nangong went in, who were about to barge into the palace. Although they were able to enter the palace easily, there was an invisible defense mechanism on the other side of the door. In order to enter the palace, they would have to break the defense mechanism. It's just a simple restrictive barrier. This master dog will break it. Big Yellow felt extremely proud of himself. Breaking defense mechanisms had always been his forte. He stood up straight and casually swung his hooves a few times in the air, unleashing a glowing defense mechanism. Then a popping sound was heard and the defense mechanism was broken into pieces. De Huang awesome. Nangong went in, gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. Of course, this master dog is an expert in the heavenly book of source formations. There is no restrictive barrier in this world that I can't break. De Huang Dog raised his head arrogantly, not forgetting to maintain his narcissistic image. After the restrictive barrier was broken, a path appeared. Jiang Chen performed the Great Soul Derivation technique, but he didn't sense any dangerous aura. Therefore he took the lead and walked into the path. Soon 3 people and a dog walked through the path and arrived at the interior of the palace. Inside the palace there was a tall bookshelf. On top of the bookshelf, there were some scrolls that were neatly arranged. The scrolls were covered in dust and seemed to have been there for a long time. So many scrolls and books, this is the library. Han Yan was astonished. He casually picked up a roll of sleeves and unrolled it. The 3rd heavenly layer of power, a mid-ranked Earth Realm combat skill. Damn it, don't tell me these are all combat skills and skills? Any one of them is of the Earth Realm, this is too scary. Han Yan exclaimed. Mid-ranked Earth Realm skill, mysterious Earth skill. Nangong went in and opened up a scroll as well. Mighty Firmament skill, high-ranked Earth Realm combat skill. Damn it. This is a movement skill. Holy shit, there's actually a low heaven tier battle skill here, but it's only an incomplete one. Even so, it's still too shocking. This place is filled with battle skills and cultivation skills. It's practically a treasure trove. If we take this treasure trove away, we can raise a super sect in the eastern continent. Han Yan and Nangong went in were both shocked. There were more than 100 combat skills and cultivation skills here, and even the lowest rank was low-ranked Earth Realm. Little Chinzi, if we can take this treasure vault to the Black Sect, perhaps in 100 years, the Black Sect will become a superpower in the eastern continent. I can't even imagine that. Han Yan's eyes lit up. Alright, let's hurry up and keep all these combat skills and cultivation skills. There are dozens of palaces here and one of them is a treasure vault. I'm sure the other palaces have something good as well, let's hurry up. After saying that, Jiang Chen waved his sleeve and stored the entire bookshelf into his storage ring. Chapter 338. The entire palace area was in an uproar. Those who came in had already opened some of the defensive mechanisms of the palaces and entered the treasure vault. All of them were crazily looting the treasures. Treasures, real treasures. So many pills. There are all kinds of rare treasures everywhere. Let's go. We have to get as many treasures as possible. Once we leave the island of ice, my cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Quick, we have to be quick. Once the Martial Palace, Shangguan Clan and Myriad Sword Sect come in, we won't be able to do anything. Everyone went crazy. There was no one who wouldn't go crazy in the face of such a treasure trove. There were countless medicinal pills, countless rare treasures, and a large number of combat skills and cultivation techniques. If a certain power could obtain all the treasures here, it would only take 10 years for that power to develop into a giant existence in the Eastern continent. Of course, this superpower was only comparable to superpowers like the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. It was still extremely difficult for them to fight the Martial Saint dynasty. After all, it wasn't easy to find a combat king warrior. Not long after that, Wuxia finally returned with the men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. Wuxia was so furious that he almost burst into flames. He shouted to the men standing next to him, "Find Jiang Qin. Remember, Jiang Qin's life belongs to me." "Yes, Prince." The men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect shouted out loudly, then they turned into streaks of light and flew toward Jiang Qin. All of them were furious, and their hatred toward Jiang Qin was no less than Wuxia's hatred toward Jiang Qin. If they couldn't kill Jiang Qin on this island of ice today, they wouldn't have any face left in the future. But soon their anger from killing Jiang Qin was completely attracted by the treasure vault. Even Wuxia was attracted by it, and he began looting the palaces one by one. For them, Jiang Qin was going to die for sure, and it was only a matter of time before he could escape. However, treasures were different. They wouldn't be able to find them again if they missed this opportunity. Furthermore, the treasures here were just too tempting. One day later, all the palaces had been looted. The three men and the dog excitedly continued their journey into the depths of the ancient pagoda. "Wakaka, the harvest this time is too big. I don't even know how many rare treasures I've eaten." Yes, those palaces are filled with treasures. Although some of the palaces are empty, most of them are treasures. This time we don't know how much elixir and human elixir we have collected. We won't have to worry about resources in the future. That's right. If we use our current resources on the Black Sect, in just a few years, the Black Sect will become a super sect, and even the sect chief will break through to the combat soul realm. The few of them had gained a lot and Jiang Qin had gained the most. He was now full of treasures and resources. This trip to the island of ice was really worth it. Jiang Qin died. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering shout came from behind them. The three people and one dog turned around and saw Wuxia dashing towards them with killing intent. "Damn it! This prince has finally caught up to us. Seems like he's going to skin us alive," the Huang dog said in a gloomy manner. Wuxia has reached the mid-combat soul realm, and as the prince of the Martial Saint dynasty, I'm sure he has some powerful skills up his sleeves. I'm sure we're no match for him. Han Yen furrowed his brows. "Little Chinzi, I think we should just run away from here," Nangong Wentian said. "Where should we run to? We haven't found the exit yet, there's no way we can get out of here. You guys move aside, I'll deal with him." A killing intent emerged in Jiang Qin's eyes. Wuxia was really angry this time. He had forgotten that at the last moment he had suddenly felt an ice-cold aura. However, when Wu Lang blocked his attack, the ice-cold aura had disappeared. Wuxia thought Wu Lang was trying to save Jiang Qin, but he didn't know that Wu Lang was actually trying to save Wu Kong. The ice-cold aura was unleashed by the Ice Demon King, and if Wu Lang was just half a step slower, Jiang Qin would have released the Ice Demon King. With the Ice Demon King's abilities, there was no way Wuxia could withstand it. "Wuxia, as a prince, why are you making things difficult for a divine core warrior? This is really embarrassing." Wu Lang stood in front of Jiang Qin and blocked his path. Wu Lang had helped Jiang Qin time and time again, and this made Jiang Qin even more certain that Wu Lang was related to Wu Jiao. Wu Lang must have asked him to help Jiang Qin because of Wu Jiao's request. If not, why would a prince of the dynasty do so much for an outsider? "Get out of my way!" Wuxia furiously shouted. In an instant, a long sword as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his hand. The sword was shining brightly and emitting an ice-cold aura. Judging from Wuxia's expression, if Wu Lang didn't step aside, he was going to attack. "What if I don't?" Wu Lang was also a mid-combat soul warrior, so he wasn't afraid of Wu Kong. "Then let's die together." Wuxia's eyes turned blood red. He had never wanted to kill someone so badly before. The long sword in his hand unleashed countless beams of sword energy, which instantly interweaved into a gigantic net and slashed toward Wu Lang. Ha! Wu Lang let out a loud shout. He stretched both his palms forward and unleashed a powerful seal toward the gigantic sword net. Rumble! Two mid-combat soul geniuses collided with each other. The shockwaves caused by the collision were so powerful that they nearly shattered the surrounding space. Rumble! Right at this moment, another deafening explosion sounded out, causing the ground to tremble violently. The loud explosion didn't come from the collision between the two men, it came from within the island of ice. Everyone couldn't help but look into the distance, and what they saw was a gigantic wave of flames shooting up into the sky. Swoosh! At the same time, a whistling sound came from the center of the wave of fire. It was the whistling of a sword, and there was a hint of joy in the whistling sound. It was like a sentient sword that had been silent for too long and had suddenly seen its master. At the same time, Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically, because he was too familiar with that shrill sound. The broken sword in his storage ring seemed to have sensed something, and it started jumping around happily. Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically. Another broken sword. That was the cry produced by the broken heavenly saint sword. It was because it had sensed Jiang Chen's aura, and that was why it was so joyful. Jiang Chen couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Without saying anything, he immediately flew forward. A treasure has appeared. I'm sure it's a peerless treasure. Let's go check it out. With such a loud noise, the treasure must be something extraordinary. Many people were crying out in surprise. In this island of ice, the most exciting thing was the appearance of a treasure. Therefore, groups of people started flying forward. Of course, such a loud noise had alerted the two princes. Wuxia, a great treasure has appeared. Is it more important to kill Jiang Chen, or is it more important to get the treasure? You decide for yourself. Wu Lang retracted his energy and started flying toward the direction of the treasure. I'll get the treasure first, then I'll kill Jiang Chen. Wu Lang, if you dare to stop me again, don't blame me for being serious. Today I'll take Jiang Chen's life no matter what. Wuxia coldly harumphed. He put away his long sword and increased his speed to the maximum, then he flew past the crowd and headed toward the treasure. Even the men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect were flying toward the treasure. Only 2 men and a dog were left in this chaotic place. Why is little Qinzi having such a big reaction? Nangong Wentian was startled. Let's go check it out. In front of countless surprised gazes, Jiang Chen dived into the magma below. Plop! Jiang Chen fell into the magma with a plop, and the rolling magma immediately submerged him. After Jiang Chen stored the broken sword, the magma pillar above him also fell into the magma, and the huge magma river instantly calmed down. However, no one dared to approach the magma because of the high temperature. What just happened? Did Jiang Chen take away the Emperor armament? What the fuck, it's Jiang Chen again. This guy is too ferocious, he even took away the Emperor weapon. In order to escape from Wuxia, he actually jumped into the magma pool. I wonder if he can withstand the high temperature of the magma pool? Damn it. I'm sure the temperature in the magma is incredibly high and no ordinary man can withstand it. Only combat soul warriors would be able to dive into the magma, and they can't stay there for too long. Everyone were shocked by the sudden change. Initially, they thought that the Emperor armament would belong to Wuxia, but never did they expect Jiang Chen to make a move at such a critical moment. He took away the broken sword, and in order to escape from Wuxia, he jumped into the magma. Of course, some people thought that Jiang Chen jumped into the magma to escape from Wukong. As for Jiang Chen's real intention, only he knew it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the combat soul warriors flew toward the magma and unleashed a defensive barrier around their bodies. They hovered above the magma and stared at the boiling magma beneath them with ugly expressions on their faces. Prince, the temperature of this magma is incredibly high. Even if we dive into it, we won't be able to stay there for too long. I'm sure that Jiangchen won't be able to withstand it any longer and he will come out from it. Yang Yun said. I'm going to kill him. Wu Tsong's hatred toward Jiangchen had reached its peak. Guys, look, whirlpools are constantly appearing beneath the magma, and it looks like there are fiery dragons circling around them. Also, the magma is extremely hot, which shows that it has existed for a very long time. If I'm not mistaken, this magma land has formed into a magma's heart. Someone said. Magma's heart. Hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but feel excited. The magma's heart is a real treasure. If we can absorb it, not only will we be able to temper our bodies, we will also be able to control the source of fire, allowing our cultivation to skyrocket. Shangguan Yihong said. Prince, if the magma's heart is obtained by Jiangchen, doesn't that mean we're in a really bad situation? He has already obtained the Emperor weapon, and if he can get the magma's heart as well, he will be the biggest winner of this island of ice. Ling Du said to Wukong, I won't let him get the magma's heart. Even if he manages to escape to the bottom of the magma, he will still be killed. I'm going to kill him right now. Wu Tsong coldly harumphed. With a sway of his body, he dove into the magma like a meteor. After Wu Tsong dove into the magma, all the other combat soul warriors followed suit. The magma's heart was a great opportunity for everyone, and if they had the chance to get it, they would definitely not let it go. In the blink of an eye, all the combat soul warriors had dove into the magma. The rest of the divine core warriors could only watch from the outside. The temperature of the magma was too high and they would definitely die if they dove into the magma. Although the magma's heart was precious, it couldn't be compared to their own lives. De Huang, why did little Qinzi jump into the magma? Don't tell me he really wanted to escape from Wu Tsong? Nangong Wentian asked with a puzzled expression. Impossible, little Qinzi isn't afraid of Wu Tsong. I'm sure he has his own reasons for jumping into the magma. That broken sword was really miraculous, and little Qinzi easily obtained it as if it belonged to him. This is really puzzling. De Huang Dog shook his head, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. Chapter 340. De Huang, is that broken sword really an emperor weapon? Han Yen asked curiously. Daddy doesn't know, but I feel it's really awesome. De Huang Dog shook his head. Nangong Wentian and Han Yen threw a disdainful glance at De Huang Dog. Even an idiot could tell that broken sword was really awesome. Boom! Explosions kept ringing out from the magma pool, and faint waves kept rolling on the surface of the magma pool. No one knew if it was because of those combat soul warriors who had entered the magma pool, but the crowds were just watching from the outside. At this moment, those combat soul warriors were the main characters, and the crowds could only watch from the outside. An emperor weapon. Do you guys think Jiangchen will be able to get that emperor weapon in the end? I don't think so. He has too many enemies and he has offended Prince Wukong. With Wu Tsong's character, he will never let Jiangchen go. Let alone getting the emperor weapon. It'll be a miracle if he can keep his life. That Wu Lang keeps helping Jiangchen, it's really puzzling. In my opinion, if Wu Lang helps Jiangchen to the end, Jiangchen might be able to keep his life. The crowds were discussing among themselves. In this trip to the island of ice, the young man named Jiangchen had undoubtedly become the main character. All the grudges were related to him and everything started because of him. Within the magma pool, after Jiangchen dived into the magma pool, he kept diving downward. He wanted to find the place with the highest temperature in this place. Just like what De Huang Dog had said, Jiangchen wasn't afraid of Wukong. The reason why he dived into the magma pool was not to hide from Wu Tsong, but because he wanted to use the environment here to forge a new Heavenly Saint sword. I have a few hundred combat weapons with me and I found some more in the palace just now. Now I found 2 broken parts of the sword and I can use the environment here to merge all the combat weapons into the Heavenly Saint sword, giving it a new life. The true dragon flames and the magma are enough for the Heavenly Saint sword to be reborn. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to meet the Heavenly Saint sword so soon. Luckily, he had prepared a lot of combat weapons and it was more than enough for him to refine the Heavenly Saint Sword. Furthermore, Jiang Qin felt that his luck was really good. After all, in order to fuse with the Heavenly Saint Sword, certain conditions were needed, and this magma pool was the best choice as it could help the combat weapon fuse faster. Jiang Qin wanted to find the place with the highest temperature in the magma pool. Not only would he be able to temper his combat weapon, he would also be able to temper his own body. More importantly, he had the true dragon flames to protect him, and with his strong body he wouldn't be afraid of the high temperature in the magma pool. Behind him, there were many places where the magma was flowing violently. Jiang Qin knew it was Wu Tsong and the others. This magma is more than 300 meters deep and the temperature is not something you can endure. If you want to find me, you'll have to dive to the bottom of the magma first. A cold smile appeared on Jiang Qin's face. He didn't put Wu Tsong and the others in his eyes at all. In this environment he was like a fish in water. Soon Jiang Qin reached the bottom of the magma. He used the Great Soul Derivation technique which allowed him to sense everything around him. Soon he found the place with the highest temperature and with a sway of his body he swam towards it like a fish. Not far away from him he saw a fiery red crystal the size of a human head floating in the magma, spinning continuously. Magma's heart. Jiang Qin cried out in shock. With his experience he could easily tell what this crystal in front of him was. It was a fully formed magma's heart. Damn it, Daddy's luck is so good. This is like a meat pie falling from the sky. If I absorb this magma's heart, I'll be able to break through to the late divine core realm, or even reach the peak of the late divine core realm. Jiang Qin was extremely excited. His luck was really heaven-defying. After absorbing this magma's heart, not only would his cultivation level increase, he would also be able to control the magma at will, and he would be able to refine the Heavenly Saint Sword better. This was perfect. With the existence of this magma's heart, no wonder this place had the highest temperature in the entire magma pool. Without hesitation, Jiang Qin immediately stored the magma's heart into his storage ring. This was a rare treasure that could only be found by luck. I'm afraid I'll need some time to absorb this magma's heart. If Wu Tsong and the others can't find me after a long period of time, they will definitely attack Brother Yen and the others. I need to send a message to De Huang asking them to hide first. Jiang Qin thought to himself. However, the environment here was too harsh and it was obviously unrealistic for him to send a message to De Huang Dog using his divine sense. But if Jiang Qin used the Great Soul Derivation skill, it would be a completely different story. De Huang, I've obtained the magma's heart and I'm going to absorb it at the bottom of the magma pool. You three hide first, I'll come out after I leave this place. Outside the magma pool, De Huang Dog, who was calmly waiting, suddenly received Jiang Qin's message through his divine sense. Both of his ears immediately pricked up. Brother Yen, Brother Nan, Little Chinzi has obtained the magma's heart, and he's going to absorb it at the bottom of the magma pool. I'm afraid it'll take some time, so let's hide first. De Huang Dog said with a low voice. Little Chinzi is really lucky, he even obtained a treasure like the magma's heart. But it's obvious that the island of ice isn't open yet and we can't find a way out either. Where should we hide? Han Yen said. We just need to leave this place. De Huang Dog said. Therefore, when the trio were about to hide, Nan Gong went in, suddenly stopped De Huang Dog and Han Yen from leaving. Brother Nan, what are you doing? Han Yen asked. Hee, if we just leave like this, wouldn't it be boring? Look at them. Nan Gong went in said with a wicked smile on his face. He threw his glance toward the men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect not far away. Paka. Therefore the trio started laughing out loudly. After that they started walking toward the men from the two superpowers. Currently, all the combat soul warriors had entered the magma pool to search for the magma's heart, and those who were left outside were all divine core warriors. In a group like this, the trio could simply sweep away all the enemies. Apart from those men from the Shangguan clan who were killed in the Sky Garden, there were still more than a dozen men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect here. When they saw two men and a dog walking towards them, their expressions immediately changed. What are you guys doing? A peak divine core disciple from the Myriad Sword sect shouted out. The shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many people turned to look at the trio. With their understanding of the trio, the men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect were going to be in big trouble. Don't tell me these three guys are going to attack the men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect while all the combat soul warriors are in the magma pool? Damn it, that's highly possible. It seems like there's nothing these three guys won't do, especially that dog, he's really evil. The men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect are finished. Damn it, all of them are young geniuses. If all of them are killed, the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect will suffer a great loss. Many people were sighing. What are you doing? Can't you guys tell? Han Yen said with a sneer. Do you think Daddy is here to chat with you? After saying that, a huge ruler suddenly appeared in Nangong Wentian's hand. With lightning speed he swung it toward the man in front. Bam. The poor late divine core disciple from the Myriad Sword sect was no match for Nangong Wentian. He immediately let out a miserable shriek and was killed by Nangong Wentian's ruler. Swoosh. All the men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect were shocked. Nangong Wentian just killed them without any hesitation. You're courting death. You're going to attack us while Senior Disciple Ling and Senior Disciple Yang aren't here. You're going to die a miserable death. I advise you not to make a mistake. The Shangguan clan isn't someone you can afford to offend. Obviously, these arrogant geniuses in front of them were really scared right now. Now that they had met a truly ferocious man, there was no way they wouldn't be scared. You're still talking big at a time like this. Enough is enough. Nangong Wentian struck once again with lightning speed. The razor-sharp myriad star ruler penetrated a man's body, and the energy that came out from it shattered the man's life force. Roar. De Huang Dog let out a loud roar, then he dashed forward with his majestic body. Han Yen stretched out his devilish claws, and the trio were like three hungry wolves that had entered a flock of sheep. It was a horrifying scene. Blood-curdling screams filled the air. In just a few breaths of time, all the divine core disciples from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect had been killed by the trio. After that they left the scene. Before De Huang Dog left, he didn't forget to take all their storage rings. The grudge between both sides could no longer be resolved and only one of them could survive. Therefore Han Yen and De Huang Dog wouldn't show any mercy when they attacked. They knew that if they were the ones who were killed by the trio, they wouldn't have a good ending, especially De Huang Dog. He would definitely be skinned alive and made into a meat stew. Looking at the two men and the dog leaving, everyone's expressions became extremely ugly. It wasn't difficult to imagine how furious the combat soul warriors from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect would be when they came out from the magma pool and saw the corpses on the ground. Ruthless, too ruthless. They even dared to kill those from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect. I really wonder where they got their courage from. Serves them right. Those men from the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect are too arrogant. They have no respect for anyone. I really admire them. That's right, the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect are determined to kill them, so why can't they fight back? Don't tell me that only the Shangguan clan and Myriad Sword sect are allowed to kill them and no one else is allowed to kill them? What kind of logic is this? Many people were actually standing on Han Yan's side. Of course, they were only standing on Han Yan's side in terms of their thoughts and emotions. If a real conflict were to occur, it would be strange for them to stand on either side. Wu Tsong and the others were still rushing around in the magma pool, searching for the magma's heart. They had no idea what was happening outside. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.